Plus your phone calls at 866-WEBE-B. The We Be Big. The wheel of meat could spin. It has not spun yet this week, and so it could spin during the main show. Rick, Bubba, Adler, everybody joins us here after top of the hour. But right now, the Good Time Gang will get things going. And as you've experienced this week, hey, this hour, you never know. We'll bring them in. Over to my left, Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey.
Everybody good? Pretty good.
Yep.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Couple of updates for y'all. And this one here is just bizarre. I don't get it. But in today's world, I guess you would just go, well, yeah, probably. I could see this headline. It's just frustrating. Rams players and the NFL
saw this.
face now legal threats as the tackled protesters that stormed the field.
Here we go.
Yeah, the animal.
We called this, by the way.
Yeah, the animal rights activists who ran onto the field with a pink smoke bomb at Levi's Stadium on Monday Night Football during the game between the Rams and the 49ers has now filed a police report for assault by the Rams players who tackled him at the end of the demonstration.
Assault.
Now, this is
he had a bomb.
This is the classic, You're
right.
I'm gonna break into your house and I'm gonna sue the homeowner for hurting me. And this guy's not even hurt, but he's claiming he was assaulted.
He got into
when he was
a restricted
on the field.
area where people are playing a game.
Yeah.
It's
where
bizarre.
you're not allowed.
Yeah.
And they were trying to get him out. Like I say, you don't know what he might have been
If I'm
dangerous.
the
He might have
judge,
had a gun.
You don't
have
know.
No idea.
You
If
have
I'm the
no
judge
idea.
in this little ordeal, I tell the man, you should have been assaulted, and it should have actually been worse. Get out of my courtroom.
Right.
Now, the problem is where this
outta
is
here.
located, it's probably not going to go that way.
No, it's probably
It'll
not.
probably go to the pink smoke guy.
Well,
This is like when a person, what was the story? The guy fell through a window trying to break in a house and he sued the homeowner.
yeah, it's so
it's
stupid.
one of those.
yeah.
It'll be some weird thing where he'll get a settlement of some kind. But anyway, Alex Taylor, we talked about this, the man who was taken down by Bobby Wagner, is the Rams linebacker and defensive end, McKinley, during his demonstration, he's filed court papers saying that he is filing a police report against them for tackling him.
For knocking him over. You know
and,
what?
And look, if I'm the Ram, see, it doesn't stop, because if I'm the Ram players and I turn around and I sue security for allowing him to be on the field and putting me in this situation, but to y'all, you don't know what this guy's got.
step on that
He's got
field,
pink smoke.
He's lucky he wasn't shot.
Yeah, you
And
got
I'm gonna be
Worst,
honest, they didn't
best
hurt him.
case case.
no, they didn't hurt him. And by the
should've.
way, this has happened for
Should have hurt him.
It's
Yeah.
happened for years. Players a lot of times stop them. It's happened in baseball.
Look,
Yeah.
there he goes. He's got his pink smoke going.
Yeah, and
Like
by
I
the
said,
way,
you
you
don't
got
know.
security just chasing him everywhere. They can't.
He
They
ain't
can't
hurt.
catch him. And the Rams. So did you see where the protester turned and went towards the bench of the Rams?
Yeah, you don't
and
know.
if I'm those
Be a
players,
threat.
I'm like, he don't need to be over here.
He might
I'm
have
taking
a bomb
him
or a
down.
gun or something.
But anyway, in today's world, the guy,
he'll
the
win.
animal rights activist who stormed the field with pink smoke, is now suing or filing papers or complaint for assault
Well,
to
we
the Rams
jokingly
players
said that
and the
other
NFL.
day, but we were all over that.
Yeah, I mean, we can pull up footage for what, I don't know, years and years where players get involved in trying to stop
Yeah.
somebody.
I mean, you don't know what this person's
No,
going to do.
No.
I mean, granted, he had
This
pink,
is the
he had
type-
pink smoke. We
He
don't
would
know.
have, if the security guard would have tackled him, he'd have sued him. He doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
yeah.
It doesn't matter. He's
Guy-
looking. He has no job. He has no life, and this is his world.
Guys,
and
he's
he's
running
just
with pink
being
smoke.
trying to be some disruptor that makes
That's
zero sense
Right.
and not giving anything back to the world. Look, he needs to be locked up or sent off somewhere.
That's ridiculous.
They were both wearing, both protesters, Right to Rescue shirts. The protest, and we went over this when it happened, but just want to make sure we did this on Tuesday. It was sought to highlight a trial of two factory farm whistleblowers, which began on Monday, and a statement claiming responsible for demonstrations and stuff. Anyway, the landmark trial for animal rights, food justice, and free speech. This is where some folks were alleged to have stolen some pigs or whatever from a farm, and they claimed rescue, not stole.
Yeah.
And so it was to highlight that.
Well,
So
you know what happened? You got decleated.
you did.
Yeah.
That happened.
Yeah.
You got your
Also-
smoke out there. You got your attention to your calls, but you also got slammed on that A.
Yeah,
How about
you
that?
did.
And I
It's
bought
eating.
6 pounds of bacon because of it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's fine.
Also, the fan.
What
you,
an idiot.
You remember Aaron
Goodness.
Judge's 60-second home run? We
Yeah, I heard that guy's suing because he fell off the thing.
No. So you got the guy that caught the ball. We've talked about him, but then the guy that used the strategy, I'm just going to jump. Y'all
Yeah.
remember him?
Yeah.
Yes.
Update on him. He was. He
How's
was.
his ankles today?
Yeah, really. He apparently was grabbed by security, and he didn't. He was not injured by the fall.
Okay. Twisted his
and
ankle a little bit.
The Rangers opted out not to punish the man, but he was kicked out of the game. Didn't even. That was the only. That was. I mean,
Yeah.
he was
So
kicked
that's
out of
done.
the game.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's fair.
And the police let him go without further incident.
I
So
want to know though.
He's not.
if-
He's not hurt. That was the question
that,
yesterday.
And I want to know what their policy would have been if he would have actually got the ball.
Yeah, I know.
Would he get to keep it? I don't know. Dang, I wish he'd have got it so we could
I
find
do
out.
too. I do too. I like. Look, it's on down the row. I'm not going to catch it, so I'm jumping to see if it hits the rail. They miss it and
Yeah.
it comes down here.
And if I have to miss the rest of the game because of it, what's it matter? Because what I'm here for has already happened.
If you throw me out, I just do this. If
Yeah.
you let me keep it.
yeah.
So the update is not hurt.
They may go, hey,
Ejected.
that was an area you weren't allowed to be, so you can't keep it.
Yeah,
Possibly.
Give me the ball. I tell you what.
Hey, I'd
If
be
I'm
rolling
holding
on
that
the ground
ball, I'm
holding it.
taking off. I mean, I'm running like a crazy person.
Exactly.
Catch me. Huh?
I'd bust the gate going 98,
Heck
let
yeah.
them truckers roll
Yeah.
10 for.
Catch me outside. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'd be saying.
I
Catch,
wish
see
you
if you
did.
can catch
I
me.
wish you talked like that.
You do?
Me too.
Yes.
Yeah.
I wish you talked like this.
This thing was 10
yeah.
foot tall.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. So anyway, those are 2 updates. All right. We got the protester of Monday Night Football running around with pink smoke. He has filed assault charges with the police on the players that got him down, Bobby Wagner, and the NFL. And the fan that jumped over the rail. He's not hurt, but he was ejected. But the Rangers aren't filing charges. There you go.
There it is.
Rick and Bubba.
Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Hey, business owners, have we got some good news for you? It's the A to B fuel card, and it's accepted anywhere they take Visa. You can use your A to B fuel card for maintenance, repairs, and more. A to B will even watch out for misuse and suspicious transactions. But A to B is more than just saving you money. They can help you track all your transportation costs and offer 24/7 support. Apply today at atob.com/Bubba. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit. That's the letter A to letter B.com/Bubba to apply to get a $50 credit. Here's a question. Is there anything more precious than the security of you and your loved ones? Of course not. That's why we use and trust Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe protects you with cutting-edge security technology powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents. Simply Safe has affordable plans starting at less than $1 a day. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. Go to simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. The U.S. Navy chose EnviroCleanse air purifiers to help stop COVID flus and colds from spreading on board ships and subs. Now it's cold and flu season, and EnviroCleanse mineral technology is available for your home, for you and your family. This is how you stop colds and flu from taking your family down. And it neutralizes allergies by destroying toxins, pollen, and mold. It's made right here in the USA. Just go to ekpure.com. Use the code BUBBA for 10% off plus a free air quality monitor. That's ekpure.com, code BUBBA. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 five-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, we can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 five-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 15% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're rolling back. It's 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba Adler join us for the main show right after top of the hour. Kind of just skimming the surface of some of the stories that are out there today. We've given you 2 updates. One on the jumper at the Aaron Judge 60-second home run attempt. That's where his technique was just to jump from the rail down to the little, I guess, area past the fence and in front of the stands. The update is he wasn't injured. He was ejected, but the Rangers aren't pressing charges. And the other one is the pink smoke protester at Monday Night Football has now filed charges against the Rams players and the NFL. Only in America. Can I charge a field and run around, get away from security, run completely across the field, then turn towards the Rams bench area, and 2 players stop me, and then I'm going to file charges against them? Only in America.
That's ridiculous.
Some updates there. Wheel of Meat could spin today, and we look forward to having you. If you call, it's unscreened phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Blazing Silverman will be back with us tomorrow.
Oh, and they asked, by the way, on that story, Bobby Wagner.
Yeah.
He said he's aware of this, but he said he's more concerned about the security guard who got hurt trying to chase him. I didn't know the security guard.
All right. Well, we looked at that, and Helmsy, I don't know if you remember me showing you. I think you and Rick were the 2 that were looking at the video. It looked like the guy blew out his ACL or something.
Yeah.
Remember in the middle of the field, his right leg slips, and his right knee looks like a kickstand almost, like it hyperextends, and it kind of, I don't know. It looked weird. But, yeah, he did look like he got hurt. Of course, he was way behind the protester. I mean, some of these – well, I'm not going to say it. But, well, let's just say I understand the event staff security. You need help, and it's probably hard to find people.
Yeah,
but I've seen some of the people standing there. They ain't catching anybody.
No,
Not one person,
At all.
unless they run and hug them.
The players better catch them because some of
Right,
the guys in the
right.
in the event staff jacket ain't gonna do
Yeah,
it.
and I don't know. It would be
I
tough.
know exactly who you're thinking
I'll just say it would be tough for me. I'll just say
Picture
this.
him running somewhere.
It would be
down.
tough for me to turn away from the action and not look at the game at all and just focus on the crowd, because
Yeah,
that's
you
what you're
can't.
supposed to
That's
do.
hard to do.
But I know some. I mean, they're over there looking. They're before you know it, they're
Eating
a
a hot
spectator
dog.
too. You know,
Eating a hot dog.
and then we got us a jumper and somebody on
And
the
they run
field.
right by you.
And look, a lot of you could catch a security guard.
Yeah,
I mean, excuse me, a
I'm
protester.
thinking about this one particular one that probably could.
Yeah, I'm thinking of them too. So I'm
Well,
saying.
and that's why they need to make an example of this guy.
We have a friend that
You
actually
don't have to worry about stuff like that.
Yeah, you know what? This happens enough. They'll quit doing it.
Yeah.
Look,
go
we've
ahead.
seen some really cool footage of a police officer that's on duty, okay, or a security guard that decleats a protester.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm saying that there's good footage out there of y'all doing your job. But there's a lot of you out there too, and if you're in this business, you probably know I'm speaking the truth. You're paying somebody to stand there, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Because
look,
they're not going to catch anybody.
and let's be fair. I saw you run up on the stage with Kiss,
Right.
and you got by security. But in their defense, they did try to get you. They chased you when you tried to come back for the second round.
Yeah.
You know, they were trying.
They ripped
now
my
you
shirt.
got them. They didn't see you. You just slipped by them.
Yeah.
But they did rip your shirt and,
Mm-hmm.
and pile on. Although you gave up a gallant fight
Yeah. Right.
because you had to get back out there one more time. One wasn't going to do it.
Right,
You had
no.
to do it at least twice.
Yeah. You and I made contact.
God,
eye
it's the
contact.
funniest
You remember
thing I
seeing
ever-
like me? and you
Yeah,
looking
yeah,
at
because
each
I'm
other?
looking at you. It's you and Ace Frehley
Right.
standing side by side. He kind of went back and just kind of did a little, you know. He
But
didn't
I
care.
would imagine if I'm a security person, maybe an event staff person, and somebody comes running by me full speed, it would be hard to grab them.
It
but
is.
the key is to be able to turn around and chase them down.
Yeah, it's how quick you pick them up moving towards the field
This cat went all the way across the field.
with a pink smoke.
Ran right through the 50-yard line.
Well, I'm glad he got knocked on his rump.
Yeah. Helmsy, your wife yesterday posted pictures of Blue and sent me pictures of Blue. I showed them to Terry. That's your new puppy. And the cutest little thing, little blue eyes.
Yeah.
That's why it's blue.
Yeah.
There you go.
For some reason, Greg calls it Bluey.
That's a cartoon.
But it looks like it's a pretty. How are things going? Because Terry asked that question. She
It's
said
going
it
good.
looks like it's a perfect little
Nah,
puppy.
nothing
And I'm like,
perfect
honey,
about it."
puppies aren't perfect.
Yeah.
They come with a lot of handles. And I said, I haven't asked Helmsy about this, but and I know Amanda's probably, all over it. But how are things going? Because and how's Coco
Well,
going?
Coco's great. Matter of fact,
Okay.
I think
That's
Coco
the dog
takes
they
care
already
of
have.
Blue better than anybody.
Okay.
And spends a ton of time with him, and I'll see Coco from time to time in places she's not normally.
Okay.
Meaning, hey, I need a break from this little guy.
Yeah.
But Blue's fun. Blue's a handle. I'll be honest. Coco did spoil us. There's no perfect dogs, as you just mentioned. But I will say this: Coco's been close to it. Okay, so it's very easy in the puppy process.
Yeah.
And I made that speech. Look, hey, we did something that most people don't when we got Coco.
Yeah.
Okay, smart.
Yeah. Good
Just
little dog.
disciplined, and it picks up on things so quickly. Very few mistakes in the house as far as using the bathroom. We really got away with this, and now we're not going to get away with it twice. So
No.
this one's going to bring on some challenges that we were spoiled rotten with Coco.
Yeah.
But Blue's fun now. Really coming into personality, and that energy level's really getting up. Likes to bite a lot, and hey, them teeth. Forgot how sharp those little bitty teeth are.
Yeah.
Like needles.
Blue doesn't like to let go. I've noticed. But fun, and we've been so busy around the house. If it was just Blue that we got, I think a lot of people in the house right now would be frustrated because I don't think we would be giving Blue enough attention because we're so busy. People running up.
That's
Coco,
the next thing I was about to ask.
But the whole thing, I know people say this, and usually the people that say this have multiple dogs.
Right.
Hey, you can't just have one dog, man. They need a buddy.
Sure.
And you roll your eyes at that, just like I did, whatever. But I'm telling you, there is something to that because we look around and they're just having a party, and we're not having to do anything. We let them out, they go out, they come back in, and that's another thing too is it's almost like Coco's potty training Blue.
Okay.
Because we let them out. They go out there together. Blue sees what Coco's doing, so he's like, well, man, I guess it's my time to go too because Coco's going. And then they both run back in. It's like, well, this is pretty easy. We're not having to do anything. But there's still mistakes that are made, and we're starting to get into things. I've warned Brady and Caroline. Perfect example. Hey, Caroline, I know you like to leave your tennis bag upstairs, but I wouldn't leave it in that area because Blue's going to get into it. Like there's
so many chewed up things.
I had to go. Was out of underwear this morning, so I went to the laundry room and I went in there and he had pulled out a book. Blue had that was on a little bookcase. Not really sure how he got to it because it was up a little bit and it was in there pretty tight. You know what I mean? Like books.
Wow, Blue. And
so I thought, well, so you just took the Good to Great book right out of the slot there and having a little fun with it. And luckily I'd got to it soon or that'd have been a big mess.
Sure.
But it's going good. He's high energy, and he's cute as can be, and Coco's helping us a ton.
Good. Now, Greg, how's your stray doing that you've...
Still won't let nobody pet her.
Really?
How many weeks is that now?
Oh, about 3.
Okay.
And did you say
that... looks a lot better.
Did you say that Marty's not too high on the stray, and so Marty's not coming around as much?
He's back.
He's back?
He's off and on, but they don't... It's just, I don't know why people keep letting dogs out of my house. I don't know why.
I'll tell you why. Because you take care of them.
I've had a bunch of outside dogs. I've never bought one.
You might as well have a sign that says, join us, stray dogs.
Yeah. He didn't have to worry about training this stray because it just
No,
stays
it won't
outside.
get near us.
Yeah.
I mean, by now, she ought to be getting over it.
Yeah.
Right.
Sleeps in the garage and everything.
What? Really?
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now, today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher. Plus, no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drugstores. Just look for that bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath. Confidence in every capful. Nowadays, we're taking premium audio with us everywhere we go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, they feel, and they sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever we're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode so we can choose to be immersed in sound or tuned into our surroundings. When we need to, you're there. You can listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough you can wear them all day long, and they do not budge. With the Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of battery life, and I love this. They start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 five-star reviews. See for yourself what the hype is all about. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. We'll get you 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for 15% off. buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Inflation is rising. COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 2008 to your retirement? Yikes. I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for two reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 and free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far.
Rick and Bubba Show. It is 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. As always, we thank you for choosing the Rick and Bubba Show. We know there's a lot of choices out there for you. We had some. We had some. Yesterday, I was between the show and the Bible study, and a gentleman, very nice, came to the door, and he had a box of donuts.
I saw those.
And I interacted with him, and sadly, because I thought about his day, he went to the wrong location, thought we were at the other place where we used to be, and we've moved, and
must not listen often.
Unfortunately for him, he was walking around the city center with a box of donuts.
Wow, just looking for someone to give them to.
Yeah, and he had some things.
Donuts.
He had some things for the guys that I took and made sure I got to them and stuff. And Rick was preparing for the Bible study. I knew he couldn't be interrupted, and we had guys that were arriving for the Bible study. Kind of all that's going on at the same time. So, you're trying to distinguish who's here for the Bible study, and then this gentleman, and very nice guy, and he was approaching with the donuts. And I don't know what it is, but why is it that, normally I would not have I would have said hey to the guy, but I wouldn't have known he was there. But if you see somebody with a dozen donuts and
they're
box,
looking for somebody.
They're looking for somebody, but also I've noticed that it's easier for them to get what they need because they've got donuts.
True. Everybody wants to help them. Hey, who are you looking for?
You got donuts. You should have seen the guys in the Bible study. Hey, those donuts? Hey. It's almost like that's a free pass.
Can I help you find who you're looking for with them donuts?
Right.
Hopefully it's us.
So I had a decision to make, guys, and I hope I didn't mess up. But because, we're all grown here, right? There's no kids in here, even though we act like kids.
I was going to say, it's questionable sometimes.
I took the donuts. I took the box of donuts because the guy was very nice. He came in. He left his card.
Yeah.
He left what he wanted to get to the guys. I got that to the guys if he's watching or listening. That's been done. And then I decided, what do I do with this box of donuts? Because I don't want to just throw them away because the guy was nice enough. He's probably gone through a lot to get here, especially since he went to the wrong location. So I put them in there on the table. And I know that's very tempting for everybody, but that's where they came from. And I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if I should offer them up to all the other guys and let them gobble them up to where we wouldn't be tempted.
That too. Well, I don't care about that. I mean, you ain't got to worry about that. But the fact that none of us were here.
Right, nobody was here.
Passed them amongst them.
Well, nobody else was here, and there was a few guys. There wasn't a lot. There
all know
just
donuts aren't good the day after.
Maybe 3 guys that were here, but others were pulling up at the time, and so I didn't want to be a bit and leave a box of donuts right here, and Rick's trying to do the Bible study, and there's donuts and all that. So I just put them in there, and so we'll see. I don't know if we can put them out in the main one to see if others in the building want them.
Look, I
walked past them. I didn't even open the box because I didn't want to.
You started off with the proper. We're all grown.
Mm-hmm.
Some of us have the discipline and trying to do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
We just say we don't want it. Some people have the ability to eat one and move on. Some
Mm-hmm.
people will eat half the box.
Yeah,
they're grown individuals. They make their own decisions.
Yeah, and it's tough. I'll say this because everybody's different. We have different struggles, and some are tougher than others. When it comes to sweets, that's one of my areas where I just love sweets. Some people might love cornbread, or some might love peanuts, like Greg. We have some more peanuts that were dropped off.
Those are outstanding.
So for me to walk
that's how I
past,
found you this morning. I just followed the
it'll
shell.
be that way for the next couple of days.
The shell trail.
So for me to not even open the box and walk past the box, that's big for me because I love donuts.
Get you a donut if you want a donut.
Well, I passed it. I passed on it.
That's easy. That's an easy no for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it may not be, or
it might not be for somebody.
Eat a donut. We didn't have this discussion before.
We have. That's why I said.
You want a donut?
Greg,
eat a donut.
That's why I said we're all grown. We make our own decisions.
And you know what else?
Donut ain't gonna kill.
Do you know what else entered my brain?
If you eat the whole box,
every day, one donut every now and then.
The whole box one day.
Yeah,
the whole box.
Right. The other thing that entered my mind was your speech to the staff. Guys, nobody wants to hear us talk about being healthy.
No. If I walk in there, let me tell you when I'll be offended. If I walk in there and there's a fresh vegetable plate sitting there, now I'm gonna be pissed off.
Don't make the person mad that made the vegetable plate, Greg.
I'm just saying that don't belong here.
That was.
I'm not saying you got to eat bad things, but that would be too much.
Right. I could hear.
Look, I got some cauliflower and some dip.
Yeah.
Not that I won't eat that, but it don't belong here.
Do you know? And this is y'all follow me on this. This is how weird.
How about you just bring whatever you want to bring?
Hey, this is how weird my mind works. You know, in Dodgeball, the guy in the wheelchair. What's his name? In Dodgeball,
the movie Dodgeball.
Yeah.
The leader.
You know when
you
know when it gets on down the movie and all of a sudden he starts thinking about it and it's him in his mind. He's talking to him like, "I'll tell you what you need to do." Well, you were in my mind when I had that box of donuts. Don't you throw that away. You put it in there.
If people want to eat it,
I think we ought to stop talking about food and nutrition and doing better altogether.
I agree. 1,000%.
It shouldn't even be brought up. You live your life. You're gonna live your life. Hey, you're gonna live your life how you want to live your life anyway. So just go do that, and we don't have to discuss.
We don't have to push no agenda.
Yeah. I agree.
Because we're very, 100%. As much food as we've talked about over the years, we look kind of stupid pushing it.
I agree.
I
agree.
Nobody going to take that serious anyway. Who cares? Right. You want to eat one donut, eat one donut. If you want to eat 10, eat 10. Not a good idea. But but I'm not going to outlaw all. Oh, my goodness. Hey, not the Rick and Bubba show, and we ain't going to eat any sweets. That don't even sound right. My goodness.
Oh, that's good stuff. Well, anyway, so I made the box is in there. It's whatever.
And if you went in there and ate one of them donuts,
it'd be okay.
You'd be fine.
I think I'd do enough to work a donut.
That's
off.
what I'm
just going to tell you.
There's a whole bunch of things that come into play.
Yeah. This is a no-brainer. Scooby-Doo has felt like they need to announce to everybody that Velma is officially gay.
Let me time out. I want to give them, and didn't they do this with one of the Harry Potter characters? These aren't real people.
Right.
Okay? So they're not gay or not gay. Why do we care if anybody on Scooby-Doo what they're attracted to? Why is that in the storyline? They're supposed to be solving mysteries, and these kids, people would have got away with it if it hadn't been for these ratty kids or whatever. We don't care. It doesn't come into play. Not just Velma. Of course, if I had to pick one to be gay, I'd have picked Velma, no doubt. But, I mean, so that's a big stretch for them. But the point is that has nothing to do with anything. This is a cartoon. And first of all, they're not real, so she really hasn't came out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Well, Velma's coming out. Who's Velma? Well, she's a cartoon. Well, you know what that means? She's not real, so she's not making any decisions. Okay? Because she's a cartoon. She ain't real. Yeah. And what does it matter? How does that come into the storyline of a bunch of kids trying to solve ghost mysteries?
Yeah.
Huh?
Well, enter the new
Who
the new Scooby-Doo Halloween special.
Okay.
It says that Velma is a LGBTQ.
Good night.
And appears to be googly-eyed over a new female character.
So how about this? I don't want to be googly-eyed over like a male over another female or whatever. It doesn't fall. It's a cartoon about kids chasing ghosts. What's that got to do with anybody?
You've heard about Scooby-Doo, though. You've heard that.
Well.
You've heard, you know what? He identifies as a cat.
That's true. I heard it, but nobody wants to talk about it.
Nobody. I didn't want to bring it up this morning.
I love it. It was one of them Harry Potters, Dumbledore, or I don't know any of the names. Hey, he come out. He's gay. No, because he's not real. Yeah. He hadn't come out and did anything. He's in a book and on a movie. It's not real.
Think about what we're saying.
Well, apparently, the show introduces Coco Diablo, a fashion designer that joins the mystery crew to solve a Halloween mystery. Diablo is portrayed as a hip black woman with long white hair, and when she first appears on screen, Velma reacts in an obvious sexual manner.
So why would any cartoon storyline,
y'all? That's Scooby-Doo.
Any cartoon storyline even go anywhere towards anybody's preference? I'm not picking one.
Right.
Anybody's. What does that have to do?
That's Scooby-Doo. I just read from. That's in the
Scooby-Doo
story.
came on
Honestly,
when I was a kid. I used to love it.
There shouldn't be any cartoon news.
Exactly.
Period.
That's
a
great
cartoon.
point.
Period.
That's it.
We should not look at any headline today and cartoons be a part of it.
That's right.
It just shouldn't happen.
Right.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be breaking down the latest cartoon.
Scooby-Doo, y'all. That was Scooby-Doo.
Good night.
Mystery Machine.
Well, it's a mystery, all right.
Well.
But now, like I said, if you were going to pick one, that was the obvious choice.
Yeah, pretty obvious. 15 minutes to top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
That looks delicious.
Yeah, it's Taco Bell's double steak grilled cheese burrito. Don't know if you heard, but it has double steak, cheese grilled on top of it, and nacho cheese sauce inside.
Ooh, let me have a bite.
Nah, you're already cheesy enough with all your dad jokes.
And I keep all my jokes in a dad-a-base.
Leave me alone. I'm hungry.
No, you're Dave. Hungary is a country.
Taco Bell's double steak grilled cheese burrito is back. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only. Contact local store for hours and participation, which vary. Double the steak claim is compared to the steak quesadilla.
Will they find a home? Sponsored by Geico. Jane doesn't mind an apartment with no elevator.
5 flights of stairs is 5 plates of cardio.
Bob is a little less enthusiastic about stairs.
I hate stairs.
Compromise is tough, but these two won't have to compromise when they bundle renters and car insurance with Geico. It's easy, and they could save even more. In the end, Jane and Bob found an apartment that's a 4-story walk-up. And Bob?
Yeah, there's a freight elevator she doesn't know about.
What were you talking about?
Oh, nothing.
Bundling without compromise at geico.com.
Attention. This is a special alert for all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an overpriced auto warranty or no warranty coverage at all. Due to the increase of new and used car prices, repair costs, and the price of gas, people are keeping their cars longer than ever, which is why CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-840-1546. Vehicle Protection Plan pricing is at an all-time low. Plus, drivers who purchase this coverage today will receive rental car options, free roadside assistance, and free towing. Call 800-840-1546 now for your free quick quote. That's 800-840-1546. What do you have to lose? Call 800-840-1546. Again, 800-840-1546.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code Bubba at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.
It's 10 minutes till top of the hour, leaning on 9 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show brought to you by allform.com/Bubba. You know, with fall here and being comfortable in your own home, it's important. You know, the weekend, maybe getting out on the back deck, screened-in porch area. It's kind of time to do that, right? Well, Allform makes outstanding, high-quality, handmade-in-America furniture, offering a flexible, modern design to fit any room or any situation that you have, from armchairs, sofas, sectionals, and love seats. They have you covered at all affordable prices. And what we love, too, is Allform is really they're great about furniture. It's all customized. Yeah, to fit your needs. So you get involved. You can customize it exactly the way you want it, and it arrives straight to your door from a factory in North Carolina. So no supply chain or labor worries. So no worry about that. You pick your fabric, color, leg types, plus sofa sizes and shapes, and it's all shipped right to your door. Go to allform.com/Bubba. Furniture arrives fast, and shipping is always free. Think about it. In just a couple of days, you could have it customized exactly the way you want it. And right now at allform.com/Bubba, you're going to save 20% off anything you buy and get a forever warranty as well. That's allform.com/Bubba. Save 20% off anything you buy, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Oh, and by the way, it's set to go. Tools free. Come on with it.
Tools free.
Who doesn't love tools free? Raise your hand.
That's
All
it.
right. As we are moving on, Helmsy, we sprinkle these in, and it really sometimes creates quite the discussion. Back to an emailer that sent us questions they would like to hear us discuss. And Helmsy, you have another one.
Yeah,
for
well,
us.
and I'll say this
pull
too.
another one out.
Because we've started this, and I love this. I love that the audience interacts with us. It's one of it through email, whether it be golden ticket seats, social media, whatever the case, out in the public. We love interacting with the audience.
Of course.
So if you want to send a question in, Helmsy at rickandbubba.com or support at rickandbubba.com.
I thought you were going to say Greg.
And what? Well, I want somebody to actually read it. And we may get to it. And here's my other thing. Listen, if we don't read your question on air, don't get your feelings hurt.
Yeah, we get a lot of that.
Because we do get a lot of questions. And I'm not going to read all of Tammy's because there's a lot of these that
what are you trying to say?
We're going to have to think a little bit. And I don't want to put you on the spot on some of these things. And so
when you get hung up on it.
Wait a minute. You don't want to put us on the spot?
Yeah.
You do that every day.
That's not true.
Yeah,
That's not true. But I love this, and I want this to keep going, okay? But don't, just because we may not answer it, don't get your feelings hurt on it. There's just certain things I don't want to ask y'all because I don't want it some of it turn too serious, okay? There's time for that. Kickoff hour's not that time.
Huh.
Favorite age growing up?
Ooh.
See what I mean? That was almost too serious there.
Let me think. 12.
Mine's 14.
12 because you're getting old enough you're aware.
Yeah.
But you're not so old that you got all that weirdness.
Yeah.
Like 12. Nobody expects a lot from you. You just get to play ball or whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
It'd be nice if you could drive, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Got to buy something.
Do y'all remember what age you hit puberty?
About 8.
Early bloomer, huh?
Because
I don't know if I've hit it yet.
Because around that age that you just said, some of the early
you start stinking a little bit.
Some of the early ones have already hit puberty, and some haven't, and they're all hanging out together because they've been friends.
Yeah,
and
you're on
you
that
have,
line.
You have one or two that's hit puberty, and the other ones
start talking. You remember when your friend's voice changed, and you were like, "What are you?"
How about playing ball when they're like the 2 or 3 on an opposing team have hit puberty, and it's like they're on steroids, and you're like, "Wow."
Something about when I was 12, I remember the baseball team I was on. We were really good.
Yeah.
So I love that. I love those memories.
It was good.
Yeah.
I like 12.
I remember, to your point, Speedy, I remember a couple of years ago, Brady had some buddies over, and Amanda said, "Who all's here?" I said, "I don't know, but there's a grown man down there somewhere," because the voice was so deep.
They do. Because some you'll have the kid who you're like he's never going to go through it. And then you got the ones that are already shaven.
Yeah.
So I remember when a couple of my friends could grow beards when we were like 15, 16, and I was like, man.
Yeah.
Because I still can't grow a beard.
Yeah.
Not that I care.
I think that's why Adler grew one.
Yeah. I remember when my voice changed. I had just voted. And, it was great.
I was about to ask you.
Right after legally drinking a beer in a bar. It was great. It was great.
But here's the good thing, buddy. Here's the good thing. You will look young. When you're old, you're going to look young. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. We'll see, man. I was up all night last night. With Ruby, man. We'll see.
those will age you.
The white hairs in my beard it's like one every month now.
Ruby not feeling good?
Nah.
Well, and it's not necessarily you having to be up with her, okay? Because everybody goes through that. It's what you have to turn around and do the next day.
Yeah.
You have to get up at 3:45 to 4:30.
Yeah, because the next day
come up
ain't
here.
going nowhere.
Most people just go, you know what, I can stay at the house for a couple extra hours, get my stuff done, and sleep in for a minute. We can't do that.
No.
She's just up with a cough. She's on antibiotics, so she's good.
It's that time of year.
All right.
How about being up with your kid like that when you know I can't go back to sleep?
I know.
Everybody,
and you look at that clock and go, okay, I still got to be at work at a certain time.
Yeah.
Adler, chime in on this too, because I'm not a music guy. I need to know y'all's favorite concert you've ever been to.
Oh, my favorite was the Commodores. It was the first one I ever went to, and it was when they were owning it. Lionel Richie was still in it.
Didn't know you'd go there, by the way.
And then second is 1984 Van Halen.
Okay.
At the
Speedy?
BJCT.
Y'all are going to be disappointed in me because growing up and even through college and everything, I never really went to a lot of concerts.
Oh,
I mean,
we did.
There would be maybe somebody at the amphitheater or something like that, and I would kind of go on over. But the first really big concert was when U2. And it was
at the stadium?
at the Legion Field.
Yeah.
And
That's a big deal.
It was. I mean, guys, you couldn't find
That's
a
quite
place.
a spectacle.
Oh my! And it was really more just the atmosphere
Oh,
and
their
all
stage,
that.
they always have something bizarre
That one
going
comes
on.
to mind. I think one of the first ones I ever went to, and this is really going to disappoint y'all, was Foreigner in Biloxi, Mississippi.
Okay.
And they put on a good concert.
You said we would be disappointed.
Yeah,
That's
he
why.
kind of looks.
Well,
down
is
at,
that not?
Greg
well,
looks down at
wait a
Foreigner.
minute. No, was it when they were in their prime? Or
Oh
is
yeah.
It, okay,
Oh, yeah.
that's different.
Yeah.
I love
Adler's.
Foreigner.
I was younger.
I'm
then.
just talking
Adler-
about now they're a tribute band because nobody.
Right. Yeah. No members.
You actually
original
saw them
members.
when they were a band.
Yeah. That was. I was
saw
younger.
them too, by the way, at the BJCC. They were really good.
Yeah.
The Bill Gaither Gospel Band that I went with
Yeah,
my grandma.
yeah.
I went with my grandma just
forgot
like
about that.
last month.
Yeah.
And that really was awesome. I got to sit next to my grandma during a
Yeah, so-
concert that she was just loving. And
That beats
That
anything.
was really a big deal. Either that or Slayer in Atlanta.
And those two are very comparable.
Okay.
You know, those
I
are very
love that
comparison. Well,
this is-
me and my grandmother at the Gaither, or when I went and saw Lamb of God.
This is when he would sneak over to Atlanta and see those concerts.
See,
remember?
where we grew up in Oxford, you're halfway between Atlanta and Birmingham, so we got all the. You either had concerts in Birmingham or you had them in Atlanta. Sometimes you had them both. So we saw everybody.
What's a concert that you're ashamed you went to? Like almost like ashamed.
New
to
Kids
admit
on
it?
the Block.
All right.
Well, does it count because I was taking my?
Nah,
I
no,
was taking my
no.
kids,
Taking
okay.
a kid does not count.
Okay,
You're-
I'll give it Rick Springfield.
Mine is Vanilla Ice.
Why are you ashamed of that?
That's the only thing I can think of. I mean, I'm not that ashamed of it, but compared to the other ones I
Right,
went
yeah,
to, like
yeah.
Def Leppard, Motley Crue, Van
Yeah,
Halen,
Right.
yeah,
Didn't he sing?
Jesse's Girl, and
Yeah. So I
he
wouldn't
had
be
a lot of- he
ashamed.
had
I
a
wouldn't
lot
be
of hits.
ashamed of that.
Well, he was kind of a heartthrob. The women, Lisa wanted to go.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I will say this:
Blame it
was
on
a,
Lisa
hey,
again.
It was a good concert.
Yeah.
It really was.
Adler.
I went to a Britney Spears concert with a bunch of friends, and I had to stand next to like a dude.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I wanted to stand next to the girls.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Was the Earnhardt's most popular track and fan base at Talladega Super Speedway there in Alabama. We had some of the interns that went. Justin, you said you saw the Dale Jr. interview. What happened there?
Yeah, I saw it, and I race cars as well. So I think I know what may have happened there. They poured water on his pants leg, and they wrecked right there in front of him. He may have just been flushing his toilet.
Yeah, yeah, it was a weird.
It was a weird thing. I don't know if it's a second or third. They kept going to Dale Jr. every single break, and
What's
it
his
was
last
almost
race?
almost annoying to him.
Right.
And I mean, what more can you say?
Right.
And so during one of the interviews, he just takes a bottle of water, and I think he's going to drink it, and he starts just pouring it all over his pants legs. And I thought, well, is that some way to cool off? What's he doing? And so I brought it up in the kickoff hour, and I still have not got any closure.
So this guy's saying since they don't have a way to go to the bathroom, maybe he was just cleaning up or something. I don't know.
I think that's a stretch, isn't it?
Well, they've often told us, we've asked that question, which by the way, they're tired of now because they've been asked it so many times, that if you're in a bind and it's just a number one situation, that suit's pretty hot, everybody's pretty sweaty, you just let it ride.
Well,
so I don't
he
know.
was washing some, but if that's the case, so we do that on camera, he knew that they were.
Yeah. Well, you're never coming back.
I just never seen it before.
So Scad Rowe is here. Now, Scad Rowe out of Rick and Bubba University, which interns went to Talladega?
Myself, Hannah Montana, and Can't Have Nothing.
All right, so had any of you ever been to a NASCAR race before?
We hadn't, no.
First time ever.
So this is the new fan base that
This is it.
NASCAR's trying to pull in.
Yeah.
I'm coming out of church yesterday, Rick, and I get a text from Hannah Montana, and she said, "Hey, can the interns take over the Rick and Bubba Instagram account at Dega?" And I said, "Sure, absolutely." And then about 5 minutes later, I said, "Hey, don't make me regret this."
Yeah.
I mean, we are at Dega.
We don't want to see no beads.
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, buddy.
So
what was it like for you to go for the very first time? What was your experience? Saw a good race, a lot of wrecks?
It was great. Hannah Montana and I had kind of dressed kind of cute. And when we got there, it was about 8 a.m. and we were like, we don't fit in.
They got there at 8 a.m.?
We did.
Why? Beat the traffic, didn't you?
Hannah said we should leave at 7. Let's meet at Rick and Bubba, and we'll leave from there.
Oh, my goodness.
So we met here.
I'm so proud of y'all.
Are you saying
getting there early?
Are you saying that dressing cute for Talladega was not necessary?
Yes. We ended up buying Dale Jr. shirts.
I was going to
and
say,
hats.
I saw the shirt.
Yeah. We ended up buying Dale Jr.
Well, y'all
hats.
been there so
Now,
long,
when you
had to
say
do something.
cute, what do you
Yeah.
mean? What like?
Like we were just kind of dressed like I was in shorts and like a nice like top, and and Hannah was in jeans and a nice top.
Yeah.
So
For Talladega.
Yeah, we changed.
Shirts and hats.
Yeah, because you're gonna sweat a lot. I told
Yeah.
can't have nothing.
8
the
o'clock.
other day.
Yeah. So then y'all went with Dell Jr. T-shirts.
We did.
So because they weren't selling any of those that day.
No,
Yeah.
no.
That was good. It was his last Talladega race.
Yeah,
That
it
was a
was.
smart
Yeah.
move.
Yeah. Beautiful day.
It was
A little
great.
warm.
Warm and humid, but
Right. Yeah. But
How was that sun?
it was there for sure.
yeah. Now, did y'all have pretty good seats?
We did. We had good seats.
So
Yes.
so where did you sit?
We sat in Talladega Tower, which is really close to turn 1.
Okay.
Listen, now she are talking.
Oh
like-
yeah, she got the lingo down.
Yeah. Now
She does.
Now is this the end of the race when these are the
Yeah.
only cars left?
Yeah, it looked like Bubba's scenario.
It did.
Yeah. I got a lot
See,
of
I
those.
think
Bubba's
they may.
right.
I think they may try that out.
Yeah.
So who won the race?
Brad
Keselowski.
Keselowski.
Yep.
Yeah. So and Earnhardt Jr. what finished
7th.
seventh?
Yeah.
But he
Greg's
was
a little disappointed.
3 to go. He was in third.
yeah.
And everybody's thinking, "Hey, here he comes."
He said his car wasn't. He couldn't get nobody to go with him because he said my car wasn't performing well, and everybody knew it, so they wouldn't go
Plus,
with him.
it took a tinkle in his pants and washed it off.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yes.
I got my own theory.
Uh-huh.
You got a theory?
What is
I
your
don't know.
theory, Greg?
It's just the past few years. He just hadn't been
Greg,
the
don't go
same.
here.
I'm just going to say this. They showed the stats.
Here we
From
go.
2001, I think, to 2006, he won 5 out of 7 Talladega races and finished second in the other 2. And then all of a sudden, there's just a huge drop off. I don't know. Maybe holding on a little tight. I don't know.
After the wreck?
Like you don't want to engage.
You're saying after the
I may be completely wrong. I'm not going to say. It's just.
Are you going
but when
days-
you dominate that much in restricted plate racing, and then from then till now, it's pretty much you hadn't done anything.
And you didn't like
Are
to
you
get
saying engage Maverick? Engage?
Are you going Days of Thunder?
I'm just saying you got to
Or Top Gun?
What was he upset about? Upset about being in that car?
I don't know.
Rick.
And yet again, his car.
Done it deliberate.
I'm just saying that was when he was in the 8 Bud car. He was really aggressive. Seemed.
Then he had a bad wreck.
I don't know. Hey, look, a lot. He's been through a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But he's in his
Family's
Hendrick.
been through a lot. You can't help but that be in your mind.
The past few
Yeah.
years, he's had probably the best equipment available. I'll say that.
There he goes.
I'm just saying you got to look at all that.
Did you since
But
you
he's
never
third.
been in the NASCAR culture, did you fit in pretty good, Scan?
Well, my dad's watched it my whole life.
Okay, so you knew the lingo and all
I
that?
did. Like I had to explain some stuff to Hannah. But, yes,
Yeah.
but I've grown up around it my whole life.
Did
so.
y'all have any trouble leaving when it was all over?
It took a while to get to the interstate because we parked across from the track, and so getting out of that parking area was really easy. But once we were on the road, it took a while.
What about the crowd? They have a good crowd?
Oh yeah.
It was really packed.
It looked really good on TV.
Yeah. I
Had
saw
a good
that.
turnout.
Yeah. Well, that was good. So it's a successful day. What was did y'all? They usually have a concession stand thing that's supposed to be like a heart attack and two hands on a heart
Right.
attack.
A big meatball.
Did it
and all
have
that.
any
Yeah,
kind of weird,
meatball
weird
thing, yeah.
concession this time? A big giant meatball or anything?
I didn't see any of that.
Okay. Because usually they have. Who knows? Somebody might have filed a lawsuit.
You remember they
Wasn't it
brought
2
all of
pounds? Wasn't it like 2 pounds of meat or something?
There was some kind of meatball wrap.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
It is 6 minutes. 6 minutes past the hour. Oh, yeah. Rick and Bubba, we are here, and we are ready to move through another hour, another day, as we're grinding through another week together. And we are thankful that you are here today. This hour starts, as you know, with our national anthem. is 8.5 minutes past the hour. Let's go. You have the Rick and Bubba Show. Nearly 30 years. 28 years and 10 months we've been at it. Bubba and I have been piddling at this thing, though, for about 30 years, if you put it all together. And we continue to show up and do another one. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba, all here, ready to move forward. And you can get all the Rick and Bubba content you can stand, either live or archived on your own time. Rick, what are all the options? Well, go to rickandbubba.com. They are all there. And we thank you for being with us, whichever way you choose. And we even like you being with us if you didn't choose it and somebody made you. We'll take you any way we can get you. Will of Meat, still around, hadn't spun yet. Could happen on the program today. We got a lot of updates, but let's get him in here. The silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess?
You know, I know a lot of people have covered that song and done their own versions, but I got to tell you, you're just not going to beat the Bee Gees.
No.
I mean, it's just the best version.
Yeah.
They did
a good job.
Hey, you know, what was that old guy that sang real good and everybody, but I never really liked him, Michael Bolton. Don't like his version. Look, nothing against Michael Bublé. Don't like your version.
No, it's got to be the Brothers Gibb, Rick.
It's got to be the Brothers Gibb.
Yeah.
Got to be. I appreciate the others. It's a fine song, but it's one of those songs that their weird voice, their style, makes the song better. Because I feel like he's really struggling about this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't know what it's like to love somebody like I love you. Right. The other guys sing it, and it's kind of like they go, "Look, we got a song, and we're good singers, and we're good entertainers." Mm-hmm. But when they sing it, I think the guy means it.
Oh, he does.
Right.
You know,
he's living it. You feel it. You feel it through the song.
He is struggling.
Are y'all hot and cold on the Bee Gees? Or are y'all pretty?
I'm all in.
Oh, I'm hot on
I'm all in.
Oh, yeah.
Rick, I know, is not.
Well, it's hit or miss with me, but let me
That's
tell you.
what I thought.
Let me tell you when they.
And I'll throw Andy Gibb in there too.
Hey, let me tell you this: when they hit the fat part of the bat, though, it's sweet.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't love every song they do, but I like a lot of it.
They're behind their documentary. The
That was
documentary
good.
that's really good.
Wrote a lot of songs.
Yeah, a lot of
tremendous
songs.
amount of songs. They're one of those bands that were around a lot longer than you thought they were.
Right. They owned it, and you know, there's very few that have owned it at that level and been that wide in their audience grab.
Right.
You know,
Oh, yeah.
you literally it's 1, 2, or 3. You know, that have done that.
All right, so we got President Biden on a hot mic today. That's going on you. I don't know if we can even play it. We think that Tom Brady.
I think you see the real attitude behind him and Hunter.
Oh,
on
yeah.
a lot of that stuff.
Sure, you do. And you also see that, once again, if you have a loved one that's going through what he's obviously going through, they'll drop an F-bomb.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, if
they
they're
will.
frustrated, they certainly will.
They will.
I remember when my great uncle.
Speedy will, too.
When my when our great uncle, who was like one of the godliest men there is, and when he got dementia and Alzheimer's, when he started getting mean and cussing, everybody's like, "What in the world?"
Yeah,
part of it.
We went through that in our.
Did you go through that too?
Oh.
Tom Brady and his wife may be headed to divorce. That's not good.
Well, we've been hearing that for weeks.
By the way, you'll find out today if you're a sports fan that high taxes can cost you great players.
Yeah.
How about that?
Got that today.
How about that? Hello, Jets.
Fauci's letting us know that the midterm elections are coming and we should be afraid of COVID again. And then we got
Boy, does he have a? I mean, he's like a one-hit wonder.
He is.
I mean, I'd like to see him pick up a sequel, a backup, a new release.
A new release, and then there's now legal threats from the protester who got tackled by the Rams players.
Yeah,
and we're still trying to figure out how much we need. How we gonna get this 60-second home run ball?
Yeah,
new details on the guy who tried to jump. Yeah. And fell down in there. We got an update on him today.
Yeah. So what was the Rams thing? What did you say? Say that one more time.
The protester's now suing.
Well, no.
He's considered.
How you like that, Mr. Bussy?
He's filed assault charges.
He's going to take his pink smoke and he's going to court.
Yep.
I hope they put him in jail just for bringing that up.
Bubba, I agree with you on that.
You break the law to get in to do something, and then you think somebody wronged you.
Well, not only that,
we
but
don't know what the guy had.
Watch the pattern that he runs. He runs across the field and turns towards the Rams bench.
Yeah,
that's a threat.
And Bobby Wagner, who made the hit for the Rams, the linebacker, he said he's more concerned about the security guard that got hurt. Rick, the video we saw, the guy really did get hurt.
He blew his knee up, didn't he? Or either that or your growing pull or something. Yeah. And the Elon Musk Twitter deal, they say, is hours away.
Oh,
and a judge might be slowing it down again.
Oh, come on.
So anyway, we got all that to unpack today. Yeah. And your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And Willow Meat may spend today.
You don't know.
WOM.
You don't know. A brand new
giant Willow Meat, G-Wom.
A brand new archive of the Wednesday Bible study is now available on our YouTube channel and podcast archives. Kind of the theme of Genesis 39. I'd rather be in jail and right with God than to sin against God and still be in Potiphar's house. We'll be right back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It
really was.
The big one, that's what it was.
So were y'all close to any of the wrecks? Were any of those in your area?
One of them toward the end. I think it was going into turn one, and we saw that pretty well.
Okay. So y'all had a good time?
It was great.
No trouble? Didn't have any weird encounters or anything like that?
Behaved on Instagram.
We did.
So y'all got there at 8, and then it was longer
Hannah
than
and I
normal.
did.
So the time you left, wow, y'all had been there a while.
Yeah. Can't Have Nothing got there a little later with her family.
Can't have nothing.
The whole family came.
Yeah, her dad, her cousin, and her uncle were with her.
Right. Now, I want to, we saw this, and y'all saw me send it to you over the weekend. There was supposed to be a person who got their legal permit, okay, and they were going to burn a rebel flag at 10 a.m.
What happened with that?
I did see
at
that.
10 a.m. at Talladega. And when you remember, I sent y'all over the weekend. I said somehow I get a feeling this isn't going to go well.
Yeah. No.
So I know it. I know at 10 a.m. Those of you around the country don't know. Talladega, of course, is in Alabama. It is Earnhardt's last race.
Yes. Right.
His biggest fan base is in Alabama. Earnhardt fans.
Rick, the governor called it Dale Earnhardt Jr. Day.
Right. It was officially.
And the guy got his permit legally, and the police was saying he can legally do this, and he was going to burn a rebel flag right there on Speedway Boulevard at 10 a.m.
Oh boy!
And can anybody give me any update on how that went?
I haven't seen an update on it. I don't know.
And what undoubtedly this guy is trying to make. Of course, it's a bit of a stretch. Again, if we're
he came from where? It's far off.
But listen, here's the thing again, Greg, and Bubba, all the guys. We have to get these narratives right, though. Okay.
I know.
Look, we all know, and I'm not a rebel flag guy. Made that very clear. It's a museum. It's a part of history. It's a battle flag. Got it. And it has been used, unfortunately, by groups that have made it be a controversial symbol because they adopted it. And that's the truth. If you want to get mad about that, blame them. But anyway,
there's video of him burning it or trying it. I've got
So, but the guy burning it, he has on one side a swastika, on the other side it's a rebel flag because he's trying to say it stands for the same thing the Nazis stood for, but it doesn't.
Nazi rebel flag.
Did you hear me? But it doesn't.
No.
If we
there are some Nazi groups that have
no
used
question, and that's why it's not a problem. I mean, that's why I don't have any issue with people being bothered by it because if you want to get mad about that, blame all these weird
people
groups
that
used it. But historically, if you do the history, if you did the history of the Nazis and the history of the Confederacy, there is no comparison.
No.
But I understand that white supremacist groups have used it, so I fully understand that. But But what was there any drama, or he just burn and go?
No, he's got it in a trash can. A trash can he brought. It looks like.
And
he's in a suit and tie, by the way.
Yeah, he's all dressed up. Got state troopers' vehicle parked next to him. By the way, I think the trooper car is a little close for you to be burning something. You know,
Right. This is not the first time he's done this. He did it a couple weeks ago in Dover, and then a week before.
So he's picked NASCAR.
And what's his point?
Yeah.
His name is Gene Stilp.
It's not even a real flag, by the way. He's made it up.
That's a double.
Yeah, he's done that. I'll tell you this:
the Confederate Nazi flags.
They did say of men in a passing RV, as flames and smoke were visible, they yelled, "Don't burn that flag and go back up north."
Okay,
of course they did.
Yeah, he's a Pennsylvania attorney.
Yeah,
They said these things have gone so well. Next, he's taking on a Leonard Skinner concert.
Hey, you reckon he's hot in that suit?
Well, I know he is. So
he's a little smoky too.
Yeah,
I didn't realize Jim the Crazy Side Man.
Oh, we're taking
It looks like Jim the Crazy Side
Is he
Man.
taking a knee, or is he just tired?
Well, no, we're taking a knee now.
Wait a minute, he's taking a knee too.
Yep.
For
Can you hear what this guy's saying?
Oh yeah.
All right, let's do that when we come back. I got to hear it. This is that mouth ulcer. I got to stick my tongue in it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. We have some guy that's going around burning a rebel flag / Nazi flag that he's put on one side, one on the other, and he's doing it at NASCAR events. So I guess he assumes that he can find people that, I don't, anyway. So
I don't know if I did. I mean, does he go and watch the races then?
Probably
Because
not. I wouldn't think
that's
so.
a real handle to get through all that.
I wouldn't think so.
I mean, if you've never been there, the traffic and all, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, and speaking of that, there's a lot of nat sound in the back, so you're gonna everybody's gonna have to lean in a little bit because there's nothing worse than protesting with a bad PA.
That commercial on 4 owns me, but go ahead.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Good. It is good.
He thinks they're talking about him. Yeah, I'm the flame. All right, you're on fire. I know I am. All right, anyway,
he's a Pennsylvania man, going to burn the Confederate Nazi flag.
All right,
here he is.
We're trying to get rid of this flag of intimidation and intolerance in Pennsylvania, and so part of the reason for being here.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. And we are pumped and excited that you are here for another day. And the leader of the free world is out there again. Hey, where did he go?
He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know?
That's here, Basement Joe. Bubba, it is tired and old, like you said about Fouch. Can we get a new song? As we know, anytime there's any weather event, and our heart breaks for the devastation, and we even got the news today, which is also heartbreaking, that most of the deaths were people who drowned because of the flooding, and that was that's not overly surprising, but meaning that was one of those things you don't really think about. You start thinking about the wind and the debris and the destruction, and that's certainly a problem. But what took most of the lives was the drowning of the water situation.
Yeah, and I don't know the details of each and every one, but I do know this: with the warnings, if they'd have just left, they'd have been fine.
Now that is true,
and that is sad to me because we don't heed those warnings, and there's very little you can do if you stay. I know people, my property and looters and all that, but your life.
Yeah.
You know?
So here comes the president. Of course, he has to get on the scene, and there's not a Democrat alive because they've all learned from, Saul Alinsky that if there's a tragedy, be sure and use it. And so we're now going to be lectured about climate change because there has been a hurricane, because you're going to be led to believe by the president that in the history of our country, this is the first major hurricane we've ever had.
Right.
So
proof of global warming.
Of course, all right. So here we go.
Colorado River looks more like a stream. There's a lot going on, and I think the one thing this has finally ended is a discussion about whether or not there's climate change and we should do something about it. But folks, I also want to.
Look at DeSantis'
Jill and I
face.
have had you all in our prayers.
Oh my gosh.
He's like, I got to be kidding me.
Hey, let me tell you something.
Yeah, how about this?
I see the way you and your family have lived your life I'm not sure your prayers do anybody any good.
Well, I don't think you believe that either, Joe, or you'd park some of the government vehicles that are driving around. You're the biggest exporter of greenhouse gases with government cars.
Yeah.
So why don't you park them?
That'd be like me. That'd be like me telling you right now you had a problem, and I was telling you, yeah. When I was talking to Kamala Harris the other day, I'll be sure and let her know your problems. You think, gosh, what's the odds of Burgess really being talking to her?
Yeah,
you know, I mean, I don't think Burgess has her ear.
So we have this. We have this,
him praying for me. I don't think he has God's ear.
We have this devastating hurricane, which happens in Florida almost every year, and that's evidence of climate change. But we didn't have anything the month before, it's been overall a very mild season. So what is that proof of?
Well, it also isn't proof of anything because, Greg, you went and worked Andrew.
Florida has hurricanes every year this time of year.
And that was a 5. When was Andrew?
That was in 92.
Yeah, and then you go back and you look at Galveston. I know we didn't have any warnings on that.
1900.
But you look at 1900. That appeared to be a pretty devastating hurricane. We've had
before all that.
We've had 4s and 5s.
Yeah, they just thought it was bad weather. They didn't even know what it was.
Look at Camille in '68.
Yeah, saying that this hurricane proves man-made climate change is just absurd. We've had hurricanes not as powerful as this one, and we've had hurricanes more powerful than this one.
And guess what? We'll have it next year.
Throughout documented weather history, which Bubba has said for years, and everybody needs to listen, is only a little over 100 years.
Yeah, we really only started keeping records around 1900. That, you know what, Rick? That's a lot of data before that.
No matter what
122 years we've been keeping data, and we're going to tell you about the climate of the world as long as it's been in existence.
120 years sample.
Yeah, Camille was in 69.
That sample does not fit well overall either for that argument.
But again, we act like that these 4s and 5s they're not. Yeah, it ain't like every hurricane's a 4 or 5. But you got a lot of 3s and 2s. But 4 or 5s are possible. That's not something new. Like, we've never had them this strong before. Yeah, we have.
What would the left?
And we had a lot of them. Every year during hurricane season, you have a lot of hurricanes. Some of them hit the mainland, some of them don't.
That's why they call it hurricane season.
Well,
exactly.
Can I say this, though? Wouldn't they lose their minds by the very same logic if the hurricane seasons that we have had in recent history, by the way, that were not very active? What if I stood up and says, well, the fact this hurricane season wasn't very active shows that man-made climate change isn't true?
Yeah, well, they would say you can't judge it all
do that.
on
You can't say that.
And as far as cost of damage, well, they're more populated than they used to be, too.
Yeah.
Way back when.
Absolutely.
You know, you hear our dad talk about in like the 60s when he was a lifeguard that they thought that beach property was worthless. Nobody even wanted it. Yeah. Now it's stacked with, condos and everything. As you have more infrastructure and people living in areas that they didn't live all them years.
Way more built up. Way more built up.
Exactly right. So, but then he goes to one of the mayors there, and the president's caught on the hot mic dropping an F-bomb. Now, I know we can't play that because it's
the president. I think you can.
The mayor has a dandy too. The mayor has a dandy too right after it. So it's not just.
So are they old buddies or something?
He said he felt to get like they were kindred spirits. That was his.
Yeah,
quote.
he's like, we're the same person.
But I think aside from the word he used, what he says speaks volumes about what Joe Biden really thinks about, and that's why Hunter Biden is allowed to do whatever he wants to do. And no telling what else. I know his brother's been a handle too. But
look, that family you talk
so
about.
Are we going to hear it, or we just want to read?
Should we just talk about it?
We could try. I mean, I've got it. I know where it happens, so I'll mute it.
Okay.
But you can kind of. There's a lot of nat noise.
Should I do anything over here?
I'll get it. Yeah.
Okay. Here we go.
Please. They're just hanging out, talking, shaking hands and such, and then, hey, let me tell you something here. I'm Joe Biden, and guess what? Yeah, and then the mayor's like, yeah.
I want to know how it came to that.
Well, because he's not
don't argue with your brothers outside the house. What is he even talking about?
I don't know.
Well, we can ask what's the president talking about these days a lot.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, what Joe Biden said was, no one blanks with a Biden. And he used the F word. Mm-hmm. No one blanks with a Biden. Kind of tells you the whole, you understand a lot more about everything.
Yeah.
Because that's how he looks at it.
That's his attitude. This bunch, I'm sitting here. I forget what show I was watching. That we've got now a voicemail from him to Hunter during when they did some article that was going to make Hunter possibly look bad. And here's the president on there telling him, "Hey, I've read the article. I think you're going to be in the clear. I think you're going to be all right." I mean, this thing, it's not up for debate whether the Bidens have been soaking their position in our government the entire time he's been there.
Yes.
And he's taking care of his brother.
You mean the big guy?
He's taking care of his son. He's taking care of his brothers. They're all soaking us.
Yeah.
And they've been doing it for decades.
Yeah.
And
that's one reason why the left's so worried about the midterms. Besides losing, they know if they do lose, then everything's coming out about Hunter Biden.
Well,
because the Republicans are going to have a hearing. It's all coming out.
They've cut deals all over the world using their influence in our country.
Yep.
Yeah, and Hunter's
to
just
make
not
millions.
that smooth,
Yeah, right.
He leaves a bad,
the
dirty
drug
trail.
the drinking and the drug problems.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Boy, wants to video everything.
Well, you got a picture of you with a crack pipe in your mouth.
Yeah.
But that's not normally good.
But listen to what Bubba's saying. What he said to that mayor is what he believes. Yeah. Hey, we're the Bidens, and you don't cross us. You don't mess with us. And the mayor says, "You're blanking right." And all I think is, what an embarrassment.
That's your president.
Was he in the mafia? I mean, what is it?
Well, hey.
Well, kinda.
Well,
kinda.
If you've watched how they've operated over decades,
look at the stories they put out and try to tell us are true every day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And we're also trying to make sure this educational effort happens here also. So when I was asked at Dover, "Are you going to Talladega?" and I said, "Yes, of course I am." And so here we are in Talladega, keep the promise. And so with no further ado, I'm going to, this flag, as I said before, is half of the
you don't know what it's called?
Nazi flag, half of the Confederate flag. The idea is that both value systems were totally misguided. They stood for hate, racism, and bigotry, slavery, white supremacy, and even death. So, right, with no further ado, we're going to conclude this demonstration by doing two things. One, taking a knee in respect for the NFL player stance.
Oh my gosh!
About racism and racial education in this country, and we're going to honor taking a knee, but also we're going to honor the First Amendment by right now lighting up this flag. So,
a lot of background noise.
Yes.
With me, it takes a little time to light up.
I saw the first thing I saw. By the way, do y'all remember what I said about journalists? Yes. Did y'all see him somewhere?
There's that person screaming now.
Boy, he'd like it to like it.
I hate to say that he doesn't. That's not the right Confederate
That's a
flag.
made up flag. It doesn't. It's
It
not
doesn't
the
have.
right.
Yeah, it doesn't have the white trim on the blue.
He claims it's got two. It's the Confederate Nazi flag because they both stand for what.
Right,
but I'm just saying the Confederate side is not right.
Listen, everybody.
There's some people hollering.
He
telling him to
really
go
wishes
home.
it would light better.
Boy, I tell you,
I mean, come
look,
on,
if I'm
dude.
going to have a demonstration, I'm going to put something really flammable on it.
Yeah, you know why it doesn't look like the real flag? Because there's not a real flag that has the Nazi flag on the other side.
No, that's
he
right.
He had to make one.
It's
and
kinda
he didn't.
cheap.
And he didn't get it right.
Look, it's like he cut the stars out and glued them on. Or
Yeah,
something.
some people are going by and go, "What country are you mad at?" They don't even know what that flag is. It doesn't look enough like the Confederate
Well,
flag.
the blue bars are supposed to have a white trim on
Policy,
them.
and I think NASCAR, I have to respect NASCAR's policy of not bringing the Confederate flag to NASCAR events. So here we are.
Oh, is that why he said he did that?
I wish a beer bottle would just fly up and hit him right in the head.
Guys, remember what I told you about Michael Moore? Look right over there in the corner.
I know.
They all look exactly like that.
Misguided value
Still
systems
tucking.
that we are putting into the trash bin of history.
Okay, thank you.
Boy, you did it there, boy.
Boy,
Thank you.
You showed everybody.
Woo.
You
And
showed
the
them.
world has changed now.
Right, and after you did that in a trash can out in the near the highway of a NASCAR event, life just changed for everybody.
Look, and I know
he called it the trash can of history.
Well, here's the point. You're trying to make all these great speeches and points, but you have that real low, timid voice.
Right.
If you're going to be a protester, you need to get your voice on out.
Yeah, have
All
a
right.
mega
Rick,
horn.
I'm
Have a
that
little
guy.
better PA or something.
Anonymous caller out of Talladega said
I get
they know they were there for the event. They were assigned to it. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. I was there, which I want to know.
So,
What y'all want to know?
Were you assigned to watch the situation?
Yes, sir. I sure was.
Yeah, we just heard it play, but it didn't seem like there was a whole lot of reaction to it. Was it really that big a deal? I mean, he's out there by Speedway Boulevard. Did you have any issues at all with him?
Did not have any issues. He was actually right there where the airport entrance is, crossing the short track.
Yeah.
So, there wasn't really that much traffic, walking traffic in that area. So, I think we had one person ride by and said, "Don't burn the flag."
Yeah.
But yeah, we were prepared if things went awry.
Yeah.
I wish they would have.
But everything went great.
Yeah. Well, he has a right to express himself. He got the paperwork. He got him a trash can, and did you sense when it was over that racial issues in our country were resolved almost in a moment's notice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks. That fixed it all. Especially when he took the knee there.
Yeah, he took a knee. See, this is all just a bunch of.
I guarantee you, he was the only man in a suit and a tie there.
Yeah,
I promise you.
Well,
that.
except for a couple of interns who were dressed.
Look,
cute.
you can at least understand what he's wanting to do with the Nazi flag and the Confederate flag. If that's his thing and the way he sees it and all that, it's fine. But I don't get the taking of a knee during all that too.
We're knee
Bubba. He's rolling in too many protests into one event.
Is.
He's going to get issue confusion.
Right, and because what I wanted to ask him on that now, is this the pregame knee or is this during the anthem?
Yeah,
knee?
Right.
Which knee is this one?
But even
he didn't have anybody to lock arms with.
Saying that, he didn't have the American flag or the anthem. He had some flag he made up, so it really didn't apply to what they were kneeling at.
No, you're right.
I hate to say it.
35 minutes past the hour. So as we make our way back, I'm sitting here feeling good, energetic. A lot of that has to do with the fact that I've already knocked back some Field of Greens already. 2 shakes a day, fieldofgreens.com. I'm already on, I think, order number 3 that I've ordered from fieldofgreens.com because I love the product. I usually get 2 tubs in order, and then I work through those, and when I see I'm getting toward the end, I order some more. I'm loving this product. I really am, because, we all try to do a little bit better. But when it comes to the nutrition part of things, that nutrition part's hard to pull off sometimes. We really need to be eating from all the food groups in moderation, but that's easier said than done in the way we all move here as Americans. We're movers and shakers. We're on the go. Here we go. We're not like a lot of other parts of the country where they kind of lay back and, they always say to Americans anytime I'm traveling around the world, what are you in such a hurry about? I mean, they kind of ease through and all that. We're kind of go-getters and movers and shakers. Well, the beautiful thing is Field of Greens has put together this delicious superfood that will make sure that you get the recommended 6 cups a day of veggies and fruits. You just simply go to fieldofgreens.com, and you're going to see that clean energy. You're like, man, I feel like I'm not dragging, and why? Because it would be like you driving a car that is not properly fueled. It hasn't had the oil changed, and you're like, why is my car running rough? Well, I'll tell you why, because it's not getting the fuel it needs. It's not getting what it needs, and our body is designed, and it is needing certain things, and with fieldofgreens.com, you're getting it, and your body will experience the difference. So if you care about gluten, not a problem there. It's gluten-free. If you like organic, got that covered. If you like certified non-GMO, got it. If you're someone that you're not eating meat, I don't fully understand you, but if that's your thing, it's vegan, no problem there. So if you want to get fieldofgreens.com for yourself, then just simply go to that website. But you want to take our code with you, Bubba, because that's going to save you 15% off the first order, then 10% off any future orders. Fieldofgreens.com, code Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, I almost don't want to do this story because I know how bad it's going to upset you. Now, you remember we had the protester, I think we did on Monday's show. If not, it was Tuesday's show.
Yeah, Tuesday.
Yeah, because this was Monday Night Football, wasn't it? So we had the protester that ran on the field, somebody who's devoted their life to something that I'm not sure there's even a need, and that is the plight of animals, as if animals have some tough plight. And I don't know how we get people to care about animals by running on a football field with pink smoke. I thought when I saw it, I thought, well, it's October. This is breast cancer awareness. There's pink smoke. And I wondered why the guy could do it so many other ways. But come to find out, he's tied pink smoke to the plight of animals somehow.
Yeah, and in protest of, I think, 2 that were charged of, I think, in court now for stealing pigs in 17,
That's right.
18,
He stole
something.
pigs from a farmer, which, by the way, you don't steal people's things that bring them money. It is theirs.
They said they were rescuing them.
Well, no.
Please look at all the pink
All
smoke.
right, now watch the security guy in the black here.
Yeah.
He gets injured trying to catch this guy. See, and see he's
hurt.
Yeah,
He's hurt.
I don't know if that's a growing like he did the splits. Yeah. So
Rick, I'm holding my smoke above my head while I'm running.
That's
bad.
But anyway, so look what happens. The protester, for some idiotic reason, runs toward the Rams sideline and gets jacked.
In a big puff of pink smoke, he never sees it coming.
And there were 2 of them going after him. One of them got him.
Yeah, Bobby Wagner is number 45.
They almost high-load him.
He was the guy that got him. But if you'll see the guy, the protester is running, and then he turns to the Rams bench, and that's when
Not
they
a
said,
good move.
And that's when they said, no, we're not going any further.
Yeah, that'd be like me running through a dog pen, and I'm mad that one of the dogs got after me.
And let's all comment on the runner, how feminine. He looks like my granddaughter when she runs. Look, he's a little feminine.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
So
there goes Marion.
So he wants to file. He's filed an assault complaint with the police.
Correct.
Yes. Yeah.
Well,
and the Rams.
I hope that the
NFL.
I hope that the judge, whoever throws it as far out as he can, right out of the gate. And if not, I hope every security guard sues him for twice what he's asking for.
Well, Bobby Wagner,
wear him out so he has nothing left. And this kind of behavior cannot be, because you don't know if this is an animal rights protester or a guy with a knife or a gun. You just don't know. Yep.
So up to this point, he's just filed a police report for assault. Is that what they're saying?
Yes. Yeah.
Which we know that means step 1.
That's step 1.
Yeah.
I would if this gets before a judge, which I hope it doesn't. If it gets before a judge, I'm with you, Bubba. I would love to see the judge get up, walk out from behind his pedestal there, and run at this guy and pick him up and dump him in the floor with a perfect form tackle and say, get out of our court and quit wasting tax dollars. We all shouldn't have to be drugged through something that you caused.
That's right. This thing of me suing because I was injured when I was somewhere I wasn't supposed to be intentionally.
Right.
That is crazy. It's always been crazy to me. And I wish the judge would come down, Rick. He would get a leather glove and just slap him across the face. and then he would disbar the attorney that brought it to court.
I agree with you. And Bobby Wagner, as Speedy said, I'm much more concerned about the security guard that got hurt trying to chase this idiot than I am about this idiot.
Right.
And I'm with Bobby Wagner on that.
I think if we're going to play that game, this protester, the organization he's with, and they had it on his shirt, they all need to be sued by the security guard that got hurt.
No, the Rams need to sue him. The stadium needs to sue him.
Endangering the players.
The guards, the company the guards work for, pile them up about 30 lawsuits on top of them. So that's all they do the rest of their life is go to court.
Could I add a little caveat I'd like to be added to this? I would also make him sit down at a slaughterhouse and watch us prepare pigs for eating.
Oh, as part of his punishment. Really?
As part of his punishment. You're going to have to sit down and watch us now.
Really?
Yeah. That's what I'd do.
Yeah, we can't
I bet he
live-
wouldn't run on the field again.
We can't live in a world where people break the law and then feel like they are owed something for doing it. I know. Southern border comes to mind.
I know it does. Doggone it. Like one of the most inconsistent things ever. So, and keep in mind, Fauci's going to warn us again about another deadly winter while the border just stays wide open.
I know.
Right.
He won't speak to that.
Yeah.
And if he won't speak to that, hey, when is Fauci going to lose credibility with all y'all?
I would
He's
say
lost it with
to
me.
Fauci, until we close the southern border, and that people coming through the southern border have the same have to go through the same checks that people flying in on airplanes do from other countries, especially professional tennis players. That we don't even let Fauci talk. We go, I ain't gonna listen to that.
Another variant could come this winter.
Did I see the getaways this year are like in the 600 to 800,000 range of getaways?
Well, we know there's been 2.2 million come in this year so far.
That was the latest number. I
So
saw
these
Friday
getaways,
online.
they're not getting vaccinated or screened.
No.
They're getting away. That's why they're called getaways.
Get away.
No, you can't look at me in a camera and get on me about be careful of COVID and you got to do your part and wear your mask and boost. I got another booster. I got one I'm going to stick in your earlobe.
Boost me.
I'm going to boost you through the forehead. You know, all this kind of stuff. I'm going to boost, here a boost, there a boost, everywhere a boost. and then you don't, I would have some respect if you would say, and if we don't do something about this border, we're never going to get past this thing. Because I go, oh, wow, that's consistent. He really thinks this will work. But if you're telling all of us that are already here, don't be reckless, while leaving the southern border open, and over 2 million people have come in illegally, and over 600 to 700,000 of them, we don't even know where they are. That ain't even. How can you even? I would say to the person that said, "Hey, we need you back on camera." I said, "I'm sorry, I can't go out there. Till we do something about the southern border, I'm gonna look like a raving lunatic." Yeah. I mean, I would be embarrassed. I would be like, I just don't want to look that stupid. And now, if he came out and started talking about it too, I'd go, well, you know what? I don't know if I agree with him or not, but at least he's consistent.
Yeah.
Also, a little more NFL news before we move on. If you are a New York Jets fan, the liberals cost you Tyreek Hill.
Wow.
Tyreek Hill.
You mean the most explosive player in the NFL?
Hey, and the Jets could use him.
Yeah, if you want to have a good team, you better tell your politicians they got to get taxes down. Tyreek Hill says he did not go to the Jets because of taxes, because of the taxes in New York.
The state taxes versus Florida, where he went, where they don't have a state tax.
Florida's going to end up with all the best teams because all the athletes are going to want to go play in Florida. And they don't want to play up in your little city.
So what is that about?
Is that at least make you care?
What's the state tax in New York?
Oh,
do we know?
Who in the world? I mean,
does it say?
Can you even imagine?
I mean, let's just say 10%, which I know it's probably higher than that. That's a big deal if you're making multi-million-dollars.
Here's what he said: just those state taxes, man. You know, I had to realize I had to make a grown-up decision. And now here I am in the great city of Miami, you know, great weather, great people, beautiful people. I feel like, so here I am. But he said I was close to going to the Jets, but those state taxes, man, I had to make a grown-up decision. So the Jets did not get Tyreek Hill because of your liberal policies and your high taxes. Okay. Now, maybe something will make you care about it. I'm sure Tyreek Hill wouldn't have helped the Jets any. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show roars right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That was probably the worst Confederate flag I've ever seen.
And
I've seen fifth graders do a better job.
It was very thrown together.
It looked like it was cut out with those scissors. It's about 4 inches long.
I've seen some
glued on there.
I've seen
and
some
it wasn't even right.
Yeah, I've seen some handmade ones at Leonard Skinner concerts. It looked a lot better.
And he's not practicing fire safety either. He's down in there with it. Look
I
at
know.
him. He's
I know.
all the
If
way
his
up.
I thought the
sleeves
state
would-
trooper car was a little close to it. I mean, if that thing would have flared up and had a little wind or something,
Right.
you know.
Right.
Look at him. He's elbow deep in that thing.
Well, he's putting them in the trash can of history.
He drove from Pennsylvania to do that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Can you imagine if somebody would have said, "Hey, y'all seen that guy burning that Dell Jr. flag?" Then you'd have had some.
Then we'd had some.
Ooh.
Yeah.
They might have stuffed him in that can.
Yeah, that would have been. Did you ever hear what basically happened? Somebody that we know in Dover said, I bet you want to go to Talladega and do that. You know what I mean? Did y'all pick up on that? They asked me if I was going to do it at Talladega, and so I'm here to fulfill that dare. That's what he should have said. You were I heard you laughing in your office today, and anytime you hear somebody laughing in their office, you're like, oh, boy.
Yeah, look out.
There's something out there. And this is the list of the what are they?
Well, Rick, we went over the top 20 a few minutes ago. They ranked the football teams, and we're used to that.
Yeah.
The Washington Post put out a top 10 list. It's called Trump's 10 softest interviews as president.
Softest
ranked.
That's
so they're in order of how much of a softball they were.
Well, I mean, I'll take issue with one of these.
Well, yeah. The point is, I mean, it wasn't supposed to be, a hard-hitting interview. We wasn't looking for secret passages or anything.
And by the way, I have to ask, is this a racist statement? The term cotton soft exchange is used. Is that a racist comment?
These are interviews that Trump avoids tough questions in.
Okay, the softest interviews.
Yeah. Now, what is funny about that? Let me just work through these. Number 10 is David Brody with the Christian Broadcasting Network, and they give a little quote here about what it is, how it all come out. Number 9, Fox and Friends, the morning show. Number 8, Mike Huckabee with the Trinity Broadcasting Network.
His new show, I guess, that we just talked to him about. He just interviewed him.
I think that's what they're talking about.
The debut of his new show.
Yep.
Number 7 is Ainsley Earnhardt.
Is that Earnhardt?
What is that?
Earhart?
Earhart?
Yeah, boy, it
That
looks
don't
just
sound
like,
right.
It looks just like Earnhardt. We just talked about it. I thought she might be kin to.
Is it not Earnhardt?
It says
She's with Fox News.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Earhart. Earhart?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah.
It's not
We'll
Earnhardt.
go
I
with
know
that.
that.
No,
I know it's not Earnhardt.
Well, I'm from Alabama. I say it Earnhardt.
I agree.
mean, it's close enough.
I
right?
agree.
Number 6 is Sean Hannity with Fox News. Number 5, Pat Robertson with the Christian Broadcasting Network. Number 4, The Rick and Bubba Show, syndicated radio.
Yeah, there it is. And the Cotton Soft Exchange is just asking him for a liner.
Rick, just read it since it was your
talking about
your voice that they're quoting here.
Well, I don't like using the racist term Cotton Soft Exchange.
Right.
But if the Washington Post wants to be racially insensitive and use that term, I have to read it, right?
Yeah.
So they say Rick and Bubba Show, syndicated radio, September 25th. Rick Burgess. What I'm about to do right now is not classy. Just say, Burgess, if it's not classy, just say, Burgess, I can't do this. But if we could have you say this is Donald Trump, President of the United States, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show, we'd appreciate it. But if you don't think you should do that, we understand. And Trump says, I will. I should definitely not do it, but I will do it. Are you ready? And then he does the liner and says, if you ever switch allegiance, please don't run this, whatever it is.
You got to play it, Rick. That was the key to play.
Do you think that doesn't seem Cotton Soft, does it? That
Well,
seems
asking him for a liner, I mean, we do that with everybody.
Well, I will say
it's just they don't understand what we do.
Well, I will say this, though. Remember this also. They left out what the Daily Mail called schooling the president when I corrected him on saying Ray Moore, not Roy.
Well, see, they wasn't looking for that. They were looking for cottony soft.
Yeah. There's that racial insensitive term again.
This is Donald Trump, President of the United States, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Thank you.
So there it is.
Thank you, President Trump.
Does anybody else have that?
Here's the
I don't
long,
think so.
Here's the long one.
This is Donald Trump, President of the United States. Honestly, I think this is the first radio show I've done as president, if you want to know the truth. And you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
You know, technically, they've got the quote here wrong. But
imagine that.
Yeah,
journalists getting it wrong.
That's right.
I guess what they're doing is they're quoting the original interview, not the liner we got from it. I guess.
Right. I guess so.
That would be correct. Number 3, just so we can finish the list, Sean Hannity, Fox News.
He's on there twice.
Well, he is.
Yeah, number 2, Pete, somebody, I don't know who that is, with Fox News.
Seth, anybody know who that is?
Yeah, I ain't even going to tackle that one after Anshart.
Yeah.
Who?
Ashley. Number 1, in a very name that I love to say, Rick, Jim Gray, Westwood One Sports Radio.
Yes. So, and they don't like 0866 We Be Big is our number. Thanks for being with us. Will a meet and play could happen today, definitely tomorrow if we don't get it done today. But it is still available to us. All right, so we now are unpacking how the New York Jets did not get Tyreek Hill. He said, I really looked at the taxes. And
yeah, so check this out. New York state tax. Now, we're not talking about federal tax you already pay, which could be anywhere 40% or so.
Don't miss that.
New York state tax is 8.82, seventh highest in the country. But the Jet players actually play in New Jersey, Rick, which has a 10.75% personal income tax, or about 11%.
Hello.
Third highest in the country.
How about the fact that it's not the highest?
Yeah.
We got people living, is it California?
California is 13.3%.
Gracious.
Hawaii, 11%.
Oh, hi.
So when you play for the Jets, right off the top, you're going to lose 10.75% of your income. So in Tyreek Hill's case, him deciding to play in Florida versus New York saved him, Rick, over $3 million.
Hello.
just by choosing to go there because of their tax structure.
And he said he had to make a grown-up decision, meaning it is costing you players if you're a Jets fan or a Giants fan. Or you got a team in California or, we don't have one in Hawaii. No. But how about look at this. I didn't realize that there's no income tax in 9 states. I didn't know there were that many.
Yeah, we have Alaska, Nevada, New Hampshire, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Washington, and Wyoming. Washington is strange to me. I thought they'd be taxing everybody to death up there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, see, I knew that Florida and Tennessee didn't have it.
Right.
I didn't know about these others.
Right.
Did you?
You know, they tried to start one in Tennessee a few years ago, and you remember people threw bricks through the window.
As it should have been.
Were voting.
As it should have been.
Yeah, our whole tax thing is so goofy and messed up right now.
Be careful. He's going to elevate right here.
Yeah. I bet if you look close, and I'm doing the numbers, these with no state income tax, their property tax is probably way higher.
Yeah, they do. They make up.
They're
going to
get
places.
it. They're going.
But property tax, you do have a choice. If you don't own property, you don't have to pay it. Which, by the way, and Rick knows,
here it goes.
Property taxes is one of my pet peeves.
Here we go.
Because,
I agree.
Because we talk about our freedoms in our country, we don't own our land.
No.
The government owns it.
Here we go.
And we rent it from them via property taxes, which I think is the biggest crock against our freedom that there is.
They will take it if you don't pay.
And
if you don't pay, see who gets it, the government or the bank.
Yeah.
See who gets it.
And
first.
our founding fathers looked at property ownership as one of the most.
Yeah.
That was liberty to them. That was one of the biggest,
most precious rights you could have, Rick.
And then we turn around and allow the government to start taxing us on the land that we're supposed to own, and then if we don't pay them, they get it.
Yeah,
How did we ever let that happen? The founding fathers would come out of their graves and they would just sit down with every one of us and they say, "What in the world are you doing?"
I understand that county governments need money to operate. I got that. I really wish you would just send us a bill called a citizenship tax.
But you can't have our land
and do it that way. And
well, just we do that. We do that with the fire and rescue and the doggone library. I mean, they just send us an invoice, which I appreciate for the fire coverage, and you have to pay a fee to have that service. But they don't get my land if I don't pay it.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
unless it's on fire and I haven't paid it, then I won't. I'll be in a bind.
It's just embarrassing.
Did y'all? The one on the library really gets me because I'm like, how am I forced to pay for the library?
I think we voted it in at one time.
Yeah, really.
Did y'all
I've never
talk
even been
about
over there?
If Tyreek Hill would have chosen the Rams, Chargers, or 49ers?
Oh, he would have $4 million.
$4 million.
Oh, yeah, sure. So
that's a big consideration.
That's going to come.
Professional athlete.
That's going to come into play. Well, and you have to remember Greg's point, and I remember on the air one time having a discussion about the fact that our property taxes are so low.
I think our state may be the lowest in the nation, and I'm awful proud of that.
And the person
number one again,
and the person threw out about to support their argument. Well, I have a place in Florida, and this is what I pay property tax in Florida. And I said, yeah, but they don't have any state income tax. We do here.
Yeah, they're all.
Would you want me to have high property taxes and pay state income tax? Are you crazy?
Yeah, they're going to get their money one way or the other.
Right.
It's just under what column.
Yeah. So you have to don't use examples of property taxes in states that don't have state income tax to force your state to go up or the voters to vote for higher property taxes. You need to realize you can use examples if you want to of other states that do both, but don't use examples of states that don't do but one.
Yeah,
because that's not apples to apples.
Yeah, and once they get that going, like where your property tax, I looked at mine. I keep running total. It goes up every year. Goes up every year. The value of my home is not going up. Nobody's going to pay me any more for it this year. I mean, they may think, well, yeah, I saw some closings, but mine's. I'm not being paid more for mine.
Isn't it funny?
It's ridiculous.
And we've talked about
and
this.
you have basically no recourse. I know they have an adjustment board, but you go in there and good luck.
Well, you and I have talked about this forever. There shouldn't be a scenario where my house appraises for one number when you want taxes, and then when I want to settle, it appraises for another number.
Yeah,
I mean, how does that? I mean, come on. I mean, it is. Isn't it convenient that I get to tell you how much your house is worth if I take a percentage for taxes? Mm-hmm. I'm the one that decides how much your house is worth.
Yeah,
house is worth the one that's getting the taxes.
Yeah, boy, isn't that nice?
That's a great arrangement. Then you go to sell it.
Why
and go,
don't you-
what
why don't
happened
you
to
let-
that tax appraisal?
Why don't we, the people, get to decide if you even get to tax it or not?
What we've tolerated.
I'd end property tax. If I was a dictator,
We ought to
property
be
tax
ashamed.
would be over in the first 10 seconds that I was a dictator.
10 seconds.
It'd be the first thing I sign on the way to
You wouldn't
lunch.
even say, I'm glad y'all are here tonight. You'd say it first.
I'm
wouldn't
glad you're here. Notice what I'm signing.
you? Is that,
Kinda like
is that the
Biden
sound
did.
of you
Yep,
signing it?
Yep.
Kind of like Biden did on the pipeline.
That's right. I would do his pipeline, but I would give everybody their own land back to them.
Can't you open the pipeline as your second thing to do?
That's right. I'll be turning it over here.
Where are you on car tax, Bo?
Oh, don't get me on that.
So you pay all
Okay,
those
so-
taxes when you
so-
buy it. Now you got to pay just to drive it around.
Well,
And I pay taxes on the fuel, too. Don't miss that.
yeah. Well, let's look at a bigger question. Why do we have a car tax? I mean, why do we really have to identify the car, right? So, I mean, they can get their taxes when you purchase it or whatever, but the cost of maintaining that and that process of DMV is unbelievable. You know, so, like Tennessee, I don't even think they have one. You buy your car tag through the mail.
Right.
There's not an office you go to.
Yeah, to me, I understand we need to identify the car.
Yeah.
So let's just have it on there one time.
Yeah.
Why am I continuing to have to pay on it?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
And if we're going to have to meet the public, we need to contract that out through a private group. Like, let Walmart sell car tags, or Target or somebody. You know. No offense to the people that work there, but that whole thing is just too much money, too much overhead, and you're paying for that.
Yeah. Top of the hour, you got the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Because he asked him if he planned. All right, let's talk about Eden Pure, the thunderstorm air purifier. And I mean, Bubba and I have the. Bubba, you plugged yours in?
I do. I've been
you got it
using
in
mine.
there. Here it is, right here. This is the box that it comes in, and then you open up this box, and when you see the size of it, you realize that. Look, I mean, there it is. I mean, you can plug this into the wall and let it go to work, and it's called the Thunderstorm because it's that clean smell. Like a thunderstorm just came through and you walk outside and you're breathing that air and you're like, oh, hey, man, the air just seems cleaner. That's exactly what we're talking about. This, I'm holding it right here in my hand. It eliminates odors. It kills mold and mildew, bacteria, and, yes, viruses. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier, the technology, it naturally sends out these O3 molecules into the air, and they seek out odors and air pollutants in the home and destroy them. So, see, this is not just covering up odor or trying to give you the illusion that your house and your air is clean. It's actually going after what is causing it. And the price, oh, you're going to love the price on these. We can get you 3 of these for under $200 if you'll just get this 3-pack for whole home protection, 3 units for under $200. That's a fraction of what some of these air purifiers cost. Put one in the basement, the bedroom, the family room, the kitchen, anywhere you need clean, fresh air. And here's how you get your 3-pack for under $200. Are you ready? Go to Eden, like the garden, EdenPureDeals.com, and then our discount code is Rick and Bubba 3 because you're getting 3 of them. Rick and Bubba, the number 3. That'll save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Discount code is Rick and Bubba, and the number 3. And the shipping will be free. So get yours now.
Trump says, well, Tom is always pardoned. You know that. Oh, that's funny.
So there it is.
I got that on a Google alert this morning.
Yeah.
I thought, what? Nobody said anything that was controversial over
So
the weekend.
we made the top 10 from the Washington Post softest interviews as president, and they ranked them top 10, and we made number 4.
You know, quite frankly, Rick, I think when you look at these other stories, we're a number 2, possibly a number 1. I feel like we're a little underrated.
Yeah. I mean, who
but we're in the playoffs if it started today. So
you're right, and that's all we need.
That's a good point.
Who's in? We're in.
Who's in?
But what I want to ask this, really, Did anybody else ask the leader of the free world to do a liner for their show?
No.
I mean, to me, shouldn't we be number one? I mean, if they consider chumming it up with the president as being cotton soft, which, again, racially fueled comment, shouldn't we be number one?
Well, I would think so.
Now
I mean,
they-
we
now-
wasn't digging for answers on
Now
anything.
they
It was all in fun.
They
you know?
conveniently left out us, asking about McCain, who kept going against health care.
Yeah.
And we asked him about a number of things. North Korea. So
Ray.
Ray Moore, and we had to correct that.
Yeah, what about old Ray?
Ray. So anyway, so
keeper stack.
Right. So that's still out there. Yeah. And
Trump schooled by host on Alabama radio show.
Well, that wasn't very cottony soft when I corrected him, was it?
Well, I don't. Again, the
so
headlines are getting. I don't consider correcting somebody who's got one letter of the first name being schooled.
Well, again.
Wow, that's pretty.
But Bubba, it's clickbait.
No, that
right. I mean, are
It's
you
like somebody calling you Bobby?
Yeah. Are you going to really click on?
But that's not school. To me, schooling somebody is I take their position and I tell them why they're wrong and that they're absolutely wrong, and I've got everything they bring back circled, marked, and they look like a total idiot. That's schooling somebody.
But you probably don't click on the headline. Radio host corrects Donald Trump on Roy Moore's name.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a click.
It is a clickbait thing, and you see, and the problem is our media is drifting not from journalism but to tabloid, which is what Europe has been for a long time.
No question.
Especially Britain, and you see that we're headed that way.
No question.
Yep.
Well,
and we have it locally too. I mean, it's in our state and local stuff. It's all the headline very seldom says what the story's about, and many times absolutely is misleading to it.
Yeah. Well, we come back, this Harvey Weinstein thing, we'll get into this. Now, here's what happens when you're dealing with the emotional left. They started out because he was one of theirs and they all get a lot of money from him. They weren't going to say anything. And then when everybody started pointing to the fact that they wouldn't say anything, now, of course, then they swing, because this is what emotional worldviews do. They swing completely the other way, but then they find a way to still cover themselves by now he's the worst thing that ever happened.
Yeah.
And here's the sad part, all men are really.
Well, they've already.
Now they're saying, well, he really represents all men.
Yeah.
All men do this. And again, when we're dealing with this topic, why we ever let Hillary Clinton weigh in is beyond me.
But you know what? There's 2 points about what they said, and we'll talk about it when we come back. I think is very intriguing. And again, they don't realize what they're saying.
Well, Bubba, you know why? Then that would have to be logical, not emotional. Bubba, hello.
Rick, glad to be here, and boy, this story here hits home. I mean, this really hits home. I remember when this one came out.
The 40th anniversary of one of the nation's most intriguing UFO encounters.
It's one of the big three, I call it. One of the big three.
One of the big three. 40 years ago. Six minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from sweet home Alabama to the world. We will get phone calls in this hour. Will of Meat in play could happen today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of it.
I can't imagine what that sounded like.
So, Bubba, you said you had an update. You know, we got a lot of Supreme Court rulings going on now.
Yeah, the Supreme Court has ordered a Massachusetts gun law to be vacated. Massachusetts gun law. Massachusetts.
How do you say it? How are you supposed to say it? Because I struggle with that.
This is one I had to go. This is where I had to go to the closet and learn my S's. You remember?
Is it?
My name's Speedy. I was told it was Massachusetts.
That's what it is.
I think you're right.
Well, I bet you struggle.
No, that is 100%
Because
correct.
you're supposed to say like chew.
Massachusetts.
Correct.
I bet the teacher had to wear like a shield.
Massachusetts.
This also follows a case that was a 6-3 ruling earlier this year that struck down a New York law that required people to demonstrate proper cause to obtain a concealed handgun permit. And the constitutional right to bear arms in public for self-defense is not a second-class right.
subject to the entirety different body of rules than the Bill of Rights guarantees, according to Justice Clarence Thomas, who wrote for the majority. And this is the one I really like here. He says, we know of no other constitutional right that an individual may exercise only after demonstrating to government officials some special need.
Ooh.
So that kind of cleared the way on a couple of those.
Yeah, it did.
If it's in, hey guys, if it's in there, it's a right, and there's nothing you can do about it unless you change the Constitution. And there's a way to change the Constitution. It's laid out in the Constitution, but there's no way you're ever going to get it done.
Well, you and I talked about this for years on the program because it never fails when this debate starts, and we've had to correct it several times. It drifts because they've done such a good job of reprogramming us as Americans. Listen to what Bubba just said and Clarence Thomas just said, okay? We get arguing about this Second Amendment thing, and we start arguing like it's a privilege. It's not a privilege. A driver's license is a privilege. There's a difference between a privilege and a right. And that's what Clarence Thomas is trying to remind everybody, and what Bubba just said. You can't argue the Second Amendment like it's a privilege, because it's not. It's a right. And so if you start down the road with the wrong argument, that's the reason why you keep running. Now, if you want to say, well, how do we deal with rights in our country, and how do we put some sort of barriers to make them safe? Okay, well, then you probably want to argue from the freedom of speech clause about you can't scream fire in the theater. You probably want to go over there and argue from that point. You don't want to argue it like it's a privilege, because then you always are going to lose if someone actually says, well, the Constitution says what it says. You're treating this like a privilege when the Constitution didn't say it was a privilege. It said it was a right. That's completely different.
And it's uncomfortable to a lot of people, and I understand that.
I understand the discomfort too, but we got to tell the truth.
You don't want to see people walking around in your local Walmart or Home Depot or whatever toting a gun.
Right.
And the way that you protect that is everybody else have a gun too.
Right.
I hate to say, I mean, that's really what it is. And I go back to this time we were in Texas with Dan hunting, and we went to this place to eat. And he told us before we went, put your sidearm on. And I said, are we going to need it? And he said, you don't want to stand out not having one. He said, it's the safest place you'll ever go to eat. He said, if any idiot stands up and tries to shoot somebody, he is going to be shot 50 times before he gets around on it. And that is the safest. It is a mutual assured destruction plan, and it works.
Well, you know why people don't go and shoot up the restaurant in Texas?
Because they don't want to be cut down like cream cheese.
They'll be shot first.
Yes.
Or shot next after they pull the trigger the first time.
Right.
So that does work. But again, you can say, well, the Constitution, even with the freedom of speech, there's responsibility that comes with your rights.
Yes.
That's the argument.
Yep.
The argument isn't treating it like it's a privilege. It's not a driver's license. It's not a driver's license. It's a right, and you better play. If you want to put some limits on it, and you got some things that make you uncomfortable, you better debate it before the Supreme Court or before anyone who's constitutional as a right and responsibilities that come with rights. Not it's a privilege. That's that. I hate to give that information to some of you that probably we disagree, but your argument is all wrong, and that's why you keep losing.
And some of the people on the Supreme Court probably don't like the fact that people can walk around with guns either, but at least they are voting in a way that the law says and requires them to vote, not their opinion.
Correct. And once you decide, well, this particular right I don't like, so I'm going to give it up. Guess what they'll do next? Oh, so the rights are not guaranteed.
Yeah. Well, now we just start picking and choosing what the.
Here we go.
You know, that's the thing about rights. It's not supposed to be. It's not supposed to change with the direction of the wind and the public opinion of the day.
The Second Amendment makes me uncomfortable. I'm sorry. It does. I wish the Second Amendment wasn't needed, but because of a fallen creation with fallen evil people, it is. And governments you can't trust. Governments who always abuse their power. I wish those things didn't exist in the world we live in, but they do.
Let me ask a question.
So you better be prepared.
Yeah, let me ask a question.
Give me some recourse.
Because I was looking at Adler's video rundown list today. He's got another nuclear bomb thing in here.
I don't know.
What is
What are you trying to tell us with this obsession with?
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a virtual
virtual,
reality of what it would be like to experience one.
But why?
I think I have an idea.
Why is Adler so obsessed with giving us?
I mean, this is 2 days in a row.
These kind of videos every day.
Well, as Biden leads us to a nuclear war, it's probably good to see what it would be like on the ground level. Speedy sent me the video, and it's pretty wild if you guys want to see it.
Adler, can I tell you this? And Betty makes fun of me doing this. I really do like watching these nuclear tests, the footage of them. You know, like what you had yesterday, because it is amazing the strength and power of all that.
Yeah.
And I used to sit. I had a DVD with just a lot of these tests. And Betty made fun of me for watching it, but it's very interesting.
Yeah, here it is. Here, Rick.
I just
It
don't
has
know why
audio.
Adler keeps. I don't understand why Adler keeps doing this.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you know something we don't know?
Oh, they on the island where they're testing?
This is virtual reality. This is fake.
Okay.
But it's kind of. And there it is. That flash of light is scary. And it really is just.
Man, here you come.
Yeah,
The old shockwave.
Yeah, watch it. It's about to come.
Yep. The little heat with that, too.
Oh, tremendous heat.
It's just end of days.
How far off is this supposed to be? There you go.
Oh, there's your shockwave.
Get ready for it to go the other way. Now here comes a ball of fire. That's a hydrogen bomb there, Rick.
Thank you,
And there it
Bubba.
goes the other way, Bub, like you're talking about.
You know how the Rick? I can kind of tell you how this happens. You know how the phones are always listening to us, and they are. And then all of a sudden you'll talk about something, you'll start seeing notifications or advertising for something you were just discussing. The fact that we've been discussing this so much now on my Twitter feed, I start seeing some of this stuff, and I saw this, and I was like, well, this would be kind of cool.
Yeah. Now, Adler, thanks to you, all these people listen to us think we're into nuclear testing.
Yeah.
And they want
You know
us
what?
to see
That was
things.
wild, though. That was wild.
It's just it's end of days. It is just.
Did you see that first
end
flash
of
it
days
went
looks
through?
like.
That's when the gamma radiation gets you.
I've
Is
said
that
it.
what that is?
Yeah,
That's
and
crazy.
then you're gonna have the outflow and the inflow of the air, and then the heat's coming. You're gonna get the cooker here in just a second.
Well, I've said it before. If it ever happens, I'm gonna run toward it because I do not want to survive in the Armageddon that follows.
You're just running right at it.
I want to go see Jesus. I don't want to be here when all this. I made it, but I've got all kind of diseases and and my face looks weird. Phone calls coming up next. 866 We Be Big.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
UFO update music. Children of the Sun.
In our local newspaper, and it ushered in my lifetime the UFO years where everybody was seeing something, and it was in the newspaper every day. We couldn't wait till the Anniston Star got there to run and see if there'd been a UFO sighting. I mean, that was a big deal in the afternoon.
Yeah, the only thing I can remember of being a kid and there
That was fun.
and a craze that came through was the streaking craze. I can never forget a picture in our local newspaper of a guy riding through the Quintard Mall parking lot butt naked on a motorcycle.
Right.
Yeah, I remember that one.
They just had a picture of his butt going away from you. And for some reason, I've never forgotten that. But anyway, this one I don't recall as much. Now, I'm familiar with it now as a grown man, but because I put this one, I'm going to leave Travis since maybe I didn't hear that right, that somebody said they thought they kind of came up with he was trying to cover up for something. But I'll go back to this. I'll leave Travis in since I don't know. And until proven different, these three stories, something happened to these people. I don't know what. Okay, now let me be clear. I don't know what. I don't know if it was alien beings, it was demonic spiritual forces, but I don't think any of these people said I'm going out to make something up. Now
And
what
seek
happened?
attention out
and
of
seek
it.
attention
Yeah,
out of it. And you were telling me some of the things like the recorder left in the room after they were.
Well, let's do this. Let's go. There's a package. One of the local TV stations has a package. This is News 25 out of the Pascagoula area. We appreciate them courtesies to those folks.
All right, here we go.
40 years ago today, two men reported an alien abduction in Pascagoula that sparked national interest.
News 25's Gina Tomlinson sat down with a Jackson County deputy who answered the call and shares a story from out of this world.
We were just picked up by a UFO. These are the frantic words former Jackson County Deputy Glenn Ryder heard when he answered a phone call on this day, October 11th, 1973. At first, he laughed at 42-year-old Charles Hickson's claim of being abducted by aliens. But then he heard 19-year-old Kelvin Parker's cries on the other line.
That boy was cold sober. He was scared to death. He was terrified.
According to reports, Hickson and Parker were fishing on what's now a Signet shipyard on the Pascagoula River when it happened. Ryder says the two men were on this side of the river when they heard a zipping sound, turned around and saw a glowing light hovering, coming toward them.
Couldn't move, and the boy couldn't either. He said them three of them come out of spacecraft and come down there and picked him up, took him back in the spacecraft.
When Hickson and Parker were interviewed by Jackson County Sheriff deputies, Ryder says he stuck a secret tape recorder in a drawer and left the two men alone.
Figured they'd laugh, say, boy, we got them fooled and all that, but they didn't. That boy was still crying. He was climbing a wall. That boy was upset.
Former deputies tell News 25 they remember when the alleged abduction made national headlines. Ryder says the Pascagoula men passed lie detectors about the incident, had drawings made of what they saw, and were interviewed by UFO enthusiasts and scientists.
Scientists kind of say that come down here wasn't people, they were robots.
While Hickson wrote a book on the sighting and went on to tell and stand by his story until his death 5 years ago, Ryder says Parker didn't like the spotlight and eventually moved out of state. Fact or fiction, Ryder says we can never be too sure. But when he tried to pull out the recording of the interview years ago, he says it went missing.
They disappeared. I don't know what happened to them. I guess they come back and got them. They didn't want me to have them.
In Pascagoula, Gina Tomlinson, News 25.
Okay.
So you got all the parts here of a great story. You've got, lie detector tests. You've got people who obviously acted different than they did prior to this. And then you've got what evidence may have been collected now has disappeared. I mean, you got the full range here of a good story.
Yeah, and I do want to clarify, it's October the 11th is when this happened to them, and today is the 16th. So it's not today. And this story I'm holding says 43 years ago. That package says 40, so that might be an old package.
Yeah, let me see here.
And then it said this story was submitted in 2016, so this is actually the 44th year.
Yeah, 44th year. That package
mystery.
was
Yeah,
dated. I apologize.
Rick,
for
you
that.
know
that's
what?
all right. It's still,
you know what,
we
then?
needed the story, so it's fine.
The robots that came out of the ships messing with all of it.
So on the 11th of last week, it was 44 years that this happened, and we got the story today because we haven't talked about it, and at least we're revisiting the story. $20 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All 10 lines made available to you. A lot of topics out there already. It's your time to come in. And as we drop all 10 lines, that means if you start dialing right now, you'll get in easy. And then we'll get you set up. And because of the phone show format, we'll move through that quickly. And things that you might need to know. If you're going to be at Birmingham, Alabama, coming up this Saturday at Protective Stadium, our very own Calvin Speedy Wilburn will be the hype man. So if you're coming to cheer on Middle Tennessee or you're going to cheer on the UAB Blazers, you'll have fun with Speedy this weekend in Birmingham, Alabama. That's where he'll be. Some other things that you need to know at the Man Church Conference, the first one ever, February 24th and 25th. Those tickets have gone on sale. Got a great email yesterday from a men's group in Savannah, Georgia. Said, hey, we got 30 tickets. We got 30 men coming from our church. We're fired up. We're ready. We got some other things we got to get back to. He said, y'all going to have us out there by about 12:15 local? That is correct on that Saturday. So go ahead and get your men's tickets. They are reserved seats. And they are at the lowest price they're going to be offered. As we get closer to the conference, the price will go up, and the seats are limited, but they are reserved, and you can make plans to be with us to hear some of the teachers you hear us talk about all the time on the program that are part of Team Man Church, and also we'll have some praise and worship. We'll have fellowship. We'll be talking discipleship. We'll be letting you know the stuff that we're releasing in 2023, some new resources. And then, of course, you're going to have the high challenge from all the teachers that'll be there. Rich Wingo, Andy Blanks, I'll be speaking. Also, Recap Gray, young pastor that you'll love, Chuck Hooten doing worship. And we are going to have a blast. So
I'm rooting for Hooten.
Rooting for Hooten, man. Let me tell you something. He's a talented cat with a lot of talented kids. So I didn't know if he was going to bring the family band or not. But anyway, so that's coming up in February. But those tickets are on sale now. And ladies, good gift idea too. Let's start with Karen out of Alabama. 30 seconds. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. Karen, you're on. 30 seconds. Go.
Okay, I just wanted to say I'm originally from the state of Maryland, and I moved to Alabama like in 2016.
Smart.
Because they started taxing the rain in Maryland in 2014. The Republicans promised to repeal it, and they didn't. You still have to pay a rain tax, but they walk around that crazy governor up there that says he's a Republican, saying he repealed the rain tax.
Wait a minute. What timeout? Tell us what the rain tax is.
Rain tax?
We are so out of the loop on that.
They tax the rain. They use Google Maps to determine the impervious surface of your property, which is your roof line, decks, concrete, your driveway, your sheds, any outbuildings you may have. And then they use a quotient of rain, an annual rainfall amount, which actually is closer to Tampa than it is Maryland, and they multiply that, and then they tax the rain.
I can't believe what I'm hearing.
They're doing this to help the water.
Yeah.
But there are other...
It literally falls from the sky.
There really is one, by the way.
Yeah, it was implemented in
And they
2012.
tax the churches have to pay the rain tax too. Everyone fought it to try and get the churches not to pay, to get a waiver on the churches. But as you know, if you look around churches, it's all impervious surface. Look at the parking lots of churches. They pay rain tax on that.
Wow.
The only people that were excluded are the government agencies.
Of course.
Well, yeah. Isn't that funny how they do that?
I can't believe we tolerate that kind of stuff. I really, it's shocking.
Seriously, how you have not revolted?
She did revolt. She moved to Alabama.
Yeah.
How about this? You're going to charge us a rain tax, and the only thing exempt is you, the government. How does anybody not go nuts on that kind of stuff? One timeout is gone. Only one remains. Let's go to Curtis in Mississippi. Curtis, 30 seconds, go.
Yes, crazy lawsuits. About 10 years ago, there was a guy in Winnebago up north, and he put his Winnebago on cruise control, went to the back, made coffee, ran off the road, hurt himself real bad, sued the company, and ended up winning $150,000. And then the other thing was, as far as President Biden's hot mic, on CBS a while ago, the reporter said that Washington didn't see nothing wrong with it, that sometime all of us in our life has said.
Yeah, no surprise there. They're not going to say anything negative about it. Josh,
who says it.
Josh in Huntsville, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to see if you guys saw where the Auburn offensive lineman, I think it's Brandon Couch maybe, said that they were going to demolish the defensive line on Georgia.
Yeah, I sent that to the crew here yesterday. I
couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Well, it may be a sign of mental illness. I don't know. Even if you thought you could, you don't say that.
No.
And there's no proof that you can, by the way, based on I thought you maybe would demolish Mercer or somebody.
Yeah, it was.
Quiet confidence is always better than delusion.
It really is.
For sure. I don't know if you're trying to fire yourself up, but you're going to hear that every play when you're getting up out of the pile when you haven't moved somebody.
Yeah.
Well,
it's just I don't get this bulletin board thing. No matter how you feel about it, keep it to yourself.
Right. Yeah. I was told.
I hope he didn't bet the farm on that.
Well, I was told by my dad. He said, "You know something about an empty wagon." I never forget the first time he said that, and he was talking to us about this kind of stupidity. He said, let me tell you about an empty wagon. It rattles loud as hell.
Yes, it sure does. I will be using that at a tennis lesson coming soon.
I don't. I
hated to add the part at the end, but it didn't really work without it.
No,
I don't
really brought it
understand-
home.
I'll use it with kids. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't understand how anybody that their offensive line has looked like the Rio Grande this year, saying that they're going to go to the number one team in the country, one or two, depending on which vote it is this week, and you're going to obliterate them, I think was the term. Maybe he needs to be looked at for, head injury or something.
Back to what
I don't know what he, what in the world are you thinking, sir?
Back to what Helm said. Look, I appreciate you not being afraid and not being afraid of anyone.
And stepping up to the challenge.
Stepping up
That's
to the
fine.
challenge. That's all. That's all great. But making that kind of comment publicly is just stupid. Yeah.
You need to try scoring more than 10 points in the second half of any game you've played before you obliterate anybody.
We continue.
Oh, my gosh.
Audrey, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey guys, hope y'all are doing good. I saw this thing online where there's a group from the University of Alabama wanting to delete the word Dixie from the fight song.
From the fight song?
And I wanted to get your guys' opinion on that. Yeah.
Say that one more time.
They want to delete the word Dixie from Alabama's fight song. I'm surprised it's still there. But
the thing is, it's in a whole lot of songs.
Yeah, it is.
It's in Auburn's fight song too.
Mm-hmm.
I'd tell them to shove it.
Yeah,
is what I'd say.
I'd say
Power of Dixieland.
I would say
I'd put it in there 3 more times.
Yeah.
Well, it's geographic too. I mean,
Exactly.
I think we're just whitewashing of history's gone a little far.
It has.
Surely there's some other things we can concentrate on, like maybe getting more training and skills, like trade school things, and to help people elevate themselves, because there's such good pay in that now. Then spending time on this, it just seems silly.
Yeah, I think that first of all, let's get everything the history right on what the word actually means, as y'all said, and this spending energy on this kind of stuff is such a waste of time.
The scary thing is they'll probably change it. They'll probably bend to this, and it'll be changed.
There's so many more better things that you could be doing with this energy to actually improve somebody's life today.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So it's been 44 years on the 11th.
But what a weird story. Okay, these are two guys not looking for attention. They call into the sheriff, tell them that this has happened. They both are shaken up. They try to trick them and catch them talking among themselves that they had pulled a good one, or to keep it down home, or clean your story up, or get it together. They don't have that. They got sober people who are absolutely terrified because they have seen something they've never thought was possible. Now, that's unnerving.
I don't know what happened to them. I don't know what happened to them.
As they said, they had drawings. Yeah. They brought back a lot of information about it. And they said they were robot-looking things. They wasn't actually the little grays like we hear about.
Little gray. What do you think?
Something happened to them, and they believe something happened to them.
Right.
I don't think they're staging a story. And you've got the one who is an older gentleman who's passed away, right? And then the younger one who, would still be a fairly young man. He's older now, but
right.
He didn't like the attention and has moved out of state to get away from it. He's the one that he said was sober and was terrified.
Speedy, this is your area. It's Pascagoula.
Yeah.
What do they say down
was
there?
It, was it legend down there?
Well, what I was 4 or 5 at the time, so I don't remember a whole lot about it. I remember conversations of this, but it wasn't.
Yeah, but they probably talked about it for years.
Yeah,
though, even as you were growing up.
Yeah, but I mean, you would around Halloween, you would hear scary stories about it and stuff, but that's really it.
So what I'm saying is, you always got to look for motivation. Neither one of them profited off of it. They left, didn't want to stay there, kept being tired.
If anything, it made their life worse because they had to deal with it.
I think you're right.
And then to me, I had the sheriff saying where we left the recorder in there, so they would start talking about their joke, and the young guy was just terrified. So something happened to him. We don't know what, but something did, and I think something happened to Barney.
What happened to the recorder?
Betty and Barney.
I mean,
what happened to that?
He said somebody
come back and got it.
And every year it looks
Project
like
Blue Book.
I'm on this year's, and it looks like every year they resurface this story with the same quotes in it, and everybody's still baffled as to what it is, especially the way the two guys described they felt something and then they heard a sound and turned around and there was a flying saucer, that's the way they put it, hovering above them, and it picked the older gentleman up, and he said I was suspended and I was floating.
The question you have to ask, if these are just two good old boys from Mississippi and they're out fishing like they say they were, what is their motive to make this up?
Yeah. Well, and I have to go back, of course, this is just how my mind operates, and at times we're thankful for that. At times it's a curse. What's the motivation of the aliens to come to Pascagoula and pick up two fishermen and then never do anything else?
Right.
I mean, what did they gather in Pascagoula that they said 44 years we're good?
Well, let's look at it.
Right.
Let's flip it around the other way.
Right.
Let's look assuming that they were aliens from another planet or robots or something. When we go into places that we haven't been, or the Amazon or the rainforest, and we're studying different species of animals, we just grab one that's easy to pick up. I mean, we don't go to the, we get an outlier somewhere and pick them up and study them and, let them go. I mean, if it was reversed, kind of how we do the animal kingdom.
Well, normally they'll bring them into places and study them, and we can put them in captivity, or we'll go out and view them. Yeah,
and then let them go again. Some of them.
I mean, passing a lie detector test is, that's
no,
beatable.
No, something happened to them.
A lot of times we tag them.
Yeah.
And let them go so we can monitor their movement.
Right. The deputies agree with us. They're saying it's obvious something happened.
No
to these
question.
two.
Our phone calls continue to come in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. That's our number. So we're discussing, some of this revisionist attitude on the history. And someone called earlier and said, hey, have you heard the University of Alabama? In their fight song, it mentions, is it Dixie Pride or something like that? Something in there. I don't know what it is. But anyway, that the word Dixie, they also sing Dixieland Delight at the stadium, which has some bizarre shouts from the crowd that we've covered on the show before that probably should be more concerning than the actual word Dixie. But anyway, so I started thinking in the break, and it's interesting that we have a caller. Well, there's a lot of people whose name is Dixie.
Yeah.
They were, they've lived their whole life, and now their very name is becoming controversial. And we have a woman named Dixie who's on the phone, and you're not going to believe what she has said. And don't miss, this was simply a term for a region of our country of states.
Right.
It's not pro or anti-slavery, and it just means that anything, the word South should be removed. I mean, it's so anyway, Dixie, you have been asked not to use your name?
Yes, several years ago, I actually got called into my supervisor's office. The customers I dealt with at the time were all in New York. and I was asked about using my middle name, that it was considered offensive for some of the customers that I had.
Oh goodness!
It's your name. I mean,
what, Dixie, how did you respond to that? Let me put it that way.
Well, I was totally shocked, and I just looked at her and I told her, I said, well, my middle name is Louise, but I do not use that name.
Right.
I will not use that name. So either you'll have to transfer the customers to somebody else, or they'll have to get over it.
What would really have been funny if you'd have told her your middle name was Robert E. Lee.
Yeah. Well, I guess I could go by my middle name, Lee.
Yeah.
My name is Dixie Lee. Man, that would.
No, listen, I understand that, and a lot of that. Look, we don't want to offend people. That was wrong, and it was over a long time ago. But it's just got ridiculous now. Some of this, I don't know how you deal with that, and I believe I would have called an attorney. But anyway,
yes. Are you still going by Dixie?
I sure am.
Okay. What's your name? But I go back to, thank you for calling, but I go back to this again. I'm all about removing things that are negative with, some of the slurs. And of course, now I'd like for us all to get an agreement on that, as opposed to some people can say it, some people can't. If it's evil, we really should all decide not to say it. But when you get to something like Dixie that has a negative connotation, but it really just means a region of the country, it was a word for the southern states. Well, then we can almost get to the point, and you go, well, it's offensive, Rick, because it's Dixie, and the South at one time had slaves, and in the Civil War they were on the, the government should not outlaw slave side. Yeah, well, then we can get to the point where you can't even say South.
Mm-hmm.
You can't say Mississippi. You can't say Bama. You can't say, you can't say Mason-Dixon line. I mean, where are we going with this?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when you're talking about things that are just regions of the country, then you can't deem that to be offensive just because bad things happened in the countries that name represents. I don't see. I can't follow that. That seems like it's a.
If you want to play this out to a ridiculous end, we see now any group who lost a war, we feel sorry for them.
Right.
And they have to be taken care of and given special that. But you never see that with the southern states.
Right.
I mean, we could play that card out if you want to do that.
Right.
It's just ridiculous. Hey, y'all, check the calendar. It's 2022, about to be 23.
Right.
We have a great country with rights and privileges that have never before been seen. It has raised the standard of living to a height that we've never seen in the history of mankind. Why don't we all get on that wagon and move forward? Look, none of us are responsible for the past. We're not responsible for that.
No. Well,
but what we are responsible for is the future.
Right. Well, and it just we have no consistency on this kind of stuff. And really, to me, these are distractions, because when you look at the plight of black people in our country, and you go to someone who is highly educated, highly successful, and has overcome, generations all the way back to their ancestors to where they are now. If you walk up to them and say, "Oh, by the way, you're not going to believe this. We're going to see if we can't get Dixie removed out of a song." Of all that has been overcome, do you think they even care about that? And if you care about it, it probably means that it's been so good for you, and you almost feel guilty that you haven't suffered like maybe your grandparents or your great-grandparents, and you're looking for some plight of your own that really doesn't exist anymore, praise God. And you really need to be working on the things of that still remain. If there's bigotry still exists, no matter what you do to a football team's fight song that is just singing that they're a team that comes from a certain part of the country that is a nickname for the South. And if you say, well, but you know the history of the South. Yeah, we do. We also know the history of the Democratic Party, but we've seemed to let that go. And I think we should. I don't think you should judge them today on how they were in the past. But we're picking and choosing who has to adhere to presentism and who doesn't. If presentism is something we're all going to adopt, which I think is ridiculous, then it has to be adopted by everybody, not just some people. And that's where it loses its credibility.
Yeah.
It's handed out so unequally.
Rick, I hate to quote the Spice Girls here, but if you want my future, forget my past.
Right. Well, thank you, Bubba. Well said.
we got to move forward. Look, there's so many things we need to be working on: jobs, training, education, getting a good job, holding a good job, moving up the ladder at where you work, learning about retirement plans, start planning for your retirement even when you first start in the workforce. I mean, there's just so many cool things in this country that we have going on that's available to everybody. And we've always said that not everybody starts at the same point, but it's there and you can learn it, you can move forward. It's not like we're living in some of these countries around the world where you sadly live in a cave and your only opportunity is to be a goat farmer, which goat farming's fine if you make money at it. We've learned a lot about being a pine straw farmer the last few days.
Tremendous amount.
So, I mean, we have so much opportunity here, and it is available to everybody who will take the time to try to get there.
And just a tip, when you overplay your hand, that's when we start going backward. We go backwards when we overplay our hand. You have everybody agreeing slavery, well, I hope you do. If you don't, there's something wrong with you. The way that slavery happened all over the world was always wrong.
All through time.
Okay, all throughout time. The way black Americans were treated in this country with Jim Crow and all that.
Wrong.
Evil and wrong. Okay. And then you get everybody going, you're right. And that was awful. And I'm so, I'm glad that we don't see things that way anymore. And those who still do, they're the problem. But most of us don't see it that way anymore. Okay. And then you're going, I'm all in. Hey, hey, I'm all in. And then all of a sudden you get a generation of people that, by the way, were never even involved in it.
Right.
And they're all going, hey, we're all about equality. We're all moving forward. It's a new day now. And then all of a sudden somebody says, well, you're not allowed to say Dixie anymore. I'm sorry. And then what happens is then there becomes this resentment begins to build again. Okay, so it's never enough. Mm-hmm. It's just like when Mandela talked about when apartheid was removed. He wisely said, and unfortunately after he passed, some have gone down this road. He said, if we want this to end, what we can't do is now that we have been given authority here, we can't go back and treat them the way they treated us. Because if we don't move on from this, and he had the great line, it's going to be like us drinking poison, hoping they die.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you have to at some point say, we didn't like the way y'all handled your authorities, so we're going to be an example and not handle it the same way you did.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to overplay our hand and now go out there and start saying, yes, we're equal now, and oh, by the way, we're going to take your land from you just like you took it from us. And the get back stuff.
Yeah.
Because what happens is you overplay your hand and you get to the point where a person who might have had a point of view that was changing, they get to the point where they say, well, there's nothing I can do for you ever to forgive me and move on. And so
they quit trying.
They quit trying.
Yeah.
And then they begin to resent you because you're treating them the way that really probably their ancestors treated you.
Yeah.
And then they begin to resent that just like your ancestors did and like you probably do. And you need to be an example of how you wish those people would have acted.
Yeah.
Not, I've got the upper hand now, so I'm going to act the same way you did. And when you do that, it's still bigotry. You've just switched who's doing it. And you're also nitpicking every little thing to the point that people won't take you serious. It's just a bad design. And most of this, I'm going to say this, most of this kind of stuff, like Dixie's Still in Our Fight song, even though that just represents a region of the country, most of this comes from young white liberals that are trying to care about something that black people really don't even care about. Yeah. And it's like, I'm going to represent, which by the way shows that you have an elite feeling anyway. I must now do for you what you hadn't thought of. I'm going to be offended on your behalf. And really somebody may say, well, of color, I'm not even offended by that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but don't worry, I took care of that. And it's some sort of white guilt thing that comes across as patronizing, frankly.
Yeah. Well, the campus coalition that formed at the University of Alabama has got ways to go. The petition website has only had 126 signatures, and as of last report, Alabama has right at 39,000 students enrolled.
Yeah, that fight song is sung as a team runs on the field that is 90% black people.
Yeah.
I just don't think that it seems to be a real issue. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And look, even when I saw the articles pouring in, and now a news story, not one but two, you know, anytime Black Panthers are brought up, you hate to even bring it up because you know what's going to happen. But there's so much evidence in Mississippi today, we cannot go past it. I mean, we not only have one dead in one part of Mississippi, we've got one documented by everybody trying to eat at Wendy's.
Right.
Out in the
and
middle.
there's no mistaking grass. This is not a house cat. We get that explanation a
No,
lot.
I've seen some that I think were house cats. This one is not. And this one is probably as good a documentation as you're going to find. Plus, we have a dead one. Which was
laying on the road, which seemed to be one of the litmus tests.
Right.
How come we never see them on the highway? Well, we got one.
Yeah, this, and of course I must have got that email 1,000 times. But there's a full blown news package and everything on the one standing out in the field.
Yeah, we'll look at that
at the Wendy's.
Do we have Black Panther theme music?
Yes.
What did we use?
Janet Jackson.
Oh, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
I was worried. I couldn't remember what it was.
Yeah, so we'll do that for sure. We'll jump right in.
Make sure we got that because we used it a lot for a while, and then. You know, we've been so beat down about this. It just wasn't fun anymore.
Just like with any of the urban legends, your problem is when you get those in there that don't have it right.
Right.
And they have wrong. Like when people say, "Hey, what'd you think this is?" And it's like
people propagate it, and then it makes. When you get a real one, hard to convince people. And we've talked about this in other issues, too. It's the boycott problem.
You talking about the boy that cried Panther?
Yeah.
Or the boy that cried, sexual harassment. The boy that cried this. There's so many examples. But this time it's calm, it's level-headed. There's a full-blown news story. You're talking to sensible people that were eating at Wendy's or working at Wendy's, and this giant cat. This one, when I saw this footage, my first thought was, see, I'd not seen the dead one on the side of the road yet. But my first thought when I saw this one is, no doubt it is what everybody's thinking it is. No doubt.
Right.
In my opinion. Right. But is it indigenous or did somebody have this as a pet and it got out?
Right.
It's some exotic thing. Because it is, and again, this is pigmentation when we use the term Black Panther.
Look, jaguar, panther, whatever. It's a giant cat with a big, thick, long tail. It's not a bobcat.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this asks the question, will we have to open up some limited black cat hunting season? To keep their numbers in control.
Well, and again,
because apparently they're growing just out of control right
and
now.
In our state, we laugh with the Moultries and the Chuck Sykes and all those people who claim that we do not have them. This is going to be another example of animals that have an incredible ability to know what state they're in.
Yes,
and so
I mean, Rick, I would say that most of these Black Panthers, and I'm going to stay with the term Black Panther because everybody knows what that
we
is.
Called them. Probably one of the reasons when they say in Mississippi, this is the first time they've seen one in 100 years.
Yeah.
Meaning. We have seen one before.
Yes.
Which this also gives you an idea of why a lot of things are named Panther something in your culture.
A lot of mascots.
Right.
You know, and I said this a long time ago, I feel bad for the deniers because I'm not like, you know, when the global warming people see us as a denier, you know, they want to chain us up and want us to lose our job. I'm not that way. I just feel sorry for them the way they're going to be perceived after they've told us for so long they don't exist, and the proof just keeps, you know, it just keeps getting closer and closer to that day that I drive over to Dan's house with one on the tailgate.
Right. Well, the real thing should be, which again, trying so hard.
Not that I would illegally hunt it, but I mean, in case I found one dead.
I'm trying so hard for us to all get to the point where we actually can have a narrative that has truth in it. The thing to say is, these things throughout our culture and our history in America, in the Southeast, wherever you are. These things are rare.
Right. Now, in the Northeast, they have them, but they prevent you from voting.
Right.
But what we need to be talking about, though, is where are they, how many are they, and what their potential is to breed up and become a predator that will decimate hunting animals.
or livestock.
Yeah, and what we have here, in my opinion, and you can take that and nickel today and not be able to buy anything because of the cost of things going up so much. But this is it. When we see in Asia, we see the jaguar produces a black leopard that they call a black panther, which when you look at it is just a pigmentation issue. It's the same animal.
Right.
Just like we have coyotes of different colors, including black ones.
Right.
Okay, so over here, what I think we have is in our part of the country, we don't have jaguars and we don't have leopards, but we do have cougars. So in my opinion, what we have here, and in our part of the world, 8 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, thank you for being with us today as we work our way back. Dun, dun, boogie. You sexy. Relief Factor and the Rick and Bubba Show, we've been partnering for years. And all natural, 4 botanicals. You can research it for yourself. All of them individually have been researched and proven that they work with the body's natural inflammatory response. You can research that yourself. But the scientists and doctors at Relief Factor said, you know what if we put all this together and watched it work, and it's been working great for the majority of the people that order the Quick Start Pack. And if you haven't ordered yours, you can. $19.95 gets you 3 weeks. I take it once in the morning, once at night. And I'm telling you what, I'm one of the many fans of Relief Factor, and you will be too. The majority of the people that ordered the Quick Start Pack, they keep on ordering because they now see a natural solution that really helps with their struggle with pain that does not include the over-the-counter drugs that you're not supposed to take every day and the addictive properties of opioids that really the drug problems we're having with those have destroyed families all over this country, sadly. So anyway, go to relieffactor.com. I hope this works for you. For the majority of you, it will. And get yours now for $19.95. You like it, you keep going. If you don't, well, you know what? You tried. And unfortunately, it didn't work for you, but I hope it does, and it should. All right, so, Bubba, we have a video here. This is in Orange County, and a lady who we find out later, speaking of drugs, is on pills. Is that correct? And she is driving in L.A. on 3 wheels. Do I have this right?
That's one of the issues with the car. If you'll also notice, it's the hatchback's open, and there's just so many things wrong with this vehicle.
Okay.
And the things you see on the interstate, which could be really a discussion.
Yeah,
this
the
one.
things we see, yeah. All right, so.
What the heck is going on right here? This person's sparking, all doors open right here. I cannot believe this guy's car is even going down the 405 freeway, but he's making it happen here on 1 wheel, apparently.
Oh, she's already hit something.
Rather dangerous situation happening here on the 405. Tailgate open. There's no tailgate party going on in sight, but this guy is just letting it all hang loose right now.
Wow.
Front wheel is definitely out. Let's see what this person's smoking. Damn. Oh, look at it.
Wow.
How does she guide that car with that?
Get off the road.
She's waving.
Miss, get out of the car.
Yeah.
Are you on drugs right now?
No, not at all. My car gave out. I mean, I had somebody help me before, and apparently the brake did not stop.
Do you know you're driving on 3 wheels right now? Your wheel's completely out. You just crashed into this gentleman right here.
You almost
You're a hazard. You're on the freeway.
80 miles on the freeway. On the 3 wheels. I'm going to trade it.
You need to get out of the car.
I will.
Just get out of the car, miss.
Just leave the car.
You're on drugs right now. You're on painkillers. There's yes, you are.
Oh my God.
You are on some drugs right now.
Oh my God, absolutely.
Put your car in park. It's not even in park. Put your car in park, miss. Put your car in park. Put it in park.
Wow.
She touched it. She didn't move it.
Yeah, police are on their way. No.
Okay.
But there's something wrong with you right now. You're impaired. You are impaired, miss. Just come over here.
Wow, there's more. Your
And then
hatchback's
you
open.
get a view in her car seat.
Oh, there's the pills.
There you go. So
Yeah, wow.
Good
police came and
Well, I bet they did.
I don't see how she was driving that car. The front right wheel was off. The whole caliper
was just on the ground. The axle, was
and she's
I
looks
don't
like
see how
she's
she
just
can
on a Sunday
control it.
drive. Did you see it when he pulled up
Sparks
beside her?
flying everywhere. Good.
She's gonna need a rotor's turn for sure.
There's she's gonna need a lot of stuff.
Yeah. She's gonna have to.
Right. Good news, she's
That
gonna
won't
trade it in. She said.
Hey, but she's,
I like that.
Hey, but she's fine.
Oh, what?
Yeah. Don't forget the hatchback open.
Right. We're just. And it's obvious she hit something
She
because
hit
the
something, yeah.
front right quarter panel's all jacked up.
I think she hit it pretty good. I mean,
Yeah, she's already hit something and just kept
don't
driving.
know how the hatchback got up.
Yeah, tire gone. Tire gone.
Right.
Look, and guys, here was a.
Not just the tire,
But
the
I'm
wheel,
fine.
rim, everything.
But yeah,
Where I understand you have a flat tire. Okay, where is the rim?
Right.
The rim's not even on it.
No, it's gone. And so clearly on pills.
She's gonna need some Bondo.
Yeah, she is.
I'll need more than that.
A lot of Bondo. Well, you know what? It's. I mean, and she must have tapped that guy when they got to a red light or something. She just ran right into something.
Yeah.
And
Did you see the guy coming out going, what the heck?
He's so mad.
Have y'all ever had to make a citizen's arrest?
Never have. No. Hope I don't ever have to.
No. I've had to,
I've wanted to a few times.
I've called the law and said, "Hey, I'm behind this person.
Yeah, I have too.
Here's
You
their
need to mind your own business.
here's their here's their license plate, and wow, they're all over the road."
I love seeing like a commercial truck and somebody's kind of driving a little overly aggressive, and they have the thing on the back, "How's my driving?" and gives the number. Once or twice I've called to say that is not very good.
No, it's not. We don't like your driving.
Nope.
I had that one time I was in D.C. with my wife, and the truck like went through an intersection and then crashed into the gas station while I was on the sidewalk right there.
Oh man!
And then I told my wife, I was like, "Stay here," so I ran over to the gas station.
Picture it.
And I jumped in the back of the truck. Everybody's trying to get into her because the lady was passed out behind the wheel.
Man. Oh.
And by the way, the amount of people that started trying to break windows to get into the vehicle to turn off the car and get it away from the gas. People will start breaking your windows real quick. So you want to stay awake just for that reason.
They go to that quick. It's almost like they've been waiting on an opportunity to break windows.
Yes,
They got one of them
everybody
hammers.
was
and
like,
they
bam!
wanna
People
use
were
it.
picking up rocks like, all right, let's try the passenger side. I mean, it was wild.
And you were screaming, "This is a family convenience store."
I was like, somebody put the gas pump back in, all this stuff.
yeah.
I was
You know we're
pretty
in the
much the
middle of it.
leader. I was kind of like the leader of everybody.
Kinda took
and,
charge.
I was
Kinda the man.
kind of calling the shots, keeping everybody safe.
You're not bragging. That's just what happened.
I mean, I'm not trying to bring attention to myself. That's just what happened.
Aaron for real did go. The next thing I look up and you're in the bed of the truck. Was that necessary? I was like, look, people had to hear me. I was
He's
directing
in the bed of
crowds.
the truck.
I have to get elevated if I'm in charge.
That's right.
So
Made
people
you-
can hear me.
It made you taller.
EMS came and got her out. Everything was fine.
Well, LA needed you, apparently.
You gave her some CPR.
I did, but she was like, please, sir, stop.
Rick and Bubba.
Cougars are rare, but we do have them. Other parts cougars are.
I thought they said they were jaguars.
No. What this is my opinion. I don't think we have jaguars down here. In my opinion, stay with me now. It's a pigmentation thing.
Yeah, I got
that these are cougars that have the black pigmentation. They're just black cougars. That's what they are.
Well,
because we have cougars, and we know that over in the other feline category that we saw jaguars that had a pigmentation of black.
Yeah, there's a bar on 280. You can see those cougars every weekend.
Yeah, just
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, I think because of our part of the country, I don't think that jaguars were able to get to Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, Florida. But cougars have, because they've just simply come out of the West. So cougars would also have a pigmentation, in my opinion, in the feline world or even in the canine world,
right,
that they would produce some cougars that are black.
Right.
So that's what I would say. And we call them all panthers. But if we see a black one, I don't know why. We call
a black cat, we call a panther.
I don't know why.
Right.
We call a black jaguar a black panther, and everybody goes along with it. They even made it into the Jungle Book.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, but what it really is just
I
a
like
jaguar.
the name Black Panther though.
It's just a jaguar that's black. So
if you look at some of them that have been brought in to be studied, you can see the jaguar coloring under the black.
Yeah. I don't think you'd find these on the ones that are in our part of the world. I think they'd just be black. You wouldn't find the spots because cougars don't have spots.
I've seen a cougar out west in the zoo. It's pretty cool.
I have to ask the question again today. So common sense really is a superpower. I understand what's going on with this story, but there seems to be a logical answer to what they're calling a problem. The Boy Scouts of America have announced, with all their other ridiculous announcements lately, they will admit girls. and allow them to earn Eagle Scout rank. Of course, the only problem is the name of it is Boy Scouts. So what they're saying now, starting next year, young girls can join Cub Scout units known as dens. Local scouting organizations can choose to have their dens for girls and dens for boys. Cub Scout dens will be single gender, either all boys or all girls. A separate program for older girls will be available in 2019, the Boy Scout said. Now think about that line. This is how ridiculous our country and our society has become. There's a program for older girls, available in 2019, said the Boy Scouts. So there's going to be girls in Boy Scouts. Now, to me, as I sit there with my hat of logic and the superpower of common sense, someone would come to me and say, Rick, you do realize that on the female side of scouting, there isn't a rank that would be equal to the Eagle Scout that the boys have access to. To which I would say, well, that seems to be a flaw in our Girl Scouting program. Why don't we take Girl Scouts and the different female organizations? Then you guys should come up with a rank that females can also achieve that would be the female equivalent to the Eagle Scouts over in the Boy Scout organization. So y'all get to work on that and let's get that done. But no, see that makes too much sense. That actually goes, that's good. Now the next thing. Now, don't forget, the Boy Scouts also came up with what to do with Fat Scouts. Now, don't remember that one.
Oh, yeah.
Don't forget that one. You know, we had certain badges that you had to achieve, and it was harder for Fat Scouts. So what they did is they put together a Fat Scout ranking, meaning nothing demoralizing about that. You can't achieve this badge. Go over there and run with the Fat Scouts and get the Fat badge. Okay, as if that somehow made people feel better. You know, I know you can't achieve this because you're fat. And you're not keeping yourself healthy in order to achieve the physical requirements. So what we're going to do, so you don't feel bad, is we're going to put you over in the fat run, as if that you go on the fat hike.
If I win the fat race and I get the badge, you still don't think people are going to make fun of me?
Congratulations, you are the most outstanding Fat Scout.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You're the fastest Fat Scout we got.
You have achieved the highest level of fatness. Thank you very much. So now,
Thank you.
Watch what's coming. We'll end up with, if I don't know much about Eagle Scouts because I'm not one, but I know a lot of people who are, and it's impressive and it's a great accomplishment. I don't know the physicality of it. Does anybody know this? I don't.
I think you cover some basic stuff.
Because what I'm wondering, will we then also have to do like we've done in other places, say, well, we want women to achieve this same standard, so we're going to lower it. And I'm only talking about the physical part of it. We know that men and women are equal; they're just not the same. And they're mentally capable of achieving, great things. But when it comes to physicality, a female body and a male body are equal in value, but they're not equal in strength and speed and this kind of thing. They're just not, because they're designed to be equal. But
the women will say not equal in wisdom.
Yeah, and the female body is designed in areas superior to men, things like carrying a live human being and then birthing one. So it's equal, but it's not same. So I don't know what's going to happen here. To me, it would just make sense to say we'd like to see the Girl Scouts organization to kind of update and allow there to be the equivalent of the Eagle Scout on the Boy Scout side for you to achieve in female scouting.
The Swan or something.
Because when I say this, when in my headphones, it sounds like it makes a lot of sense.
Well, what they don't understand too, Rick, they are absolutely sentencing future females to a world that they're going to have to compete equally with males in sports and other things. And we've already seen this. We've had some transgenders go over and compete in weightlifting, and they just blow everybody away because they're built like a male's body. And what will eventually become of this is there'll be lawsuits and counter lawsuits, and they will eventually say you can't separate men and women in athletics. They won't be an LPGA or a PGA. They'll just be golf. You can't.
Yeah.
You won't be.
Six minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show from the No Name Studio out here on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And we welcome you to a brand new hour. Will of Meat is in play. Could happen at any time, today or tomorrow. Also, a brand new Bible study archive, Genesis 39, yesterday, now available on the YouTube channel and the podcast archives. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you so much for allowing us to do this for almost 30 years now, and we appreciate it, and we think about that a lot. I tell you, every morning we talk about it, don't we?
We do. Well, we've been at it a while, buddy.
That's right.
Been at it a while.
Here comes
Elon
Hey!
Musk.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
Hey!
Hey!
Bling, bling. By the way, it's shocking how much that sounds like Bubba's laugh in that song.
I know.
It really sounds like you laughing a lot. It fools me every time. Listen right here. That sounds like you. Every
Rick,
time I hear that, I think you're laughing at that intro.
Rick, I was asked by a fairly famous rapper to record my laugh one time.
There it was.
So
Okay,
I don't
that's
want to say anything. You know, Elon's got a lot going on.
Yeah, he does.
We just saw the Tesla robot coming out the other day.
Yep.
This is a big time for battery-operated cars. They're in the news. Elon has a crew in space that launched yesterday around lunch. I don't know if any of you saw that. That was a pretty cool launch. Beautiful day in Florida yesterday.
Yeah, I'm just keep waiting on Artemis.
And they launched satellites a few days before that from Vandenberg in California. I mean, there's a lot of moving and shaking going on in Elon's world. And let me throw in here, I'm about to own Twitter.
Hours away from a deal, but a judge says trial will remain on the docket for now after the company rejected Tesla's CEO's plea to cut his buyout price by up to 30%. So Musk and Twitter are close to ending their litigation, but a judge says, I'm keeping this, I guess, on the docket.
The Twitter wants $44 billion.
Right.
Elon Musk says that his evaluation is $31 million because of $31 billion. I'm sorry, because of fake accounts. But it looks like he's maybe going to drop that and move forward with a 44.
Yeah, but the judge says he's hanging on to it. It's staying on the docket, I guess, in case they can't get it done.
I guess it's in case somebody gets up from the table and says no deal.
Okay. All right. So it stays on the docket, but we think the deal is going to be done, that Elon Musk is going to own.
I mean,
Twitter.
we're only talking about $13 billion here. I mean, come on.
I mean, let's not
split hairs. Okay.
Yeah. Come on now.
Can you imagine?
Dollar.
Can you
dollar?
imagine? Let's see. That would be $1 billion is 1,000. I mean, for each one of, he could make 13,000 people a millionaire with that difference, just the difference in the price.
Well,
13,000. Come on.
That's a lot. So Tom Brady now and his wife, this is being reported, took a big step by reportedly hiring divorce lawyers as rumors about their marriage continue to swirl. His wife has reportedly been working with a divorce attorney for weeks as their marriage problems came to light. You know, they're in camp when he was gone for, 42 days?
Yeah.
Something like that. It says she has not attended any of his games, and now the legal experts are saying, they're weighing the possibilities of reconciliation for the couple and some of the biggest obstacles the two might face if they decide to go through, which hopefully they won't, the divorce process. If they go through it, what a dandy this will be. With these two, Rick, it all seems to revolve around him retiring and then unretiring.
Well, I think I think you can kind of see what was going on here. She thought she was about to get her husband full time. They have young kids, and then he decides to go back. She already had a kind of a vision of what life after retirement was going to look like. Now it's not there anymore. Maybe there's other problems. I saw one story, and I don't know if it's true or not. That's why I kind of have to put this into context, that she said that Tom has completely changed since they moved to Florida. Did you see that?
It's all the same thing. I think that's real.
She said she said, like, he used to be normal, and said since he's moved to Florida, he's put a sticker called Salt Life on their car.
Oh, I've seen that.
And he cuts all of his shirts off, and he's traded his olive skin for red sunburn leathery skin.
I mean, it was all
It's
kind of
almost
crazy
like,
stuff.
yeah, I read it too. It's almost like she's saying,
Joke.
"This is it a joke?"
Yeah, the salt life sticker. Yeah, that's what people in Florida do.
That doesn't sound serious.
Well, I know, but it was reported
picked
in a
up
story.
by some actual deal, and it was almost like she was saying this is his version of a midlife crisis, and I'm not putting up with it.
Well, the midlife crisis was, which I think is the bone of contention, is you won't retire. You won't accept that you're too old to be out there, and you're going to end up, in traction if this continues. And I thought we had all gotten to the end of this, and like Bubba said, I was expecting retirement life, and you have said we were in, and then you doubled back on us and went back to play again, and this has upset her, and so hopefully they can work it out. Some of these people say, look, these kind of couples, they'll go get divorce lawyers, and once everybody sits down and they realize what this is going to be like, they'll go, look, let's just try to work it
and
out.
they both got their own money too. It's not
she's
gonna
worth
be
more than he is.
Yeah, a money issue. But I bet historically that Gisele has not been told no too many times.
No,
but
or
really,
Tom either, probably.
Yeah. This is I'm kind of like, yeah, he went back, and I understand that, but look, this can't last long. Another year or two.
He
maybe.
looks fragile to me this year. He looks thinner.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to retire soon enough. Why don't you enjoy these last few years and not be a handle about it?
Yeah. So they got 3 kids together, two sons and a daughter.
Mm-hmm.
The oldest son, Jack, is 15, and he's a quarterback. And Tom,
Talking about pressure.
And Tom's talked about going to his games and basically said, I don't care how he plays, it's just a joy to be there or whatever.
Yeah.
But I just started thinking, all right, so what if you're Tom Brady's son and
That'd
you're
be
quarterback?
tough. That'd be tough.
Well,
to live
so
up to.
I'm an NFL quarterback. What am I doing on Friday night? I mean, couldn't I fly to see his game and come back, or what restriction would they have at that time? I mean, how early do they travel to the visiting site in the NFL?
I think it all is according to how far it is.
Yeah.
If it's one of those, I'm coming from the East Coast to the West.
Oh yeah, they may go midweek on that.
Something like that. But I don't know. It's you just hope that because of everything y'all just said. I mean, there's children involved in this. They're trying to figure out all the properties and stuff they have. It'll be a nightmare. Hopefully they'll work it out. But it seems like
America needs Tom and Gisele.
Well, their kids need them. That's the biggest thing.
15, 12, and 9.
I'll be honest with you. I think I could be just fine without them. But I think their children need them.
Now his oldest son's with the Blue Bloods lady, right?
Correct.
The actor.
Is that
Yes.
okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Jack. So Jack's with her.
He has to go to New York to see him play.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's-
So, all right, so
he's not in Florida with
Benjamin's
us.
12,
Yeah.
and Vivian's 9, and I guess those two are with.
Yeah, with this.
Correct, with Gisele.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
And I
the
think,
15-year-old Jack
You're right.
is with the Blue
The
Bloods
actor. Yeah.
actress.
Actress. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not like
it's
not like he's playing football just down the street.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to go to another state to see him play. But
But he said it's just a joy to be there. I don't really care how he plays. All I care about is his work ethic, and he goes on a little bit, but just being there to watch.
I would pick a different position if I was him. It'd be tough to live.
Oh, don't you know?
yeah, I didn't want to break this to Tom, but I saw him talking about going to see his son too, and he said, there's probably not a lot I can help him with, but I can help him with being a quarterback. But he said, like you said, I just enjoy seeing him play hard. And then he says he's clearly more athletic than I ever was as far as moving around. And I want to say, well, Tom, everybody can move around in the pocket better than you can. I mean,
that's not your strength.
That's not the highest. That's not the highest standard.
Defenses and being very active.
If your son moves around better than you, well, that makes him like most every other quarterback. But can he sling it?
Right.
And, can he sling it at the right time in the right place?
Can he run that offense? Yeah. So anyway, that's the update on that. We have I don't even know if I don't know if I want to do this to Bubba today. The Scooby-Doo story, I just don't know. So anyway, 15 minutes past. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That you won't have women's basketball. They will have to make the same team the men make, or what they will do is let men play on the women's team.
which means you'll have a bunch of guys out there again.
No, what's going to happen there?
With
is
the exception of one or two.
Well, what's going to happen there if we make sports genderless, you're going to have a bunch of girls sitting on the bench.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to be able to compete physically with the males, and it's not going to happen.
And see, that's going to go in direct opposition to the Title IX idea.
Right.
So I don't, what you're doing, again, and this goes back to a lot of shoot, ready, aims. You remember in the alternative lifestyle, we had born this way. Oh, wait a minute. Now we got people wanting to switch, so we can't be born that way.
Well, keep in mind.
They built their own trap.
You're right. Well, that emotional worldviews do that.
Yeah.
They don't stay consistent. They change with the whims of the emotions, which is the weakest part of our being, by the way.
It
our
just
emotions.
seems like there's other things they could focus on, their energy.
We have an update that Adler, this whole Adler thing, let's bring Eddie Van Adler, TV producer. By the way, Adler wanted us to let you guys know that on our YouTube channel today, the Professor Walter E. Williams YouTube video is there.
Yeah, I'm half a teacher.
And so you can go see that, right?
It's Facebook, our Facebook page.
Facebook page.
Sorry, it's not on our YouTube yet.
Okay.
Kind of had some problems with Facebook, so I've been focusing on that. And
So go to the Rick and Bubba Facebook page and watch it.
Or it's on our Twitter as well right now.
What about the daily documentary?
Daily documentaries, those are all there. There's 100 of them. If you want to watch them.
100.
There's 100
There's
of them.
100
Exactly
of those.
100.
So if you want to watch those are there as well.
So Adler, who was a little overwhelmed during the daily doc 100 days, has now said, I need to stop this on a daily basis. I've got other things I need to concentrate on. He sends sponsors stuff and does all this and has a lot of work to do. Things like the Walter E. Williams thing, he needs to get that out. And then one other thing he said he was going to do is he was now going to go out and do more community service.
Yes.
And that's
he said a line, Rick. It's all about the kids. That's what he said. It's all about the kids.
I never said it's
Now,
all
why
about
did
the
you-
kids.
Why did you-
something like that.
Look, it's always good to give back, help out, but now what was the motivation for this? Why the change, or why this line of thinking?
Because I'm a good person. I don't understand the question.
I'm a good person.
Well, you've been a good person for a long time. I don't remember you doing a lot of this. kind of thing.
Not for a long time.
Not a long time.
He has not been a good person for a long
not
time.
a long time.
Well,
but,
since you got married.
Yeah, sure. I've always been involved in stuff, but freeing up myself to do this kind of stuff it does make it easier for sure. Not working from like 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day. It makes it easier to do other things.
So I guess your calendar's pretty full.
It
with
is.
Stuff
It
like
is.
That.
It is, Greg. It's very full, buddy.
All right, so you went to an elementary school for media day?
I did, and no, it wasn't like an official media day.
Wasn't?
I was just there.
For what reason?
Just to come talk to these kids. Come talk to these
What
kids.
was your time? Who knew
Adler, are you calling schools just saying, "Hey, I want to come to your school"?
I'm calling around. I'm calling around to schools. No, I'm not calling around to
no,
schools.
don't call me to DJ. Yes, call me to speak.
It just depends. It depends on the day. Depends on the venue and the environment and the class and the kids and
location.
My schedule that week. Yeah, location, all that. Yeah. But
can I ask you this question?
somebody just emailed me.
I know what you think.
Is this something your wife wants you to do?
No, it truly isn't. It really is not.
Because that's a new part of marriage you may not know about yet.
No, it's for real. I'm not doing the daily docs anymore so that I can actually live, a normal human being life.
And do stuff like this.
Which gives your wife time to tell you she needs you to do something.
Well, it does. I've mowed the lawn, the front lawn. The back lawn just still needs to be mowed. But I
You
have
just
mowed
couldn't work it in
the front.
both in one day?
No, my lawnmower actually died again for the third time. Taking it back to him again for the third time.
That hurt.
Also, if the lawnmower is only worth like $100, call me before you put $115 into it. Just call me before
just
you do that.
let me know. I may want to just buy another one.
And then if you're gonna
for all that, you could hire it done.
Exactly. So, and if you're gonna not call me, and you're gonna charge me over $100 on a $150 lawnmower,
That's 6 mows at your yard.
You could make sure it's actually fixed too, so I don't have to bring it back to you for the third time. We could do that. We could all do that if we just applied ourselves.
You got a running theme on this.
I really do.
Car and your lawnmower.
You never get good service.
Do I when I walk into a place? Do y'all think they're like, that's a guy we're going to take advantage
Yeah,
of?
because
Can I answer that
vibe?
directly? Can I answer that directly? Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Turn your hat around right.
The only thing better was if it was somebody's wife. You know how they take advantage of women because they look at you the same way.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Not
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us today. But they're not too glad to see. Looking at the manchurch.com, October 23rd, 2 man churches, Rich Wingo, Crossroads, and Warrior, Alabama, as they roll through the men's discipleship strategy. That same day, I'll be at the church at Liberty Park, Birmingham, Alabama, as they are rolling through the first curriculum. And this is their second man church, and I'll be there. You can join us at either location. Find them all by going to themanchurch.com and just click on events and find a church near you that's rolling through the men's discipleship strategy. All right, Bubba, I hate to do this to you. I mean, I thought
apparently not.
I thought better of it. I thought myself, I'm not going to do it. Rick. Bubba, the fake world continues. We talked yesterday as we pretend that we are moving forward and evolving with the desires of the massive audience out there. Bubba, how long has Scooby-Doo been around?
Scooby-Doo has been around a long time, Rick, since I was a kid.
Where are you on Scooby-Doo?
I love Scooby-Doo. It was one of my favorite cartoons.
That's what I was afraid of. Producers of Warner Brothers, they now have their latest Scooby-Doo cartoon, just in time for Halloween.
Hey, Scooby-Doo.
Trick or Treat Scooby-Doo. And it has been officially confirmed that Velma will be a lesbian.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And she appears to get googly-eyed over a new female character.
Well.
Mm-hmm. And
there
so... Of course, didn't we already know that? I've watched the thing. I mean, it's. I mean,
it's a no-brainer.
This really would. Didn't we all assume this? But anyway, it's.
Greg has an interesting breakdown on all of this.
Really?
Yeah.
You need your mic, bud.
First of all, I mean, if you're going to pick one, it'd be her.
Right. Okay.
But Rick, we can't be gay, straight, or what because we're a cartoon.
Right.
We're not real.
You are correct.
You understand that?
You are
so
correct.
really, the storyline, it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say if you said, well, I wonder who that cartoon's attracted to. It really doesn't matter because it's a cartoon, and all we're going to do is go solve mysteries about ghosts and stuff, right?
Right. Well, here's
just like the Harry Potter, one of their characters. So guess what? No, he's really not because he's not real. So he's neither.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
Right. You're right.
I mean, I'd got away with it if it hadn't been for these pesky kids.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Guys, when I Googled just the word Velma,
ridiculous.
I just went to Google and entered the word Velma. Watch what happens. The whole page erupts.
Oh my
God! With flags and
Wow.
confetti and LGBT flags.
Unfortunately, they say the big line at the end of it because they really want to play to the LGBTQ plus community. Is whoever the villain turns out to be will say, I would have got away with it too if it hadn't been for that pesky lesbian.
Yep, I got away with it. That one there got
so
me.
good.
Good night, everybody. Thank y'all. Tip your bartenders and waiters. They're working hard tonight.
I mean, like we said, though, I mean, it's obvious who they would pick.
Well, here's the thing.
But they act like they're celebrating like a real person came out and said this. This is a cartoon.
Listen, and it happens again, when, like I say,
It's not real.
woke white people start patronizing. I can already hear Chris Rock doing a bit on this because I screamed when he talked about when the Peanuts added Franklin, but he never gets to say anything. So the Scooby
He didn't get invited to another party,
Right.
but Snoopy's in there dancing.
Right. But listen, it's going to happen again. So they're also trying to go to be sure we have a good minority character. Coco Diablo will be a fashion designer that joins the mystery crew.
Are you making that
to solve the Halloween mystery. So I can just hear, and it will be portrayed as a hip black woman with long white hair. But yet we'll give her a name that's a little bit Latino too. We're trying to do a twofer here.
Yeah.
Here's what's going to happen. I can hear Chris Rock. He goes, so they finally add a black person to the mystery team. Turns out she's a lesbian. And so.
Coco's the one she's intrigued by.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And now keep in mind, we're going to have a cartoon on that your kids are watching, okay? And we're so obsessed with making sure that we're pandering to what we pretend a massive audience wants us to do.
Yeah.
Okay? It's a cartoon, by the way.
Yeah, it's just
So your kids, and by what they're describing here, your kids are trying to sit down and watch a Scooby-Doo episode for, around Halloween. and you're going to have to deal. They said in this cartoon that Velma will be googly-eyed, and it says it'll be obvious that she has a sexual attraction for the new person on the mystery team.
Cartoon.
This is a cartoon.
Coco Diop.
Okay.
Yeah, this is, but this is good. We're gonna get the occult in here. I mean, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. We're gonna.
She's holding a black cat.
Touch all the bases.
We're going. So really, the new character is a Latino black witch.
Yeah. El Diablo.
I think that's where we're landing.
A Latino black lesbian witch.
Let me go ahead.
That's where we're going.
Rick, since we're in cartoons,
right,
and this type of story, get ready, and you know it's coming.
Greg.
Peppermint Patty.
Oh yeah.
I mean, she's so lesbian, it ain't even close.
Well, Charles Schultz is dead. There's nothing you can do about it.
No. Peppermint Patty.
He wouldn't let it happen. He wouldn't.
Peppermint Patty made that Velma. So
no,
let's
you're
get
right.
ready.
No, you're
Okay.
right. You're right.
Heard it here first, right, Greg?
Yeah.
But you remember, she was always a fan of Charlie Brown, though.
I don't know. Chuck. That's what she
Chuck.
called him.
And didn't Sir? They always called her Sir. Or something?
Yeah, that was that little weird friend.
That was her assistant.
That little
what was her
weird
name
friend
with the glasses?
Yeah. And now what they'll do is say she's transgender. That's why she was called Sir by Sophie.
There
When her
you
name's
go.
Sophie.
Was it Sophie?
I'm throwing that out there. I
Okay,
know what the kid's
Sarah.
name was.
Sure.
Was the character's name Sophie? Where am I coming up with this?
And we can't have
that's a good
Pigpen.
guess.
You're making fun of the stinky kid.
Right.
Can't have Pigpen. That's
Can I go back to
insensitive.
Greg's original narrative? These are cartoons.
Cartoons, they don't really, as far as I'm concerned, they don't have a sexual preference because they're cartoons, and we just want to see stories about ghosts and how they drive the mystery machine.
Yeah, the fact they're not even really breeding.
And the fact that I have a dog that kind of talks.
Yeah.
I mean, he don't talk full, but he kind of talks.
Right.
Yeah. Well, the killer put some pants on you.
Yeah. What about a Scooby snack?
I was always offended by Pigpen. I found that
You thought that was
offensive.
stinky, really? Kid?
It marginalized stinky kids. So
Right.
Yeah.
that hurt my feelings.
Well, let's go back to
How about the way Charlie Brown was? I mean, he was bullied. My goodness.
Oh, it was awful.
He was
he
treated
was
terrible.
bullied by everyone.
Marcy was the assistant.
That's
Marcy. Okay. Even when you tried to at the end when they tried to even pay him a compliment for finally the tree was better than they thought,
Yeah.
he still got called a blockhead.
Yeah.
Charlie Brown is a
He
blockhead, but he did pick out a nice tree, so he's still a blockhead.
He got bullied by everybody.
He did. But I never took that. I knew it was a cartoon.
I used to get mad when he kept falling for that kicking the ball.
And let's face it, if you
How
are
could you be that stupid?
if you're the LGBTQ community, do you feel a little bit silly the way you're celebrating that a cartoon is joined? It's a cartoon. Yeah,
It's not real.
you really did not gain anyone because someone just draws that.
She's googly eyed over at Dibba Dilablo.
Oh my goodness. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Up, and we're about to bring into the mix Chris Tomlin, who's also standing by.
I've heard 1,000.
No,
Chris, we just wish you could get you a hit together there.
Yeah.
Bless your heart.
Yeah. I laid awake last night. During my prayers, I said, Lord, please let Chris Tomlin write a praise song that people will like.
Thank you. Could I take that intro music I just heard that you guys played for your show and maybe do something with that? That was very nice.
Well, you know
and
what?
We've paid our ASCAP, BMI, and CSAC fees, so you'll get a little check off of that.
Yeah, you're fine. The last time you're on, it was funny. We talked about the story of how you found the song "Good Good Father." That was the last time we talked, as a matter of fact. So we do want to talk about some new stuff that's coming up. The tour's doing great. Congratulations on that. Enjoying following that on Twitter and all the videos and the different pictures. It just looks fantastic. Also, for those of you that are starting to think about what rotation you're going to have going on your Christmas music, and it's not too early to think about that, Tomlin also has a Christmas tour that those dates have been announced that are also on his website, and a new Christmas CD that's out that you can enjoy if you hadn't added that to the arsenal from last year. And but the main reason I want to talk to you today is I was watching the videos, involving the tour, and I watched the one where you were talking with co-author Darren Whitehead. Now, if those of you a lot of you have heard of Darren. Darren has founded the Church of the City in Nashville back in 2013. He's also once served at Willow Creek Community Church in Chicago, where he was a teaching pastor there for 8 years. And he's from Australia. And you guys have written a book called Holy Roar. And Chris, I was really surprised. It reminded me back when you released Amazing Grace and you found those extra lyrics, of the original song that a lot of us had never heard before. You almost seemed to have that one of those moments again when Darren had revealed to you about, once again, the English translation of the Bible. Sometimes our English word is one word, but in the Bible it talks about this word 7 different times with 7 different meanings, and in this time that involved us praising God. So tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I was sitting in church one Sunday morning, and which is a good thing for me because I'm usually at somebody else's church. I was at my own church actually, and so I'm so glad I was there this Sunday because Darren gave this message, and like you said, he walks up and says, "I've got 7 words for you today. It's going to change everything about the way you see God and praise God." And I was like, okay, this is what I do for a living. This is what I've done for my whole life. What are you going to say that I haven't heard? And everything he said I had never heard before, and I was like, how have I never heard this? And basically, that's the idea. When we think about, we understand like in the word love. We understand. In
all right,
the New
Chris.
Testament.
All right, Chris.
Hang on.
Chris, I got to stop you.
Your phone line is really cutting up, and we've got
Can I call your cell phone real quick?
Yeah, I think we're going to reset. It's got a bit real bad popping in it.
This is interesting what you're saying, but we can't hear you good.
Yeah, and all of us had ADD before anybody ever knew how to diagnose it, and that popping in there, we're getting distracted by it. So we're going to reset that and bring Chris back on. One of the many great songs that God inspired Chris Tomlin to pen. This one very special and personal and.
Test 1 2.
All right,
test,
sounds good.
1 2.
Sounds
much
great.
better.
Much better. We were, and I don't know that I can set it up any better than I did before. We couldn't understand you, but anyway, we talked about the current tour. We talked about the Christmas tour. We talked about the Christmas CD. But now we have a book that has just come out in the last couple of days, Holy Roar. Chris Tomlin, along with Darren Whitehead, and you were telling us the scene when Darren Whitehead walked over to you and says, "I've got 7 words that's going to change your life involving praise and worship," and you were like, "I've been doing this a long time, Darren." But it is Rick and Bubba, 35 minutes now past the hour. 866 we be big's our number. Speedy's got the phones. We can chat with you if you want to join us about any topic that is on your mind right now. While you are dialing, I will tell you about LearBubba.com. The recession, no good, awful. This administration seems clueless on what seems to be causing it. But the team at Lear Capital sent us one of their Kennedy. We've been showing you these silver $50. I love that right there. I love that. And like I said, I got some of those when I was a kid. I don't even, where are those now, Greg? Do you have any idea where those silver dollars are?
We spent them down at Taylor's Grocery.
We did, didn't we? All right, so anyway.
Bubble gum with them.
You can get a Kennedy silver $50. And just for going to LearBubba.com, there's no purchase or anything necessary. You go there, you talk to someone, and let them look at your situation and say, here's what we would suggest. Even if you decide, I'm out, I don't think I'm going to do that, you still get the Kennedy silver $50 just for giving them your time. So there's no obligation for you to do anything, but it's free to you. But you want to find out how smart investing in gold and precious metals are now. You've heard us talking about this for a while. Anybody remember the recession of 2008? Anyone remember? Smart people earned huge profits by investing in gold, silver, and precious metals. So it would probably be wise for us to be ready now. LearBubba.com, that's the place to do it. 25 years they've been at it. They've got incredible ratings, and they also will give you a risk-free investor's pledge. So have a quick chat with a specialist today about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy Silver $50. Nothing to lose here, but so much to gain. LearBubba.com. Or call 1-800-707-4575. We also have you linked at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. We'll get to the phones, but we must today. I've been sent this over several days, and people are like, I can't believe you guys haven't discussed it yet. But Kanye West is so bizarre. I don't really know what to do with what he's done, but he has he surprised everybody at his Yeezy fashion show in Paris Monday, and everybody's been sending me this since Monday, that he walked out, and at one time I think Candace Owens was with him, right? Yeah. And they were wearing shirts from his Yeezy line that say White Lives Matter. And this has, of course, stirred controversy. And he took to Instagram to make it clear he doesn't rock with Kanye's White Lives Matter message, saying, don't wear the shirt, don't buy the shirt, don't play with the shirt. It's not a joke. What does that mean?
Is he making a joke?
Here's my latest response when people ask me why I made a T-shirt that says White Lives Matter. My response is because they do. Oh, okay. But what's this? Greg,
Rick, he always can find the controversial spot to stop in.
Didn't you tell me, Greg, at one point he was wearing a mouthpiece during all this?
At one point there were some pictures, and he had a mouthpiece like a boxer wears.
And he's in that
for
picture.
no reason.
He's in that picture with Candace Owens.
I know.
Guys,
I know.
That's
now, see, here's what's happened. He got on my nerves being so bizarre. Now I'm starting to come around to him because this guy's a genius. He can stir it as good as anybody.
Yeah, he's got something written on it.
He's got these funny-looking clothes that he sells for there it is, for ridiculous amounts of money, and people just
and
flock
he has
to
a
buy
mouthpiece.
He sells out arenas so he can walk around, listen to his own music, not even perform.
For some
amazing.
reason, Puff or Diddy or whatever he's being called now, he had, I guess, a podcast or some kind of interview on something called Breakfast Club. When he was asked about Kanye, his quote was, "My boy is a super, super, super free thinker."
Breakfast Club. That is the morning show.
Is that
in
a morning
New York,
show? You're
I
right.
think.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I remember that now.
Yeah.
So
With Charlemagne, you know.
yeah. That's
the
right.
God.
Yeah. Don't think I'd call myself
Little G.
that, but yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, Kanye has done what I guess he wanted to. He has us all talking about it.
Yes. while wearing a mouthpiece.
Right.
See,
while wearing a
the time he
mouthpiece.
performed dressed up as a bottle of water, I'm starting to get where I enjoy it. I really am.
We go to Jordan.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
In Gadsden, listening to Z93. Jordan, go ahead.
I don't know if y'all covered this or not, but last week Coolio went on in.
Yeah, we did. We did talk about
I
that.
don't know if y'all.
We did.
You did talk about that.
We did.
Okay.
Even played his celebrity drop. You can't miss a minute of the show. I know 5 hours of content is a lot, but see what happens when you miss it.
I know, and I normally listen to the podcast, and you just can't even have a celebrity death update, can you?
No,
you really
hey,
can't.
your first mistake was thinking you could have something. So there you go. To the Florida Panhandle, Kevin is standing by. Kevin, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, thanks. First-time caller. Out here on my 15 acres checking on my hen who laid one egg and is sitting on it. But anyway, talking about Charlie Brown and Charles Schultz, remember that Charles, that is Charles Schultz. He said that he was the boy that got picked on. He even loved the little redhead girl and everything.
Oh.
And Charles Schultz was a Christian for a long time. There's questions when he passed away, but, I can only go by what he proclaims. So I think he's a great guy, and he is Charlie Brown.
How about that?
Okay,
Yeah,
how about that?
There you go, Greg.
Well,
You learned
Whoopi
something
wore
there.
the shirt yesterday. The
Boy,
sweater.
she did.
Did you see
That's
it?
good
with
look
that
for her,
stripe on?
too. Wasn't that a good look?
I have never seen the Charlie Brown sweater with that stripe
Right,
on it.
and it didn't fit to wear a Charlie Brown sweater just like the one he wore and then be mean.
Right.
You know, it's
Who's blockhead?
Golly.
Blockhead.
How about Lucy?
But he is still a blockhead.
Oh, yeah. What about the time that he went and tried to do the sarcastic thing to the one who wears a purple dress? Violet, isn't her name? Yeah, Rick's purple dress, probably so. And he says, thanks for the invitation, Violet. And she was like, I didn't send you an invitation, Charlie Brown. He's like, it's a sarcasm. Don't you get it?
I used to get so pumped when there was a peanut special.
Oh, I know. I did too.
loved it.
Couldn't wait.
Great pumpkin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go to Sawyer. Sawyer, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Plot not as thick as I want.
I'm good. How y'all doing?
Good.
Good.
I got a story for y'all. So growing up, riding around in the truck with my dad, I used to listen to y'all all the time, but I had never seen y'all. So I had it backwards. I thought Bubba was dark-headed and Rick was white-headed. So not only that, I thought Bubba was a scraggly-headed looking guy who looked like his name should be Doug. And I thought Rick was Guy Fieri.
Yeah.
I'd see him on Food Network. What are you doing there, Rick?
Yeah, I've had others that said all the way back to Turner South that they had our voices switched to the wrong face, and then we came on TV. It really freaked them out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny what you imagine. I remember thinking that Paul Harvey had dark hair and looked more like who was the guy? He was a famous announcer and he was on Laugh In. But he was a DJ in California.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking- Gary, he always put his hand in his ear.
Gary.
See, I thought Paul Harvey looked like him, and he looks nothing like him.
Well, I remember trying to vision Casey Kasem in my mind, and I wasn't even close.
Oh,
No,
gosh. The Casey
no.
Kasem was a huge letdown.
No.
I was like, wow, look at them ears. I mean, that was
Sometimes people just don't look anything like they sound.
No.
I remember hearing Mama Trucker on Channel 20. She didn't look like she sounded.
So let's go to JP out of Pensacola, Florida. JP, go ahead.
Well, good morning.
Hey.
Hey, so I want to weigh in on. So apparently Alabama's going to take the Dixie out of their song.
I doubt that's going to happen. Speedy kind of updated us on the people that are trying to get that to happen. They're not gaining.
Not a real groundswell.
No, they're not gaining a whole lot of momentum.
Do they play Dixie or
Well-
they just say it?
No, it's in the song.
in the
It's a
song.
lyric in the fight song.
Oh, they got.
They're the
lyrics.
pride of Dixieland. No, that's Auburn's. They're the something of Dixie. I mean,
Auburn's
you
is
said
the
it.
power of Dixieland.
Yeah,
or something.
was it the pride? The Alabama fight song says they're the best team from Dixie or something.
National champion of Dixie.
Yeah, I mean they are, but yeah, I mean it's
the goats of Dixie.
Yeah, you told me a minute ago. I can't remember what it was.
We could just print it.
But
out.
Greg, to answer your question, this is not playing the song.
Okay,
Dixie.
so
the
it's
word
really,
the word
most
Dixie,
people don't even notice it.
Yeah,
bro.
the word Dixie is in the lyrics of their fight song.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, the
I
last
never
four
knew the
lines
fight
are
song.
go, roll for victory, hit your stride, your Dixie's football pride, Crimson Tide,
That's
roll
it?
tide, roll tide.
That's it.
Dixie's football pride.
That's what everybody's mad about.
That was it. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, Greg, no, 120 people are mad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's
that's-
clarify that.
Yeah.
Reckon some of them aren't really that mad.
No, they're not mad.
They were told
They
to
were
sign
guilted
something.
into
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Uh,
So basically, you got about 46 people that are mad.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's go to Brian in Alabama. Brian, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Why is Velma the one being portrayed as a alternate lifestyle in the new Scooby-Doo? It should be Fred. He's the one that wears the ascot all over the place.
Now you're right about that. That scarf he wears. I mean, he does have a scarf on. I never understood that as a kid because no man I knew had that scarf.
Yeah,
Well, he was just sporty.
Let's go.
You
to,
heard what their teacher said about it.
They don't talk like that on Scooby Doo. That's Charlie
Well,
Brown.
I'm talking about Peppermint Patty.
Abby in Gadsden, Z93. Abby, go ahead.
Hey, I love when Dr. Seuss Day when y'all read Eggs and Ham. And I was wondering if you could read One Fish, Two Fish this year.
I'm sorry, no.
I have requested the foot book several times.
No, Bubba. Then that gets Bubba on the foot book, and then we're out of control. Before you know it, Horton's here in the Who.
Yeah,
and
it's all over the place.
and that thing gets to rolling downhill. Reading one book only.
Well, I love it. Also, I have a question, Rick. How did you teach your children work ethic?
I just didn't tolerate anything other than that. But another thing that we did is we had them, even if they weren't getting paid, we had them working and doing volunteer work, so they would learn to be somewhere on time, to work a day, then come home. So we
What age?
Really, I think around 12.
Got it.
Yeah, about
Good. Well, I
teenage
have a
years.
7-year-old, so just trying to get them in the right direction.
Yeah, and I mean, we would literally have them go do something like either for the church or for Vacation Bible School or for the zoo. We had all kinds of things because you have to teach this. You're expected to work, and you need to work well. And of course, like we talked about in yesterday's Bible study, if you look at Scripture, it says you're not working for people; you're working for God. So don't be the type of worker that makes God look bad. I mean, a bad work ethic really, especially if you claim to be a person of faith reflects poorly on God.
Yeah, and we did a lot of reward, work reward issues. If you're wanting something, you got to work toward it, and then after a certain amount of time, you can, maybe get that or something. So.
And you also, they looked around inside our family, and the adults in the family also gave them an example of a work ethic. They weren't told to do one thing and then we did another.
That's right.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So tell us now, because that's what's led to the book. Then what happened?
Yes. So he shared this message this morning, one morning on Sunday at the church, and he began talking about these 7 words of praise. And every time the Bible and every time in the Psalms it says to praise the Lord. We read that as praise the Lord. We've always read that Psalm 150, praise the Lord, praise Him with the trumpet, praise Him with the with the angels, and praise Him with the heavens, and all these. Every time it says praise the Lord in the Hebrew, back in the original language, that there were 7 different words that they used for the word praise. Just kind of like in love, we understand that when we say love, I love you, I love Rick and Bubba, I love ice cream, I love my wife. 3 different meanings, and but we only have one word, love, and love has different meanings in the Bible.
Sure.
So the same way with praise. And I had no idea. And so he started opening up and unpacking what these words meant. One was like yada. It says to yada the Lord, which is to lift your hands to the Lord. One is halal, which we get the word hallelujah. It's just to halal the Lord, which is like an exuberant celebration, very undignified, very like a party, and one is Shabbat, which means a holy roar. That's when we named the book Holy Roar. And there's these 7 words, and as I was listening to this, it was helping me. It was putting the words around everything I've ever believed and thought about what it is to praise God. And I thought everybody needs to hear this. This is a game changer for the church. And the difference between the church that I was sitting in before he gave the message and after he gave the message, it will always be a marker in that church in Nashville of what has happened in that church, understanding what praise is, and it's so vast, and the depth of praise, and sometimes it is celebration, lifting our hands, and sometimes it's the word todah, which means to lift your hands in expectation of things that have not yet come to pass. In other words, of just, Lord, I'm longing for this, I'm asking for this. Those kind of things of like praise is so vast, and it's not just a pep rally, but sometimes it's on your knees. Sometimes it's quiet, and that's why the book Holy. That's why we titled it Holy Roar. Those 2 words together, God being holy. Holy is a word that is reserved just for God. Set apart. There's none other like Him. And the word roar, which is this sound, this massive sound, this maybe an undignified sound a bit. Holy is very reverent, but roar is very like passionate. So you got the 2 together, and praise covers all of that. And so I immediately said, after the message, I said, Darren, everybody needs to hear this. Every church leader, every worship leader, everybody who's a believer needs to hear this and what it means to praise God. I said, you need to write this book. And he quickly came back at me and said, you need to help me. And I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do with this. And he said, no. And so we started putting our heads together, and we just released this book this week called Holy Roar, 7 words that will change the way you worship.
And it's available everywhere. I was thinking when you were saying that because, obviously, as we pursue God in his vastness, he reveals himself to us, because he couldn't reveal all of himself to us in one hit or we couldn't take it. And so
Right.
I start thinking about this, that once again, just like how God says, I have names, but I have different names, and they all give you a different view of who I am. I'm many things. You're saying that Darren has uncovered that in the original Hebrew and in the same thing has taken place. He says, I'm expecting praise, but I have different types of praise, and they're all unique, and they all worship me in a different way.
Yes, and the beautiful thing is, as you know, Rick, very well, it's not just suggestions. These are the commands of God. And when you praise, when we come to praise God, this is the way we praise God. And our language is so limited. It just says praise the Lord.
Yeah.
But there's so much behind when it says praise the Lord. In these different passages, he wasn't just saying this is a praise. One word is beautiful. It's called tehillah. And the word tehillah, when it says tehillah the Lord, it means to sing a song. And this is what we get in Psalm 22 when it says the Lord is enthroned on the praises of his people. It says tehillah. It's to sing a song or to give praise to God that only you can bring. It's a spontaneous song. It's a song that is not congregational. It's not a song with everybody, but it's very intimate, very personal. And so these words bring that out, and it's like, wow, that is so beautiful.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
7 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. And thank all of you for participating today. Great questions in the last phone segment. Appreciate that. All right, so we have there's a video that Adler is about to get that he's looking at. You got it. All right, so with football season kicking up and high school games every week, there's still something wonderful if you can ever go to a small community or a community that loves their football team and watch a little just Americana. You walk up like we said, and of course, the volunteer fire department is selling peanuts and things like that. You go into the game. The announcer's been on the PA, for years, and generations of players have heard him talking about them, and all this. But by the way, on that note, had a PA announcer at a game that I won't mention. I'm always updating you on that over the years.
Yeah.
You know how the 7th and 8th grade teams sometimes don't punt.
Correct.
They just say they want to punt.
Yeah. And they carry it to the other end.
And he would talk
act like it was a punt.
He would act like it was a punt every time.
You mean made up a punt?
Oh yeah.
Are you serious?
Oh, boom was, and that one's gonna get up there high and come down.
You're making this up.
He's calling a play that doesn't even exist.
Every time the officials would mark it off, he would pretend that the team had actually really punted.
What is wrong with our society?
And let me tell you something. You talk about something that didn't have much age on it.
Right.
That got old quick.
Yeah. I wish he was that guy at the time with the voice.
I wish
he was on the best stuff.
Yeah.
I wish it was him.
So anyway, let's not do that. Let's put that on the let's not do that. Here's another one. Don't use gasoline for a bonfire. Have you seen this?
I mean, what in the world are people thinking? Gasoline explodes.
Right.
Yeah, you don't want
kerosene burns.
There you go.
If you're going to start
flammable
a fire,
and you got combustible.
Yeah, there's a big difference. Difference.
Yeah.
Check this out. This footage is amazing.
Courtesy of WJHG.
Is somebody hurt?
I can't believe somebody didn't get hurt.
Are they? Maybe they are. This is a big explosion.
Mosley High School when a bonfire turned into an explosion.
Check out this viewer-submitted video.
Hey!
Good.
So we're told a Bay County Sheriff's School resource officer lit the bonfire and ended up exploding. The fire exploded. BCSO tells us the deputy is fine, and Bay District Schools officials say there are no other injuries. It happened at tonight's homecoming festivities an annual event that includes a bonfire.
Guys, you don't
Bay
use
District Schools sent
gasoline.
out this statement tonight.
You don't use gasoline.
Let's hear what their statement is. I'd like to hear this.
It reads in part, we are investigating the cause of the explosion because we did not deviate from our usual bonfire lighting procedures. Again, we know the explosion was disturbing, and we sincerely apologize to anyone who was concerned or scared as a result of the loud noise. We appreciate all of the calls and texts checking on us and our students, and we're grateful that our usual safety protocols prevented anyone from being very close when the explosion occurred.
Well, let me tell you what happened. Instead of kerosene, somebody put gasoline on it.
Yeah,
and there's a big difference.
Their usual procedure.
No, that was not. But look, they did have it contained. They had people way back. They lit it with a flare, which, thank goodness, if somebody walked up there with a match, they might not have arm left.
Good.
So,
For real. Wow. It has no idea.
It's got to make you feel good about sending your kids to public school today.
Oh, my goodness. But see, this is back to what Bubba talked about, how we're devolving. See, there was a time everybody was smart enough not to put gasoline for a bonfire.
Well,
Everybody
you know why? Because they usually cut grass, and they knew what gasoline would do, and they knew if they had found a nest in the ground of yellow jackets, they knew what to do and not to do. And see, nobody knows that anymore. So, gasoline, kerosene, it's all a scene. I guess it'll be
y'all. Homecoming,
you know
right?
What
I know. This is a prank gone bad here because we have firefighters and deputies all there, and they wouldn't have done that.
No,
and so
worse than that,
somebody did that and didn't tell anybody.
Yeah, Adler, go back to that clip again. Right, as watch this. He's about to throw the flare, and then watch the first flame, the first frame of the flame. Watch it. How in the world he was not seriously injured?
Wow, look how close he is to it.
Boy, he's real close.
That's a good pause there, Ad.
It sure is.
Yeah. Wow. Hey, I guarantee you, he doesn't have any facial hair left.
Yeah, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't have shave today.
He needs to change his pants.
Amen to that. Yeah. Speaking about smoking something.
They just changed the sign to beat the blank out of our opponent.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
How heavy are? I mean, I've picked them up. The little wood pallets that people put all kinds of stuff.
They're
on.
pretty heavy.
Yeah, they're not light.
40 pounds.
They're not
maybe.
that heavy.
Yeah, they're
It's
awkward to carry.
It sent
They're
those
heavy. Depends on what
10, 15 feet
Yeah.
into the air.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Yeah, there was quite a bit of gasoline in that. I mean,
Yeah,
it wasn't just your basic one can.
See, it sat there and them fumes got to rise.
Yep. The fumes are what exploded.
And worse than that is when you throw gas on an open flame. That's really bad.
Well, you're just asking to die.
I mean, there's a lot of injuries of doing that.
Yeah.
You run up on, I'm going to throw it on there.
You're a burn expert.
Oh, I know all about it.
Boy, he'll talk burn.
Boy, he loves to burn stuff.
I do.
Loves a good burn pile.
He does.
I'll do.
Wouldn't
Oh,
do
I
it.
do
Do it
too.
right now where you live. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm waiting. I'm not burning until we get a little rain. I know what's so bad is I got some stuff I'd like to
Your
burn.
pile's getting up there.
I know it. Dang it.
Well, there's no
I
wind.
mean, I don't know if there's official no burn right now, but I mean, most people know not
Yeah,
to
my
burn.
grass is
Well, that
brown.
goes to your
My
point,
grass
Bubba.
is brown, so I figured maybe that's a sign.
Yeah. And there's been some red flag warnings.
Sure.
No, look, you get a good day with no wind. Stuff will burn, though.
Boy.
It's all dry.
Rick,
I'm not saying to do that. I'm just saying it will
you ever
burn.
heard him talk about burning boxes and stuff?
Yes. Oh, my gosh.
That flame gets
He
hot.
gets talking about fire. You better have some time.
Yeah.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good day. You got more Rick and Bubba. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
One of the words is samar, which is just music, and it has nothing to do with singing. It's just how the music, to play music before the Lord in an act of worship. One is to kneel, barak, which means to kneel and to get low before the Lord. And so it's really powerful.
Well, I could tell when I saw the video. I immediately said, "I mean, we got to talk about this. People got to have that." I was just and so you need to get a copy of this because this to me is bigger than, hey, here's a book and it's going to tell. And look, I read a lot of commentaries and books and they're all great. This one to me is another step though because this is saying, hey, this is something God has been saying, and all we're doing is pointing you to what God has said. Some things you may not know. Yet. Just like you said, you didn't know it.
I was so embarrassed. I was like, "This is what I'm supposed to know this stuff. How have I not known this? Where have I missed this?" And it has really been eye opening for me. It's like I said, it's game changing for me personally. I think about the way I write songs in a different way. I talk a lot about the songs in the book, about a lot of my songs, that how they came to be and how they match up with these words. Like Shabbat, I talk about writing holy is the Lord. I talk about writing how great is our God, and how that song has become a holy roar. I talk about Yada, which is to lift your hands. I talk about writing the song "Holy is the Lord," and how that song is really a Yada kind of praise song. And so it's been opening me. It's like, wow, my songs have been doing this. I just did not have the language around it. I did not have to understand really in depth what that is. And so this is it's a simple book. It's a quick read for people like me. Darren and I were a little embarrassed. It's like we got it back from the printers, and we're like, okay, this is everything we know in life, and I think I can read this in 40 minutes, maybe 30 minutes.
Yeah, but I think
like,
I think if God had revealed this to you early on, though, you didn't have the platform you have now. I think He did it in His own time. He let you experience it without you even knowing it, and now at this time He says, now's a good time for me to clue in a lot of people in one swipe. He had to wait till you built up a big enough platform to point enough people to it. I think it's all in His timing.
Well, yeah, exactly, and so much so that I asked Darren. This was not in the plan. It's not any kind of marketing. You don't see it on any kind of posters or anything. But on this tour that we started tonight, the Good Father tour. I asked Darren. I said, would you come every night for the rest of the year with me? And I want everybody to hear this. I'm going to just take a moment in the night to have you share this message, because it was that changing for me. And since then, he's had massive churches across the nation ask him to come give this message, and it's been like it's starting to grow like wildfire of people understanding. Oh my gosh, this is why. Okay, this is not just for people who feel like it. This is not just what we do for. This is my personality type. Oh, this is why we praise God. This is why this is a natural human response. This is why this feels so natural to give praise to something. This is why this is why I do this. And so it's so good, and I'm so excited for people to hear it. So thank you for letting me just share a little bit with you guys.
No, I thought it was important. Holy Roar is the name of it. Chris Tomlin and Darren Whitehead. It's available wherever books are sold. Go to christomlin.com or go to holyroar.com if you want to go specifically for the book. Now, for the Christmas tour, the Christmas album, and, of course, the Good Father tour, that's all at christomlin.com as well. Chris, thanks for taking the time, buddy.
Rick and
Yeah,
Bubba,
great to
Rick
hear
and
you guys,
Bubba.
boys.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Welcome to the show. Another hour from the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology, coming to you all over the world from Sweet Home, Alabama. And we thank you guys for being with us. Phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG this hour. We'll break down the stories of the day. Wheel of Meat could spin. Join me in welcoming back Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Gang's all here. All right, so earlier in the week, we were discussing a phrase that we didn't like. There's a phrase for people who love to try new restaurants, try new dishes, go around. They're excited about going to a restaurant. My wife and I are like this. We love to try a new restaurant. But Bubba and I have struggled, and he's kind of stepping into this world. Bubba usually not an adventurous eater, usually very conservative and not a lot of variety. But he felt like he was kind of stepping out into the world. But then we discovered the label was foodie, and we hate that label, and we don't want to be called a foodie. We're not women. We are heterosexual, and we're just like, you know what?
Is too close to footy.
Foodie. And we've like, there's got to be a better name for going out and enjoying new restaurants, trying new places, and all this. And you said an emailer may have come up with a pretty good one.
We had an emailer that sent me one. You know, we were looking at 2 words and trying to tie them together, and it was either too simple, too complicated. What about grubber?
A grubber.
You know, we always referred to food as grub. And that's kind of rough and manly. You say, I'm a grubber.
Yeah.
Which means I like to go out and get good food.
Yeah. You know me. I'm a grubber. I like to go out and find new grub. That's not bad.
I feel like it's easy to say.
Right.
You know what it means. It's got a manly feel to it.
Mm-hmm. It does. It does. Yeah. Let's go grab some grub.
Check out this meal. Sure, I'm a grubber.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm an expert. I'm a grubber. I know about things.
I like to ask
grub.
Since we're grubbers, can I ask you this?
Yeah.
Where are you on the flatbread pizza?
Flatbread pizza is, you know, I'm all right with it. I
love a flatbread.
Yeah, I like.
I don't consider it pizza.
I like flatbread
Really?
appetizers. You know, that you can get. I've had several of those. I'm good. I like bread. Okay, and I know that it's supposed to be evil now.
No shocker there that we like bread.
But I
do like bread.
I can't.
I like garlic bread.
Rick, let me say this. I can't.
Here he goes.
I can't resolve in my head things that are bad for you that I know our Lord and Savior uses examples of good.
And there it is, the bread of life.
Salt,
really went around
salt and light, bread.
We're supposed
positive.
to.
So, and I know it's not the same bread. I got that. And that may be where we have to jump off the train at. But I just, bread, I like bread. I do.
I do too.
I've eaten too much of it, but I think in moderation it's probably all right.
Well, it goes back to this.
I don't mind whole wheat.
No, I just went.
It's doable.
But old white bread is awful good.
Yeah, it's not good for you, but it's good.
It's those refined carbohydrates that you should stay away from.
Yeah.
Whole grain bread isn't bad for you in moderation.
Yeah,
I can do without bread except cornbread. But I only eat certain meals that I'm going to have cornbread. That's not every meal.
Right.
And if I'm eating like a spaghetti, lasagna, I got to have some like garlic bread.
Yeah,
but all the other like rolls and stuff, I'm not that big on.
I want to go back to flatbread for just a minute.
I don't eat a lot of rolls.
So you're saying I should just call it a flatbread? Don't call it a flatbread pizza?
Well, in my world, it's not. It's
I don't
just
have a problem with that.
with pizza sauce on it.
I don't have a problem with that.
I understand you saying pizza because that's what it is.
Yeah.
I mean,
but I don't have a problem if you say if you're going to eat. See, I like for bread to be thin and crunchy and crispy. I love that.
Yeah. Good. I like flat bread. I also like stuffed crust.
Yeah, see, I don't like pizza to be big and doughy.
I'm not a big stuffed crust.
Yeah, I don't like it big and doughy.
I don't either. Really. Yeah, don't want it doughy.
Yeah. So
that's why. Now go ahead, y'all can yell at me when I say it.
Says the man with a big hunk taken out of his liver.
You're right.
Yes.
Let's listen to him.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it because it's necessarily good for you.
Y'all don't panic.
We all
but
got
the
that.
Cauliflower crust on the is not bad. It's crispy and it's thin.
Who are you, Greg?
I was telling you, I was very skeptical of it. But it's thin and it's crunchy, and that's what I like.
I'm going to say this.
Now, does it replace all pizza? No, it doesn't replace all pizza, but it's a good little alternative.
I'm going to ask, and I think I speak on
it
behalf.
Ain't bad.
I think I speak on behalf of your minions.
It ain't bad.
I know I speak on. I know I speak on behalf of the guys on the show.
But it tastes just like bread.
And I know I speak on behalf, probably for our father. If you want to eat cauliflower crust, that's your own business. Okay, stop talking about it.
I bet if I gave you a piece of it,
it's so good, just enjoy it and chew.
We don't want it.
But you wouldn't know the difference.
Rick, cauliflower to me is not good at all. On any, I mean, it has a
it
zero
don't sound
taste.
good.
We just don't want to hear about it.
But it actually, the crust itself, it's just like bread, crunchy to me.
Adler?
I'm in that camp. I'm never going to
Now,
admit
I'm not-
I eat
now,
cauliflower
I'm not
pizza,
saying
but I
that-
do.
But the only
But you're not
pizza
gonna say it,
I'm
are
not
you?
going to say it.
I'm not saying that I'll never
Stop
eat regular
saying it.
pizza because I will, because I like it.
Well, that's
and
right.
I like it a lot.
There's some things we just don't want to
But this
know.
is a good little alternative
What-
if you just.
What's
you
next?
know.
You gonna have them take cauliflower and make you a piece of chicken?
No, but I have had the rice made out of it. And if you put soy sauce
You
on
just
it,
keep
ain't
on
great.
talking.
Great.
You
Put
just
soy
keep on
sauce on it,
talking.
put some
It's so
grilled
awful.
chicken.
I
Unbelievable.
tried cauliflower, this and that, and
It
it's
ain't
just.
bad.
I'd rather eat corn, just a big old piece of cardboard.
Greg,
we can do that.
Greg, you're missing my point. I'm doing things in my life that are helping me to be healthier. I
saying.
just don't talk about it. I just don't bring it up.
I just tried
And if
it.
somebody
I thought,
asks
you know what I
me,
said?
I'll tell
That
them.
ain't bad.
Yeah, that ain't bad.
I mean, it's actually I can't tell it's not bread.
Can I ask you this, and this will be the end
I
of it.
can't.
Let's go back to when you worked for the Southern Company.
Rick, don't do that. I know
Okay.
we would have
You-
never
you-
ate
you-
that
you-
at a function.
You have your tool belt on. You're hanging on the side of some pole. You're in Fort Myers, Florida right now, okay, for the hurricane.
Oh, wow.
And you mentioned to your
No,
crew,
it would've been
anybody
awful.
in for cauliflower pizza?
They would probably vote me out of the crew.
That's right.
Yeah, they
So
might,
just keep it to yourself.
They might stuff you in a transformer and leave you at a substation.
What you
somewhere.
do in your personal life is your own business, and I commend you for being healthier.
Did I say
and I love
replace
your weight
pizza?
loss, okay? And I love that your sugar's better, but just keep it to yourself.
No, y'all wanted to talk. Y'all the one won't even.
That's what I was
let
about
any.
to
but
say.
y'all can't say. I said one thing.
Yeah,
it was
I know.
cauliflower
I know.
crust pizza that I was amazed that actually y'all have promoted. And you know, Rick,
What have I
how many
promoted?
times have you talked about how many world wars have won on fried food and all that? But you just abandoned all that.
Well, it was one of those things.
Just this show fought and won on fried food.
You're right.
And sweets. And
There's no
pound
way
cake.
around it, yes.
And pound
It
cake.
did. At the height of everything.
Right.
There would be a big plate of food in front of
Right.
you, just tearing it up on air.
Well, it goes back to moderation.
I agree.
Let me tell you what happened. Like the other day, because I talked to the people that are trying to help me do better. The other day, I have had not had fried chicken in probably.
That's a shame.
I mean, probably seriously, no exaggeration, probably 8 months.
Yeah.
And so I'm sitting with some guys at lunch, and they all ordered delicious fried chicken that I knew was delicious because
really good.
I had eaten it, a year ago. So, and they looked at me and they said, "I know you're trying to do better, and we respect that, and we see the results, and I'm glad you're doing it. Would you please eat fried chicken with us for this lunch?
Yeah.
So we don't all order it, and then you order, some grilled chicken thing just right now." And I said, "Of course I will." And I ordered some fried chicken and had it in moderation.
And you left there refocused.
And I enjoyed it. And I'm pretty sure there were parts of my body that moved. But what I'm saying is,
Absolutely, Rick.
what I'm
Especially
saying,
if it's good chicken.
Right, it was good.
Oh.
But what I said is, I know I can't do that a lot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it, but I'm not. Sometimes just like this. I told you this. I mean, this guy is probably 1-2% body fat in massive shape, and he said, but even this, he said, I noticed that I was at my son's birthday party and everybody's enjoying cake, and he's looking at me, and I wouldn't eat a piece of cake. And he said, so I realized, at my son's birthday party, I'm going to have one piece of cake because it's all right to do that and then get back to the regiment tomorrow. So that's the deal, and you spread them out. And if you want to have a big old roll one day, you just have one, and as opposed to four, and you do it every now and then.
It's like a week ago.
Yeah.
The guys were out here cooking, and it was delicious, by the way.
Right.
I ate one plate when I would normally eat four.
There you go.
Shame they didn't have cauliflower.
That's right.
How about, Rick? I bet you I could serve
That's
you
a good one, by the way.
a sandwich with gluten-free
That's a
bread,
good
and you wouldn't know it's gluten-free.
That's not true.
I bet you it is.
Gluten-free stuff's come
I
a
thought you
long
said the
way.
bread
I was a
was a struggle.
pioneer on that because I had a kid that had allergies, food allergies. But the gluten-free bread of today, I can still
The
spot.
bread that Terry gets, I can make a sandwich, or she could serve me one, and I wouldn't know it was gluten-free.
I prefer Dave's Super Bread.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh yeah, Stevie. He go ahead and says, "I'm gonna show you how to do it on the guitar."
Yeah, Friday the 13th. Huh?
Yeah, I know we've done that. I don't pay a lot of attention to it. I rarely even know what's happening. Sometimes I won't even know till like real late in the day.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah.
I'm not near as afraid of Friday the 13th as I am April 15th.
Yeah, boy,
You know, that's really a
I'm with
scary
you on
day
that
to
one,
me.
boy.
I'm scared now for when it's coming around
Well,
again.
it
makes Jason look like nothing.
Yeah. April the 15th will come in there ripping and roaring.
Yeah,
You know, the worst Jason could do is kill you.
Yeah,
exactly.
You know, they'll keep going.
Oh yeah, they'll slowly torture you.
Right. Guys,
Then
today.
they'll come get you after you're dead.
Right.
Yeah.
Bubba, back to your point the other day when you talked about the bumper sticker out there, is all the different stories keep coming out. Today we'll take calls only from women who have never been asked by Harvey Weinstein to do some sort of massage.
Yeah, sure.
So we'll
That's his icebreaker. There.
that's what I tell you. He leads with the massage, doesn't he?
In the bathrobe.
Guys, the list of women, it's just, I mean, he may eclipse Bill Cosby numbers.
Rick, I think he's well on the way to that.
Yeah.
I think that whole industry it's you about to really.
Well, it's
everybody's been groped.
Yeah.
We got groping going on
Oh,
from
it's
different
everywhere.
celebrities.
Well, who
Ben
would-
Affleck, goodness gracious.
How about this? Who would have ever thought that a bunch of people that have created a world where there are no rules and you can do whatever you want to do anytime you want to do it, there's no truth, it's all relative, and whatever I want, I'm going to do, would produce this kind of
Right.
Who would have thought?
And their job is pretending like they're somebody else.
Right, yeah.
I mean, it's a bad recipe.
It's a little.
You know,
You give those kind of people influence and power, watch out.
we were talking about it before it started. You remember we had Stephen Baldwin on many years ago, and we were talking about faith.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever, and revivals, and you know, we were talking about wouldn't it be great if we saw something in Hollywood? And he kind of went. He just kind of shook his head. He said, "Work on it somewhere else." He said, yeah, "That place is gone. I hate to be that way, but he said there's no bringing it back."
You know, I remember him saying that, and I don't know, guys, if there's ever been a time that anyone's come on the show to talk about faith, and you bring up a potential mission field, and they say, "I just give up on that."
Yeah, you know, go somewhere where you might have a chance, maybe the Middle East. You know,
Yeah, right. Well,
somewhere like that. But he just pretty much said no way. And I always laugh about the movie Bedazzle that I thought was really a funny movie. It was a comedy, but it had a good point to it if you understood it. But you know, when the devil, which was Elizabeth Hurley in this, and she was trying to introduce herself to this guy that she was going to make a deal with him for his soul. And she gave him her business card, and she said, you know, we're this. And she ran all the names for the devil with offices, and she gave several locations. And she said, based in Hollywood.
Yeah.
And I thought, you know,
Well, and there's a ton of truth to that, even from a spiritual standpoint.
I know.
And there is. But I remember Stephen Ball. I don't know if you've seen Alec. He's had another breakdown, by the way, out in traffic.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, he doesn't get along good with the public. Does he?
Hey, Alec has got a temper issue.
Yeah, he
okay,
does.
he's gone off in traffic again with somebody and thrown
a can out
thrown
there
a
or
drink
something,
at him. But anyway, with Stephen Baldwin, I remember him saying, because it's funny, when he first said it, he paused for just a minute and he went back and he says, "Now look, if you feel called to something, then by all means do what God told you to do. But from my personal advice is don't waste your time on Hollywood. The devil's locked it down. It's over. I mean, that is a chasm that is going to be very difficult to change. And of course, wouldn't you look at those of us that have a biblical worldview and understand the spiritual components and spiritual warfare and the current state of the fallen creation? Don't you think that the adversary would go places where he could have the most influence on people?
Oh yeah.
Sure. I mean, wouldn't that be where he'd be? I mean,
Well,
like I said, you got to understand there's a strategy with all this. I mean, picture yourself if you thought, all right, we got to get the most with the least. Why would I spend time places that have no impact? Yeah. He doesn't. You know,
power of the air.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah. Oh boy, that's. I mean,
I don't know how much straightforward you could be.
That's right.
I mean, at one time throughout history, that may not have made sense, but after the 1930s, it did.
You're talking about once again when the Bible told you something was coming.
I know,
but
it's amazing.
But what I'm saying, that's why I think, and again, we're definitely a work in progress.
Yes.
But that's why we have always felt called to be where we are, because of the battle that's going on with this kind of stuff.
Hmm.
Absolutely. 21 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. The things you do to me, I never could believe the way you are. Every day I bless the day that you got through to me. 'Cause baby, I believe that you're a star. All right, so as we work our way back, Deion Sanders, you know, the next coach at Auburn, thinks that his son is in the Heisman Trophy race.
You know, his son is a very talented, and he plays quarterback for Jackson State. I don't know if he's in the Heisman race right now, but Coach Prime thinks he is.
That's got to be disappointing for him to see his son play offense.
Is he a senior or junior? What is he?
I have no idea. I know nothing about this.
I didn't either.
You don't know that.
I saw the article yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen his son's highlights or anything like that.
He's already got him a big medallion he's wearing, so he's got a big dollar
house
sign.
and change and swinging things.
He has a son that does play defense because he was at South Carolina.
Oh, okay,
you're
right.
Transferred.
You're right.
I think he played.
He transferred to Jackson State.
I think that the one of them. I think there was one that, and I may be wrong. That was a defensive player at South Carolina last year, I guess, and he transferred.
I saw a little bit of one of their games flipping around, and there was a Sanders at quarterback, and I wondered if that was one.
He is a sophomore, and he's 6'2", 215. Shedeur Sanders is his name. They play in Montgomery this weekend, 4-0. They go to play at Alabama State.
So he tells the Mississippi Clarion Ledger, I think we're in it, talking about the Heisman race. We did what we wanted to do, and he says, now you to get to play where people can see or whatever. But he thinks his son is playing well enough. It says he's a sophomore.
Yeah. That's what I said.
So, well, if Deion gets a bigger job, will he go with him?
I don't know.
That may be a good reason for
Let's
Auburn
see.
to hire him right there.
Yeah, here we go.
Against Florida A&M, he threw for 323 yards. Against Tennessee State, 276. Grambling, 357, and Mississippi Valley, he threw for 438.
All right, so Helmsy brings up an interesting point. Would you take Deion Sanders if he wanted to as your coach just to get his son to be the quarterback for the next 2 seasons next year?
Not a bad move.
They need one. No offense to those that are trying.
Yeah.
Of course, the offensive line is going to take care of business this weekend, according to one of them.
Hey, how do you think that was a good idea?
I don't know. That almost makes you think he should go in for a mental evaluation.
Exactly.
Even if he really don't need to relive it again.
Okay,
I think we covered it pretty well.
We did. I know that was hard for you.
I got to tell you, his son, back to Deion, is on social media. He's pretty funny. I mean, that's off the field stuff. But he and his dad and going back and forth is pretty funny.
Well,
it's got to be pretty special for them to be there together.
One of the funniest ones I saw with Deion Sanders and some stuff he's put out, I forget how I ended up seeing, probably one of those Reels things that go by.
Yeah.
And he did a funny video about his daughter trying to ask him how long the road trip was. Like he goes, let me tell you what's happening right here. She wants to know where's the money going. That's what she wants to know. How far away from me will you be when I need to ask you for money?
Right.
And when am I coming back to bring you more money?
Yeah.
That was funny. And she starts laughing because she knew it was true. So he goes, she's acting like she cares, like she's going to miss me, wants to know how long we're going to be gone.
That's so good.
It was.
I think the one I saw was his son was
funny.
trying to act like Deion and talk like him and everything. It was pretty good. He had him dialed in.
Did he really?
Yes.
Oh, that would be fun. I love when players do impressions of coaches or when sons do impressions of their dads at home.
It is funny.
To the phones we go. Shelley is standing by. Muscle Shoals. She's been on hold a while, and I don't know if we know what she. I hope it's not this thing we had the other day.
Uh-oh.
But Shelley, go ahead. WLAY. Shelley.
What a build-up.
It was a massive build-up too. And she's been on hold a while.
What did you see that made you think we may
New
have
rap that's gone viral. Is that thing we played the other day when they had the woman that was running for office?
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the phones being messed up.
I bet it is.
No, it may be.
Why is Shelley still there and we can't hear her?
I'm the one that screened that, and she said something about a controversial rap or something. I don't know.
Shelly, you can't hear us? Do you think she's been on hold so long
Yeah, it could be.
that she
Her
put us
ears
on hold
numb.
and now
Her
she's
ears
doing some
numb.
work?
Yeah, she's.
I think I'm going to have to give up on it right now. I'm afraid I'm going to have to give up on it. And I did.
And that's it.
Well, what can I do?
This is Shirley. There's a controversial rap. I don't know if y'all know about it.
Yeah,
Shirley, come back. You can't hear me?
So
we called Sean Handy.
Hello?
Okay, wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
Helms
Okay,
is
Helms is
waving.
found. She's on another line.
Yeah,
here.
because I called back.
Shelly, did you hang up and somehow it was showing you still on hold, or did you put us on hold?
That's so good.
No, I lost the call and
okay.
called back, but I don't know if you guys have already covered this or not. But there is there is a clip of Kirk Franklin that I stumbled upon that he's rapping, and the lyrics say, "The lion and the lamb will bow down to the goat."
I'm sorry?
Kirk Franklin?
Yes.
Yeah, I know who Kirk Franklin is, but
Who's Kirk Franklin?
you sure
Yeah.
that's the lyric?
I am sure. Now, I don't know.
Oh, wait a
You
minute.
can
Do you
look it up
think?
on YouTube.
All right, I'm not trying to get in Kirk Franklin's mind, but do you think? And it was probably not a good decision that he's referring to Jesus as the greatest of all time because now we use the word goat as a compliment,
Yeah.
and he's trying to be
Right, and
hip.
that-
He's trying to be hip
Right.
and refer to Jesus as the greatest of all time, and it's coming. And he didn't really think through that people are going to think I'm talking about Satan because of the
pretty
that
good.
Or
that's
could it
okay.
be a reference to Tom Brady?
That's hilarious. I'm going to give Kurt Franklin the benefit of the doubt on that
Yeah,
because
I
of
would
his
too.
body of work.
Yeah.
But I don't think it was a wise decision. But because you can try to be too mod and too hip and make mistakes like this.
Especially since you got that sheep goat reference. Thing.
Yeah. You probably don't want.
Poor goats.
Yeah, the Bible's analogy on sheep and goats. You just want to stay away from that and
Well,
praise
the
and
goats
worship.
got a bad one there.
Yeah, and
They're
praise,
really good.
and praise and worship songs. So I'm going to guess that's what's happening, Shelley. But we'll look into it. But
I sure hope so.
Yeah.
I really do. I would love to know what. I've tried to find some information on what he's referring to, and I can't find anything.
That's
but
my-
I would really love to know.
look, I'm thinking on my feet. I'm hearing it from you for the very first time, but that's where my mind goes because I do know that Kurt is very hip, and is trying to be relatable, and has done stuff like this before.
I found it if you guys want to hear it real quick.
All right, I'm literally up against the break.
Are you setting us up?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I can tell by your tone.
It's that rapping lady.
That would have been good. So, all right, we'll come back, but I bet you we can find something about it. But that's funny. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't think that Kirk Franklin put out a song worshiping Satan on purpose.
Probably not.
But
you never know.
But I will say that if he uses this lyric, and apparently he didn't really think it through. Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's not a lot of this out there, and we felt like we should be out there, because it all is supposed to belong to God, not just some of it.
Yep.
And then let the chips fall where they may. But you got to. There's a spiritual battle going on. The battle's going on whether you want to be in it or not.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We got a number of things out here. These California wildfires are
Good
still
night.
raging. 31 dead, 46 people missing with these fires that continue to devastate thousands of acres and property, and now people's lives and people that they can't really account for, that they don't know where they are. So the death toll could rise as they end up finding people. I hope not, but it is possible. So that's still going on. And then we were discussing this deal with the cord cutters, and hey, somebody's even asking there were some available to Expo this year, or how are those things working? There's a story saying that AT&T's TV business is being sapped by cord cutter products and products like that. There's another one here that says pay TV companies are in crisis mode. So there's a couple of stories here today, I guess that would kind of, are these tech updates? Is that what these are?
You know, yeah, I guess so.
I love technology, but not as much as you see. But I still love technology, always and forever.
And here we go.
We are the robots.
We are the robots. All right, so where you want to go first? Cord
Well,
cutters?
you know, we were talking about this in the break, and it's a little misleading and somewhat confusing. Helms has dealt with some of this. I see where they're saying that, like AT&T and some of these people are in full panic mode, but I'm not exactly sure. What are they losing? The Uverse subscribers?
Yeah, on
Speedy,
AT&T.
just talk it out here, because this one's really complicated.
Because
You've got thousands of people that are thousands upon thousands, tens of thousands of people that are making the decision to get rid of their cable company altogether, whether it be Charters of the world, DirecTVs of the world, AT&T, Uverse of the world. There's others out there.
Their package that they have.
Yeah,
Right.
Whether you're satellite, whether you're you're hardwired, or whatever the case may
and
be.
they still have to have an internet connection, so they're not completely cutting the cord per se. However, and you can't save money cutting the cord and then wanting everything you just had by having the cable package.
Right.
But for many, many years, and I've even done this, man, if I could just have my ESPNs and my news channel and maybe A&E network and, get HGTV for the wife, and then I'm good. I don't need anything else. An option to watch movies, I'm golden. Now, if you go that route, you can save money. And all these college kids, think about all the people in college these days that would go. We all had cable in college. Well, what are parents doing these days? They're sending their kids to college with a Roku device and an internet connection and saying, hey, here's Netflix and Sling TV, enjoy. I'm saving about $50, $60 a month. Well, you get tens of thousands of people jumping on board with stuff like this, it's going to make an impact on your bottom line.
Well, the consumer just has more choices, and to your point, you have to decide as an individual what are the things you can live with and can't live with, and can't live without, and you can now set up a package however you want. Where in the old days, everybody was pretty much in the same boat.
Yeah.
You either had a satellite or you had cable, and that was it.
Exactly.
And now they're saying, well, no, there's a lot more options than that. And so these companies, because they're now in a competition mode, and they're going to have to adjust to it, saying, well, we just need to be in this business too. But the day of saying, well, you got two choices, satellite or cable, those are over. There's ways to build these things if it meets your desires.
And even so for cable companies who say, well, you can't get everything that you would watch. You can get your Netflix and you can get your movies on Amazon and all. But what about your ESPN? Well, now Sling TV's out there. It's been out there. And so Sling TV, for I think it's roughly $20 a month, you can get about 10 to 15 channels that are in that world of sports and news and kind of the A&Es and HGTVs, and you're set. And you don't have to worry about it. It's an a la carte system. It's I want to order this, this, and this, and move on.
You know what is strange to me, and of course this is, technology's driving all this, but like if you are a cable company, you have to have a franchise in your city to hang wires on poles and agreements and all that. In other words, you can't just go in and start a cable company.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? They're protected to some degree from.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. It is a new way to clean. CleanPods.com/Bubba. Have you ordered yours yet? Just a better way to do it. They provide you 5 spray bottles. You go pick the bundles. They send you bags with gel pods in them based on the type of cleaning you need to do. Glass, countertops, bathroom, whatever, multi-purpose. And then you take one of these pods, put it in the spray bottle they provide for you. Then you just add water. Then you shake it up, and here we go. And you're talking about you're going to have a full bottle of cleaning for about $2. It's just a better way to do it. And so a lot of people are moving to this. We're getting your emails. We're loving it. So you can make the same move on any product you order. We're going to get you 10% off, and we're going to get you free shipping. So look at what they have. As I said, glass cleaning, multi-service, bathroom, floor. They even have a urine blast for eliminating pet stains and odors from the carpet. It's a better way to clean. CleanPods.com/Bubba. Also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so if you Google that Kirk Franklin is saying the lion and lamb bow to the goat, you do find it, and it looks like it is some sort of freestyle he's doing. There's people who are saying, is Maverick City going to drop him and all this stuff, but it doesn't explain. Unfortunately, maybe Kirk Franklin will. I do believe that's what he's trying to say. I'm not saying it was wise, but here he is actually what he's saying, and this is you know how people put all these TikTok videos, so they've taken out just.
I was a dirty dish, now me and God in sync, like Big and J and Nas, the greatest scapegoat. The lion and the lamb will bow down to the goat.
Yeah. You hear him? He says he says the greatest of all time before he says this.
That's what it is.
Now again, this is lacking some wisdom.
But wasn't common sense.
Right. He's referring to Jesus as the greatest of all time.
Mm-hmm.
He's not saying we're going to bow down to Satan or the sheep and goat analogy.
I was a dirty dish, now me and God in sync, like Big and J and Nas, the greatest scapegoat. The lion and the lamb will bow down to the goat.
Yeah.
Who is this?
Kirk Franklin.
Kurt Franklin.
Yeah.
It's greatest of all time is what he.
Yeah, he is.
God is.
It's again, it lacks wisdom, but it's he's not. He's made a mistake. He's not trying to blaspheme God. And
give the man the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, based on body of work. I think
we don't do that anymore.
I mean, I think I would have immediately thought that. I mean, I don't know who he is, but if I did, I would have immediately said, well, there's no reason why. You know,
right.
Based on what he's done before, I believe we're good.
I've got the rest of the songs if you guys want it.
Okay.
I have
Adler,
one.
if you have what Greg just showed me, I'm gonna be mad at you.
Okay,
no, it's an old song.
So you've got. So you.
Family and the Constitution. I tried to get another conservative to run. Nobody could do it, so I'm getting it done.
That's so good.
My name is Linda Paulson. Republican and awesome.
My name. So I think that's our answer, and I believe that if Kirk hasn't already done it, I couldn't find anything, and you didn't either, did Speed, that he's come out and commented on it. But
thinking, really?
If you listen, that sounds like he's trying to be hip, and we all call everybody goat now. And of course, I will say there was a time when you were called the goat. It was a negative, and of course, in Scripture, you don't want to be the goat. You want to be the sheep.
Right.
But anyway,
this is beginning to be overused too.
I think it's all in context. You got to check the context.
It goes back to everything, and I have been guilty of the one I'm about to say. Let me say it because this happens. And I had someone that I have great respect for spiritually, and they're right, and they know what I mean. Is like if you look at what the word awesome really means, God is probably the only one that is worthy to be called awesome. But awesome was supposed to be reserved for something extremely special. But we've taken it and used it so much, and I use it, that it just comes down to thinking something's good or that something tastes good. Yeah. Hey, that meal was awesome, which is ridiculous. Well, now we're doing the same thing with goat, the greatest of all time. Okay, so that stands for the greatest of all time. You should not call anyone that you don't really think in their field there's no one better.
Yeah, if you want.
And what we do is we'll see somebody now that's pretty good and say, out there's a guy, he's a goat. No, I mean, there's not that many goats. There really should be very few of them.
Yeah.
When you use it for the greatest
because
of all time.
Because if you're the greatest of all time, there really should be one.
Yeah, in your category. Mm-hmm. You're the only one.
Yeah.
And what we do now is, they here comes a goat. No. Just because they're pretty good is not goat. You might say, if you're going to say, here's somebody who's pretty good. Yeah. Here's somebody that's really talented. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But if you're going to go with the greatest of all time, you really should only, in every category, one person should be called that. And we can argue whether we agree that is the goat or not. But you can't just call anybody a goat just because they did something well.
And I'm stupid, so I'm clarifying. The lion and the lamb both refer to Jesus Christ. So Kirk Franklin is saying Jesus Christ is going to bow before God. Is that what he's saying?
No.
What is he saying?
Now, this comes from Isaiah. Isaiah is saying that when the new heaven and the new earth are become reality, Isaiah is looking forward to Messiah. He's saying when he has his millennial reign, when things are made right, a lion and a lamb will no longer be predator and prey.
Oh, okay.
They will lay down in peace. And then everybody is going to bow. Every tongue will confess and every knee will bow and confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. So he's basically saying that all creation will bow to the greatest of all time, which is Jesus.
But it is confusing.
It is confusing because Scripture, when it's using goat, is really bad.
Right,
So
right.
you don't want to do that.
And also, Scripture calls Jesus the Lion of Judah
Correct.
and the Lamb who was slain. So
Correct.
that's where I was confused.
And that's valid. But when he's talking about them, laying down together and all that, it's the time of peace has come. But still, but you are right on your analogy as well. It's all bad. It's not good discernment. It's a mistake to have done this. You tried to be too hip, and you
trying to mix modern
And I'll be honest,
symbolism
Rick.
with biblical symbolism.
Correct.
And you run the ground there.
And I think you did an awesome job explaining it.
Yeah, thank you, buddy. Maybe I'm the goat of explaining. I'm the goat of explaining. But what we're saying is, to your point, Bubba, it's okay. See, we always go too far. It's okay to try to be as relatable as you can, hopefully to draw the world to Jesus. But we have to be careful because there are lines that are crossed where you now have stepped too far in your attempt to be relatable, and now you're compromising God.
Yes.
And then we're not called to do that. That's what I'm talking about with these shirts that have the Budweiser logo with the word Jesus there, this kind of garbage. No, we don't need to use soft drink logos to try to, Jesus is my homeboy, this kind of garbage. See, that's always too far. And in this particular case, I think Kirk Franklin, in an attempt to be mod, has made a mistake.
And I think you see it too. We've talked
And
about
we all
it with
do.
some of the pastors or evangelists or whatever that are always coming up with some new, deeper meaning to everything that everybody's missed for 2,000 years. Maybe you should just spread the news. Okay?
Yeah.
We don't need you to reinterpret it, reinvent it, or dig deeper than anybody in history has ever dug. Just give it to us. Just give it to us straight.
Face value.
Face value will get it done.
It does.
Yeah. Powerful man of God said just what Bubba said one time, and he's been he knows Scripture forward and backward and has preached for decades. And he said just what you said. He goes, I always just have a little bit of a flinch anytime some young pastor or some young speaker gets up in the pulpit and says, I want to talk about something, do a message on something nobody ever does a message on. And he said, there's probably a reason we have it. It's never been said like this before. Probably a reason. Yeah, they've never called Jesus the goat. Yeah, there's probably a reason we didn't do that.
Yep.
In the bridge, I found the bridge of the Kirk Franklin song, and he explains it a little bit more if you guys want to
let me hear it.
I want less government control and regulation. Want to stop and expose all political corruption.
So that makes sense.
I need all that you can give me.
Just keep it up.
All
Keep it
right,
up.
we come back.
Don't let me see it coming, though.
Yeah. Hey, Todd in Birmingham.
Hey, Todd.
Todd's going to talk about something. I love when we talk about things we do socially. Some of these socially awkward things we all have to live with.
There, Todd.
Yeah, get it in, Todd.
Yeah, come up with a good idea, there, Todd.
So we'll talk to Todd and others when we come back at 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But it's amazing to me that they're not, or they didn't protect themselves on the other end, like with, say, ESPN. If I'm the cable company and I have the franchise for this city, I might say, okay, well, if people want satellite, because you can't just totally not allow competition, you'll get the Justice Department on you. Say, look, it either has to, with ESPN, it either has to be delivered satellite, or if it's wired for this area, I have it. And they didn't protect that franchise on the other end. I don't see how 12 different streaming companies all have rights to ESPN to get it into that area. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, because ESPN negotiates with each company. Yeah. I mean, like, in other words, they might negotiate with DirecTV, Dish, Spectrum, what is it, Comcast.
Well, let's just say
they deal with them all separately.
But to simplify it, let's just say there is one cable company that feeds a city. Okay, they're broken up by municipalities because of that. But let's just say one city. And we're making a deal with ESPN, and we say we'll carry you and put you into that city, but I want complete protection other than X satellite company.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't see how the streaming people have gone back and was able to make a deal to infringe on their area.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I do. It's a good question.
Am I phrasing that right? It's a complicated problem.
Well, we've got an IT guy that may help, but the bottom line, let's get the bottom line out here. And then we'll unpack that bigger question.
Let me add one more to this. You remember, like, if you want ESPN on your, some streaming service, what do you have to do? You have to go in and put your customer number.
Not if you have things like Sling TV. So you're paying Sling TV for ESPN, ESPN2, and they even have a sports package that you can add for $4 or $5 and get everything.
I looked at
so
Sling.
you don't have to do that. That's the difference, the huge difference over the last 2 years. That is separating. That's why you're seeing more of this.
But if I go back, if I'm the cable company,
I got you. That's a good question.
If I'm the cable company, I have ways that I can slow up or prevent Sling TV addresses from coming in my area if I want to. Yeah, I don't. You know what I mean? It's kind of a great. I don't think that these cable companies are going to, take a beating on this. They're gonna raise their price on internet or whatever to compensate for it.
By the way, I didn't know AT&T owned DirecTV.
Yeah, they bought that a couple of years ago.
So UVerse even competes with Direct.
Well,
they're all in the same.
The way they
umbrella.
look at it, we have a wired option and we have a satellite option. You pick what you want.
Yeah, that's why if you have
what I think you would adjust.
If you have AT&T wireless, you can stream data free through DirecTV. It's all kind of together.
Well, AT&T, who has UVerse and DirecTV, are down 390,000 customers. Their third decline in the third quarter, and they're saying there's a number of reasons there, but partially is people building options that don't include having to have the services just foundational that they provide. And then they're saying that also Comcast is down. Disney said, looking at what they're doing with all the properties they own, that they're down. And they're saying all of this is because people are going to these different online options. Back to Bubba's question, though, we still have to look at that. And they're building these little packages on their own, and they don't have to come to them and accept a basic that everybody has to accept, then build from there.
So I guess what I'm saying,
you're even building your own basic.
With the shifting sands of this, will cable companies, and by the way, if you have DirecTV, you still have to have something wired to get your internet with. Sure. Will they eventually just be internet providers? Fancy internet providers, and then you go out and pick whoever you want.
They better be.
If you'll look, look, let me tell you this. If you
I mean, they kind of are already.
I was just going to say that's already been answered to a degree because I used what was called Charter. Well, notice Charter suddenly has a whole new marketing plan. No, we're Spectrum. Mm-hmm. And really, now when used to the lead was here's our cable TV package. The lead now is our internet.
Yeah,
because their internet is fantastic. Mm-hmm. And so they're almost saying, no, we're Spectrum. Kind of like we've adjusted when there was a time when salespeople, and I'm just talking on the national level. I know at the local it may be different, where they said we no longer go out and say, would you like to buy radio?
Yeah.
They go out and say, would you like to have a marketing partnership with the Rick and Bubba show? Mm-hmm. Well, you see Spectrum doing the same thing. We're Spectrum. We don't even use the word cable anymore. Yeah. You know what I mean? And so,
well, I mean, having one in college and living through this, I mean, I can tell you right now, all he has is internet service through the cable company to provide the wireless, that he needs for the house, like Apple TV.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number as we come back. All right, Todd is standing by. Todd said he's noticed something, and he kind of wanted to kick it around with the guys here.
Todd.
Yeah, Todd Risky. So, Todd, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Thanks for listening to ZZK in Birmingham. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm a big fan. Good to have you back, Bubba. I'm still praying for you.
Thank you.
family and friends. I do want to mention this. Of all of the current morning radio shows, out of Birmingham, the flagship station is WZZK. Y'all are the GOAT. I'll tell you, you are. I mean that from the bottom of my heart.
Thank
I
you.
will tell you this. Hey, annyeonghaseyo, that means hello in Korean. You were talking about it yesterday.
Thank you.
How do you say it?
Anyway, annyeonghaseyo.
Yeah.
I wanted to
Annyeonghaseyo.
Annyeonghaseyo.
I'm just
Annyeonghaseyo.
And they go annyeonghaseyo. But anyway, I lived there for a year. I was in the Army. But what I was called for. So I noticed. I stopped by this boat dealership. I met a guy, and we were going to walk over to a boat and talk about it. And I noticed as we walked over, I gave him a little pat on the shoulder. Well, I've been thinking about this. And I thought, you know what, Todd, you're a shoulder patter.
Right.
So,
You're that guy.
I get ready to leave, and as I'm walking out the door, there's a guy facing me that works there. And as I'm about to walk out the door, he says, he's standing still, and he goes something like, "How you doing? Have a good day," or something. And I noticed I give him the upside down, I'm leaving shoulder pat. And so I was wondering what you boys think about that and your audience thinks about, especially in the wake of the COVID.
Yeah.
What y'all think about the shoulder pat?
Well, do you shoulder pat without a handshake as well?
Are we? Can I ask?
I did the guy that I was the first guy that I met. Since we were introducing ourselves, I shook his hand, and once we turned to go to the boat, I gave him the shoulder pat.
So you didn't do the combo.
Are you talking about like a shake? And as you're shaking, you pat him on the shoulder with your left hand.
Right here.
Yeah, demonstrate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that.
Or pinch him behind the neck. That's my dad. He would shake your hand, then he would grab
talking
it.
about that.
buddy.
That's
Different.
something you're on to do to you.
I just give the shoulder pat. Now, as I was leaving, though, we didn't introduce ourselves. The guy said, "Have a good day." I said, "Thanks, buddy," and I gave him the upside down. I'm walking out shoulder pat.
I think you need to quit all that.
Oh, you're talking about you're on top of his shoulder, patting down?
Yeah, like, "Hey, pal."
No. It's kind of his, what's that bone back there called? Kind of not on top of his shoulder.
Clavicle.
Just
No, that's here.
Scapula?
Scapula.
You talking about a scapula pat?
Yeah.
Yeah. Scapula pat.
I don't know.
Hams
about
is
that.
demonstrating.
Yeah, Todd.
He's talking about that one.
Yeah.
He's talking about I'm out.
Yeah. All right, buddy.
That's it.
You know
That's
what,
it. Right there.
Todd?
That's it.
I may think you're probably overthinking it.
Yeah, but I'd be careful though. You're
I hope I
turning
never
turning
meet
into
Todd.
a patting maniac.
Do they feel comfortable with your pat?
I don't spend much time there. It's a quick. Hey,
Yeah,
thanks,
I get
buddy.
it.
You can go from handshake, shoulder pat to quick hug.
I'll
we
shoulder
do
pat.
that. Sometimes.
Yeah.
I do too. I'm guilty of this. I'm guilty of this.
Have y'all ever seen the person that when they're telling you something, they have to touch you?
Yes.
Hey, man.
Yes.
And they're
Yes.
it's
They
usually
wanna
on
bring
your
you in.
forearm. It's usually on your forearm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've noticed that you know how it's not as violent as Elaine on Seinfeld, where she would push people back. But come over here, Speedy. Let me tell you what Sherry does, and she's got to laugh because I'm calling her. She'll sit here. I'm not gonna hurt you. She'll sit here, and if something
Never
really
know.
happens, she goes, "You ain't gonna believe."
Oh, yeah. We used to do that.
And I get this all the time.
I used to do that.
And I'm like, honey, you're hitting me every time.
You get
that you're
yes,
emphasizing-
start getting sore.
Yeah,
You're
you're
right.
telling, especially when you're telling something.
Right.
I notice that I'll pat the shoulder, then I'll give me a little.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to say it that
Yeah.
way.
But
I
that's
would-
something you should
That's
do like
so
at
much.
that's something you should do like at a funeral.
Don't greet
I
me.
wouldn't say it the way you just said
No,
it, but yeah.
Well,
Especially
you know what I
those
mean.
that couldn't see what you were
yeah.
doing.
Yeah.
Especially the one that heard
I'll-
the kickoff hour 2 days ago.
tap and then
Really?
rub a little bit of
Here we go.
the top.
Just say,
Shoulder.
hey, just say massage.
I don't think you should talk about this topic.
It's just like a
Rick, you're
it's,
right
it's
about
just
that.
like a tap rub.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Hey,
tap, rub.
It-
You
that
just
rem-
said in the microphone,
remind me
tap, rub.
Right. We're
Yeah.
talking about the shoulder. Just
But,
you know.
but what I'm
just
talking
quit
these
talking.
kind of phrases,
That
you'll
technique's
you'll
been used a
recklessly
long
use.
time.
Yeah, you'll recklessly use these types of phrases without any kind of
I thought we were talking
Forethought.
about the shoulder
Forethought.
and,
Yeah.
and
No
tapping
caution.
the shoulder.
We
I
are.
thought that's
but-
what we were doing.
Yeah, we are.
We were.
We are.
We were.
But I'm
we
trying to
stayed
think.
in that lane though.
I have found.
did too.
I have found that usually when I shake a hand, it really determines on how emotional the moment is, whether you get a tap with it or not.
Yeah, or
I might give you a hug.
Or bringing it in, just
bring
kind
it
of the
in.
whole.
Hey,
Bring it in.
Yeah, we
You
do.
know,
I
the
love to
movement.
bring it in.
Yeah.
You like that?
I like to bring it in on
Yeah,
people that I really know.
That's true.
I don't bring strangers in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Please. Look.
No, I don't go that far with it.
That was me hugging Greg the other morning.
Yeah.
Right. You go that far?
Yeah, that's Speedy.
Yeah. Oh, Speedy.
I rarely do a double arm hug.
Adler, what?
Yeah, I'm
are you
rare on
a
that,
shoulder tapper?
I don't like hugging. When it comes to a man hug, I'll go for like the the super like high five whatever, and then have that in between, and then a hand. So you got an hand in between. So you're just men. You're just men. Just
like
strong men.
Bring it in.
Do you give in to the
I like
hug,
bringing it in.
or do you fight the hug?
I give in to it.
I'll fight it.
I love the hug. I'm a hugger anyway.
I'm a fighter.
I struggle with a hug.
Yeah.
I'm not like weird about it, but if I don't get one,
I love a hug as long as I haven't had surgery and stitches.
Well, no, that's also.
Yeah,
Well, that's when you want a timeout.
And you know what happens to me if I ever even though I have discomfort with it, but if I discover and Andy Blanks is one of these, he struggles with like touchy-feely. He really struggles with it.
Yeah.
So when he sees me, he just gets himself mentally prepared because I know that he doesn't like it.
Does he close his eyes like that?
So I pour it on.
You grab it, get him by the neck.
No. Yesterday in the hall, he had to stop by and pick something up. He literally shut his eyes and just stood there with his hands beside his because he knew I was about to hug him. And I hugged him so much, it's like I hadn't seen him in years.
Yeah, that's good.
I think I have a mental problem when it comes to people standing too close to me when they speak to me. Because evidently my bubble is bigger than everybody else's in the whole world. I had one buddy who was he was such a huge offender.
Space Invader?
Yes. In fact, Speedy, we should demonstrate this here.
Oh, really?
Okay.
All
right.
I mean, with the COVID, we all kind of got used to the 6 foot bubble.
We did.
Yeah, for real. I need like a 6 foot bubble. I had
Hold on.
I had a buddy of mine.
We got a wireless mic.
He would stand so close. I'll be done in 2 seconds. He would stand so close to me. I would keep a foot out to
cut him off.
Keep him off
keep
of
him
you?
off you. One day, I'm not joking you, he is standing with his feet on either side of my feet, and I'm like, oh, that's great, buddy, that's great, man.
Oh, so you were literally leaning backwards.
Yes.
He's in full mount.
Well, why don't you say something? If somebody's too close to me, I'm like, hey, let me back up here a little bit.
Hey,
Here's,
y'all taking my breath away.
Do y'all squeeze the trap?
Excuse me?
Like the top?
Here he goes again. Here he goes again.
He's so close to
I
Pat.
don't. No, I try not to.
I
Speedy.
don't.
I just got a text
I've just seen everybody just wave at me.
from a pastor that said he met with a guy yesterday, literally put his hand on my knee for 30 seconds telling me a story.
Ooh,
That's completely over the
I
line.
don't touch knees.
What are we trying to do? Have some kind of covenant? I mean, don't. What are you talking about?
No.
Grab my thigh.
I know
What's
those people.
next?
Hey,
He said he didn't move it. Didn't move it.
The whole time he's
30
holding
seconds.
his
I have
knee?
to ask what the conversation
why
was
didn't he
about.
move it?
Well, that's why I think he was so uncomfortable. I think it finally he moved it, but I mean,
Yeah.
I would say,
Who
hey,
puts
let me
someone
get my
in that
knee out of
situation?
you. Let me get my knee out of your way.
Yeah.
I normally just do a chest bump and go on. Jump up there. What?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I tell you what's way over the line is the backwards hugger. Comes in from behind you.
yeah.
Oh, you talking about Joe Biden? Yeah. I've seen
A little
footage of him.
whisper.
Yeah. Smelling your hair.
Look, what about if they come up behind you and get there on your neck there?
Speedy does that.
Speedy does that.
He does.
He
don't
did
do it
that
a
to me
lot.
during the 7 o'clock hour.
No, yeah, he does.
You do it a lot. Grab me in the hall.
That's a
man.
Mississippi thing.
Yeah.
Well, no. Helmsy asked me not to stop. He's like, oh, keep doing
You
that.
do give a good massage.
You got magic hands.
No, he
I
hurts.
gotta say.
He hurts.
He's a good trainer.
He'll
He
hurt
doesn't
you.
give you a massage. He's a trainer.
He can pinch. He can pinch.
Speedy hugged me and cut my cheeks.
He copped the bill.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.